Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do, no doubt about it, absolutely, positively appreciate you tuning on in, watching as you guys do. We're having a tremendous off season as ever here, and I want to thank all the new subscribers and all of you who have continued to watch this off season, which is normally a real dead period for channels, but for me, we've been just humming along, including today. This is going to serve as a bit of a companion piece live stream show to a video I dropped about 3 hours ago, which you guys are already giving a lot of love to, so thank you again for all that. Looking back in again at Byron Murphy, the first round pick for the Seattle Seahawks, selected 16th overall, and looking a little bit at why I do believe, as we stand firmly sitting right here now, believe the Seahawks got the best defensive player in the NFL draft. And then the player that I think the comp actually works best towards overall. Aaron Donald's been thrown around out there as far as the guy a lot of Seahawks fans want to see, of course, because you've been haunted for years. I get it. You know, the boogeyman's been after you for years, coming up out of your bed. You eventually want to come back and be like, I want my own boogeyman. I want to send him after them under their bed. I get that. But not quite that. Not full-on metaphysical, extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional, whatever you want to call it, like Donald was, but still a really good player. And again, to me, when I was looking at the comparison, though I've thrown around the Grady Jarretts and the Ed Olivers and the Gene Adkin comparisons, they just didn't ever quite fit for me with him. There felt like there was a little bit more after getting back in and really looking through this tape here after the draft and trying to look at it again with maybe a bit of a different set of eyes, if that makes any sense, to try to get a little bit of maybe what I might have missed the first time around when I looked at him and tried to assess, who he was as a player and what he was. But of course, the comparison I made and the belief is where I stand right now is that he is a John Randall comparable type player. Yes, the others do kind of fit. The Atkins does fit. The Ed Oliver kind of fits. The Grady Jarrett probably maybe fits the most of contemporary players. But historically speaking, a guy to me that captures what he could be if he can become and really tap into the skill set he possesses is Randall. A guy that just went off of that quickness and that early leverage win and the ability to get upfield while still maintaining the leverage win, while still being really ungodly strong for his size. A guy that big shouldn't be that strong. And all of these are components within Murphy's game. Of course, there's other and more than that when it comes to Byron Murphy as far as the techniques, the moves that they utilize, their level of effort, how hard it is for them how hard it is to kind of stay blocked with them on there. But you looked at, and a lot of Seahawks fans looked at the time when we came out of the draft, this production level, which was sitting at 5 sacks this past season with 29 tackles, 24 tackles the year before with only 1 sack, and then 2 sacks the year before that. So 8 sacks in 3 seasons. Not necessarily, and it's a defensive tackle position, so you always take this with a grain of salt. Okay, it's harder inside to get those sacks than it is to necessarily get them on the edge. And so if you're not seeing that production, it doesn't necessarily illustrate that the player can't get that done at the next level. It's just sometimes tough to do it, especially at the college level where there is so many spread concepts. But this didn't totally tell the whole tale of that. And there's been plenty of players, by the way, that when it comes to this level of production have had similar level of production and still taken very high. Jalen Carter's last year production at Georgia, his running mate Jordan Davis there. Neither of those guys had insane college production coming out and still were first-round picks. The same with Devontae Wyatt, the kid the Packers took in the first round, also out of Georgia. So a lack of production doesn't necessarily hinder a player or put him into a lower end as far as his upside and ceiling goes. There's going to be a little bit more to it on this, and we're going to get into this a bit here today on the show in a way that I didn't necessarily was able to do fully with the video. I want to expand on some concepts that I talked about in that video here to maybe better kind of lock in this point of why I've had my outlook changed a little bit in the view of Byron Murphy as we've gone along in this process, because these are not things that I think I gave as much weight to the first time through. Again, a different set of eyes, if you were, in how we're trying to look at this. When you look, though, at the things that were outside of your normal historical points that you would look to as far as the player goes and how they were rated and ranked, of course, something that does jump out with Byron Murphy was that he was your second highest rated player by PFF on the defensive line last year. His running mate, Devondre Sweat, just ahead of him at number 1, but they went 1 and 2. So there was something that, for those people that said there's something more beyond just his stats here with simply looking at, let's say, that one stat and saying, well, he only has the 5 sacks. He's got the 2 the year before. So even as your production this year, how sure are you of that? And the thing that did take a step forward, as you can see here again, in the 3-year period, he's gotten better every single year in his college career by PFF's metric, of course, but 73 to 82 to 91, always getting better. I think that this is an important part of the barometer with him and looking again at his upside, because the player that continually gets better over the course of college, especially a guy that was a former running back to linebacker to defensive line, that as he's showing that improvement, there's reason to believe that that improvement can continue, that staircase is not stopped there and leveling off, but that you're going to still get some more further steps, in my opinion. First, the guy that's played that position forever and knows already all the little tricks of the trade, that they're topped out as far as the player that they are. The place that did jump out this past year for him, that when you looked at the stats a little bit more, was very eye-opening on this, was though the tackle numbers overall are about the same, and PFF registers a little bit more in total tackles to him than the typical stats give. That's PFF's little difference there. But the hurries, a very important component and part of being a pass rusher, is how can you get to disrupt the quarterback? How often can you get to disrupt the quarterback? That's something that he was doing at double the rate, even over double the rate of what he'd done the prior year, where it was taking a big, huge step forward. And I want you guys to remember for a second a little bit of that 36 hurries over the course of this past season with some of the cut-ups I'm going to show you, because then I think we're going to kind of get a little bit more of the full tale told here of Byron Murphy and why I love the upside on the kid so much, why I'm warming up more and more to where I think he's going to be able to go as a football player. When we get on into the film with Byron Murphy, I can't undersell this enough when going back, and I don't know why it didn't register with me when I was going back watching him the first time. I definitely understood that there was times he was being asked to go over and play nose tackle role, 0 tech, 1 tech, but I didn't understand how often he was being asked to do it. And so we think about that like he's not just a 3 tech who every once in a while the team likes to get flashy and flip him over to the nose tackle. This is where they've really segmented a huge number of his snaps over to playing nose, where it almost feels like he's the main nose tackle and not Tavondre Sweat at times. And I think this is a little bit of a trick that this happens, because you see Tavondre Sweat out there and you go, well, that's going to be that's the 1 tech. That's the nose tackle right there. He looks the part. He's got to be the part. But instead they have Byron Murphy serving in that role, and serving in that role really well. But what does it do when you have to engage play after play double teams, as opposed to what the 3 tech is allowed? And I know many of you guys already know these concepts, but for the layman out there, you have your 1 tech, who also tends to play a 0 tech. These are just alignments on the line when you look at it. But what they're essentially doing is playing usually to the strong side of the play, so where the action typically is going to come. They're going to, most of the time, be shaded between the center and the right guard. Sometimes they can be shaded over the center. That would be 0 tech. But these are going to be players that typically are taking on double team blocks by the alignment of their positioning and by the way the offense is attacked. The 3 tech gets to be on the backside of the formation, and he typically gets to be aligned heads up over the left guard or shaded outside the shoulder of the left guard when you're playing, of course, a true blue 4-man front, which I know that this Ravens unit has a 3-4 background to it, but when they go to the 4-man fronts, it'll look a lot more atypical of those 4 down linemen, nose tackle shaded, 3 tech over here aligned. Like that's how you would have seen Justin Matabuke more often than not last season. So they're having him put into this role, which you wouldn't necessarily think, okay, sub 300-pound guy, stick him over there at nose tackle. That doesn't seem like a recipe for success. But he held up over there and held up over there firm. I showed a lot of cut-ups in the video that I dropped today on his ability to just be able to hunker down against that double team and not get moved, and still sometimes even worm his way around between the blocks to still get in there and make a play. But really, really special type of strength and power he's got in there. It's not the same pure explosive power where Donald could hit a guy and feel like he could send him across the bar, but it's that strong power where I can torque back, reverse back on you inside, and I can find my win. Even if I'm finding my win late, that's part of the difficulty in keeping these guys blocked. So a lot of double teams, what's that going to do? Taper down your production, isn't it? If I've got to engage double team, and then you mix this in with Texas's proclivity to really rotate through their players on that defensive line. It wasn't like you had the Seahawks from 2023 here, where their defensive line were, and Jaron Reed, get ready to go 60 snaps today, big guy. We need you. It wasn't a lot of that. It's a lot of they're going to rotate and roll guys through constantly. That's a method to their approach. And so that reduces down the number of snaps. You get all these other extra snaps then where he's being double teamed as a nose tackle. So you're trying to get the assessment point on that. And then we get to the pass rush. Then we get to the spot where you're really looking for the place that you could typically get wowed into, where you go, okay, playing nose tackle, that at least shows me he's competent as a run defender. If he can do that with double team, then I put him over at the 3 tech. He's going to hold up really well over there against just a single block. In fact, he's going to thrive. In fact, he's going to penetrate. In fact, he's probably going to be a TFL machine. But when we come to the double teams, they don't go away when we start turning Byron Murphy into a pass rusher. It's not merely then when he's a 0 tech, that's where they're going to slide that out. It becomes going through the tape again and again, you start to realize, oh my goodness, 5-man fronts every time, 2 guys go to Byron Murphy. I can show you Houston tape. I can show you Alabama tape from last year and Alabama tape from this year. Alabama tape from last year where there's a lot of good defensive linemen there. Moro Ojomo, who ended up getting drafted off that line, and he's the guy getting the double team there in pass protection. And again, to back this up, plays like this, we're going to start rolling through some of these plays. You may not see this really at first, but what you'll notice is that this is a play from last year, of course, with Bryce Young at quarterback for Alabama. Lined up as a 0 tech here is Byron Murphy right off the snap. And I'm going to play this in slow motion for you guys to really see this here in a second. But what you're going to find here, as I do slow this down, what you're going to find here with Byron Murphy is that he's going to end up with 3 guys all around him while his buddies are all in the backfield causing havoc. Because the lines that you watch when you watch the tape on this kid over and over again end up always kind of sliding towards him. Everybody ends up going, here's our problem. That's that little giveaway here. You know, where watch by the end of this play, you're going to end up with 3 Alabama players worried about him. He's off screen now. So that's why. But those are 3 Alabama players that go off screen there. Roll it again. Sorry, a little bit more speed so you can see it. You're going to see these 3 offensive linemen go off screen to cover him, to deal with him, leaving the rest of the guys, especially with the blitz, coming on the backside there where the back picks it up, leaving the rest of the guys there. There's a free rusher heading right there for Bryce Young because you got 3 offensive linemen around Byron Young. And he's going, why are you, aren't you Bama? Aren't you all a 5-star? Like none of you can, it takes 3? I showed a cut up in my film of the Kansas State game where I paused it on the video that I dropped today where look at here right in the middle of your screen. That's 3 Kansas State linemen right there. I know it's a 3-man front from Texas, but you're still ending out with them going, let's get 3 to him. Rather than let's get 2, 2, 2. They go, no, let's end up with 3. And that's not like by accident. That's not him shading into one guy's gap or lane. That's 3 offensive linemen of Kansas State all breaking down onto him in pass protection. Whatever your opinion might be of a player, when you watch, and in college defenses, these guys, these coaches at the college level are very smart. They know their stuff. They're doing stuff for reasons, not just because. And if you're watching in week and week out on the college tape, teams this worried about a player that they're going to double and triple team him in pass protection, you go, okay, they're telling you how big of a problem this guy is and what an issue he is if they try to single block him. Some more snaps here. If I can get my stupid thing right here. Some more snaps here. And sorry, I thought I had this set up, by the way. So if it's a little not, that's my bad. Here in more of a 3-tech kind of role. Uses his hands. Pivots off the first blocker. He's got a second guy right there waiting. The second guy doesn't pick anybody up in pass protection. He's just waiting on him the whole time here. See him locked in on him? So why no production? Why 5 sacks? Why I go to how he got the 36 hurries on the back of being doubled this much on pass pro, frankly, after watching this tape. Still ends up creating pressure on this play. Off of a double team block. And watch the hand movement. Snap. Throw him back. He throws the lineman back to where the lineman, the first blocker, the center just gets tossed. Or I guess it's the guard. Boom. See ya. And then he's pressing right into the next. Off comes the swim move. get the hands right back in with the leverage win, right on the low side of the chest, start to bull rush and drive that guy back into the pocket. It sounds easy, but when you're going 1-2, 1-2, and that's what he does at times in that, as I call it, kind of somewhat chaining the moves together a little bit in that moment. But double teams, back to Alabama this year. Showed you getting tripled from the previous year. Here's him being doubled again. What happens when you double team a player? Other guys get an opportunity to hunt. Other guys get one-on-one opportunities, don't they? Which when you watch the film again with Byron Murphy, something else you get to see with him over and over again, where these double team blocks are allowing then other Texas defenders to just be able to go out there and really freelance in their pass rush. Teams were not worried about the edges of the Texas defense. They were worried about the interior of the defense. But this is Bama. This is the best of the best. This is a team telling you right here how good of a player they think he is. And I'll tell you go watch that Bama tape here against Texas. You're going to see him doubled an awful lot, and that's including both last year and this year. Back here again to Bama. Boom. Double team locks in. Sack on the backside. I take up the heat. My teammate gets to eat. This is what they call that force multiplier stuff, right? I know Brett Coleman likes to use that word a lot. That's the word apply here. Force multiplier. I'm going to draw those double teams. And then just think, folks, on a look like this. This is a four-man front. Just think about Mike McDonald running stack boxes, creating single opportunities for Byron Murphy when this double team's locked in pre-snap for the offense, being able to create free rushers once he gets the dedication of that double team. Think of all the little games he's going to be able to play with Byron Murphy out of that. Again, a double team, even your Huskies. Murphy was such a problem in this game, and he wrecked shop. This might have been his best game of the year, this Husky game. And even them, throughout the film, double this guy. Grubb said, he's an issue. And he still was marvelously productive in this game, by the way. He still came within, if Michael Penix didn't do such a good job on about 3 or 4 snaps of getting the ball at his hands at just the right time, of ducking at just the right moment to get around him, he definitely would have had a couple of sacks on top of the production he had in the run game here, but he was doubled throughout, just like this. So opponent after opponent, doubling him in pass protection, playing those nose tackle snaps, heavy rotation of Texas defenders coming through quite often. Why is the production not up higher? A little bit of an explanation. I like to say there's explanations or there's excuses and there's explanations. This starts to feel a little bit more like an explanation. He's not ceasing to give you great production because he's not got better technique, or because he doesn't have the fire or the motor, or because this reason or that reason that has something to do with things that he can control. These are outside of his control. He's being kind of the good soldier here and having to do a bit of the dirty work here. That unfortunately, when you get good, this is what happens to you, is you're going to start to pull on some of those double teams. But if you're pulling double teams on like that, this is like what I like to say about DK Metcalf. If DK is pulling double teams, he's taking that corner, driving up the field and pulling a safety every single time. An offensive coordinator should sit there and smile and go, I can work with that. I can find some holes in around that. And I would say the same thing about a defensive tackle inside that's having the same kind of thing going on. Got another double team here. I can get this right on my screen. So again, against Alabama. Actually, I think this might be the single block. Yeah, we got a single block here. Something that stood out, I'm going to show it on about 4 or 5 cuts here, is another thing that, to me, again, is not an excuse, but an explanation, is the amount of times I watch Byron Murphy get held on the tape. He's got to win here. The Bama offensive lineman is very understanding of the fact that he's got to win here. This is the move that I showed you that's just out of John Randall's playbook. I start heads up against you as a center. I drive to the A gap off your right shoulder. You don't think I could get there that fast? I can. You then are in a game where you've lost the rep. So the rep is lost as soon as this is about a half second in. It's lost here. The rep's done. Now the Bama center knows it. That's why you got his arm around his neck, clotheslining him, because he understands the rep's done. You've gotten the win there. That's the Randall special thing that he really brings in. Now there's the stutter swipe that I talked about. There's the club move to the shoulder that I showed you guys, the high motor stuff. There's some other elements, the natural leverage win stuff, the ability to be quick laterally and upfield. But he got held a lot and it didn't get called all the time. This is kind of as blatant a hold as you're going to get. He wins the rep. if I'm an official watching, center goes, I'm going to lose this rep. Let me pull him around the back of his neck. It's right there in the open. There isn't a ton of bodies around him to sort of hide this thing. Doesn't get called. You saw that in a lot of the tape this year, unfortunately, with him, where he was just held an awful lot of the time. Again, taking on the double team. Lined up as a zero tech nose tackle here. The double team that he then provides. Notice how the edges are left unblocked by this double team, essentially. And this is what I say when I say the edges are, people didn't care about the edges against this Texas defense. They're like, we'll leave you unblocked and put two guys on Byron Murphy. And I understand just to me, it's kind of silly on it though, because this isn't a run play that's going to the far side of the field away. This is coming at this edge, and they just leave him and the other guy unblocked to the other side. But why? Because when you look at the dead center nose tackle on this play, Byron Murphy, he's taking the two blockers. And do you see him getting moved far down the field, by the way? You see him losing a lot of ground? He's reading the play. So the natural movement he has here where he's drifting to the edge, that's him reading to where he knows the play is going to. That's not him getting just pushed out of the gap. Holding pretty strong there against the ground game, even against the double team. Another very impressive part of his game. Let's go back to Alabama a couple years ago. Like I told you, double team block comes in. Yeah, it's a 4-yard gain, but the double team doesn't really get him pushed that far off the ball, and he still comes in and makes the tackle. This is Bama. This is last year. This isn't when he's, we got to watch out for that All-American Byron Murphy. That's T'Vondre Sweat at the top above him. But look at that. Who's getting the two blocks? It's a duo block situation where they're both getting combo block there at the play at the start, but he does much better with what he's dealing with than T'Vondre does at the top side of the screen. And then again, this is Bama. This is grade A offensive talent. Two guys. Watch this play again and understand when you watch the duo block happening with the top of the screen to T'Vondre Sweat, not top of the screen, but the guy just above Byron Murphy. Watch how his combo block guy scrapes down to the second level block because he knows, look, T'Vondre's turned sideways. I can get on down here to the second level block. What do you notice though when you look conversely when you're going to look conversely here at Byron Murphy's combo block there? Because the point of this is that when you're running these kind of duo blocks like this, you're putting two double teams on at the point of attack in the A gap on the two inside defensive tackles, and then one guy off of each of the combos is supposed to scrape down and get into the linebacker. Now, T'Vondre's guy scrapes down, but you notice how Byron Murphy's guy never feels confident enough on this play to scrape down to his linebacker. He never even attempts it. Again, watch T'Vondre Sweat above Byron Murphy here, where the block gets laid. He gets turned sideways. The combo block guy gets down to the second level on the linebacker. Byron Murphy holds up at the point of attack here against the double team, peels up off the double team to still get in on the ball carrier and make a tackle. And my little thing's off a little bit on this, but that's the guy he's against here. Again, a little bit with the effort. Again, with the double team on him. Still comes in and makes the tackle. So he's right across from where I've got the line punctuated here. I know it gets a little bit hard to see, so I'm going to slow it down on this one. He's actually right directly to the right of that marker I've got there. But he's getting double teamed right there at the point of attack. You can see doesn't get moved. That's not even a half yard of movement there. Gets back off the block, still comes in and makes the play. So double team, still gets off the block, still goes and makes the play. Again, you're seeing the heavy double team usage. It doesn't matter who the team is that I show you on this. I can go through every one of the opponents. And game after game, you're going to be watching him doing just like this, where he's aligned up here to the side. I mean, technically here he's in a 3-tech role. He shouldn't even be really pulling the double team here, really, outside of that this is the point of attack, so that's why the offense is running it. But by the alignment of things, you would typically think if this was going to go like more strong side, you'd be going over there with it. But teams are dedicating their resources to him. He's the problem. And you might get him to a knee there, but you're not moving him an inch with that double team. And again, you see that one guy's supposed to scrape down. See how late he is scraping off that Byron Murphy block? Because it's not getting laid good. He's having to stay on there a little extra more time. You know, these offensive line coaches will tell you it's like a rhythm game. Get that first combo block laid for just a sec, peel down, The back will be on your back. You hit to the linebacker, the back's running into the open field. But if you don't feel like you got the block set, you got to hold up there a little bit longer. You don't get back to the linebacker. The linebacker is then allowed to run a little bit more free. This is that fact we talk about when those linebackers where the defensive linemen need to keep them free. Keep me free so I can run, so I can get to the ball carrier. This is what they talk about. That lineman now can't peel off that duo block to get to that second level. He's got to stay there and hang because he's got a guy that, my guy doesn't have this guy quite cinched up quite right. It's not in that place here where it stands. Here we go against Houston. Another double team. Gets off the double team, still over there to make the play here. Basically splits the double team on this play. Gets down around the ankles to help in and make the play. Doesn't exactly make the tackle full on, but tell me he doesn't do everything he can do on this when you consider he just completely splits that double team right off the snap. So just because you double him doesn't mean you're going to move him. Doesn't mean he stops being a problem as a football player. And this is a rarity for me to see. Let's talk about this a little bit. I watch nose tackles year after year. I can show you the kid Tyleek, Williams out of Ohio State this last year when he's maybe going to come out or not, and you're watching him. I can show you some McKinley Jackson tape out of Texas A&M this last year where these guys have moments where they're having to hang in there as the nose tackle and they're getting pushed. They're getting sent when they get the double teams. It's very hard to hold up as a double team when you're a big guy and you are a nose tackle and you're built to do it. It says something else when you have a guy at 6 feet tall, 300 pounds, also doing it and doing it on a regular basis despite the opponent. Bama or Houston, Washington or whoever. Every bit of tape you watch with him, he's in there holding up on those double teams and not just getting driven back. This is part of why that PFF rating, I always say, match it up to what you see on tape. Why are they grading him so high? Because they're seeing this type of stuff. And for them and their grading system, that's a rarity. When they watch these nose tackles over and over again, yeah, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. And with him, it's a little bit more of I'm going to win some. Here we go against TCU. Again, splitting. Able to basically split the double team here. Get in on the play, make the play in the backfield. He's too quick sometimes for the double team. It can't get there quite on time. You watch this lineman here, he's just late to get to the play. See, he's trying to block his back. You're a little bit late when you're blocking their back. That's a bit of an indicator that you might have not quite gotten there on a timely basis. It's not all his fault. He's got to snap the ball, but Murphy kind of blows this play up there with that penetration because that combo block can't get locked into place by the time he's going to need to arrive. How about the Huskies? See if they can try to hit him with the double. Got the double block. Nope, doesn't work. And on this play, Murphy doesn't set the edge, but to me, he's fundamentally sound throughout the whole point of this rep, where he gets early penetration in the backfield. He's 2 yards deep. He doesn't over pursue the play. He holds his ground and sets sort of what I'd say is kind of the edge on this play. If you watch it, his teammate just kind of dives into the backfield. He keeps the edge here, where if the far defender who decides to kind of crash in on the play happens to miss the tackle, he can still route this back inside. But he's controlling this all the way. And the first block you see with the quick, it's hard to see here, but watch with the first, the combo block doesn't quite get there because the guy knows he needs to get down to the second level. And Murphy's already pushing to the spot. He's read it. He's driving the spot. 72 can only kind of get his hands on the shoulder, doesn't do anything to Murphy at that point. He's too quick to the spot to be in a position to block him with that combo block. And so while this play ends up being made by somebody else, it still is Murphy and the effort here he shows here off the snap. Part of it is the diagnosing he does as well to read it's going to be an outside zone run here, but forces it back inside, doesn't overrun the play. Very fundamentally sound as a player too. He can get tackled for losses when you do try to single him up, as I said in the video. Why is it that you don't get teams willing to single block this guy more often on the tape? Why is that something that doesn't happen as often? Because this is what happens. This is, he's in the backfield before the snap and he's not offsides. I mean, this play is going outside. He's already set out a couch, a lays chair. He's put out a little table and's got a drink sitting there that he's sipping from. Oh, here's the ball carrier. I guess I'll go tackle him here now. He gets such quick early penetration, and one of those few reps you get to see on these kind where, he's not set up as a nose. He's set up as a pure 3 tech here. He gets a single block, and he's got the guy 5 yards in the backfield. Look at the lineman. He ends up falling over. Just watch the lineman just try to block him on this play. There's no chance. And he's so early to the spot. Like he's having a cigarette over here. He's chilling. I'll just kind of I'll hook him out here and take him down, I guess. Lyman had no chance in this play. That's why you see so many double teams on him on tape. As I say, these offensive coordinators they're gonna tell you what's going on with this player and why they need to do what they need to do to stop him and keep him under control. Another single block here against Bama. Why was Bama doubling? Why was Bama doing this all the time? What was causing them to feel like they had to do this all the time? This. Because when you single them up, this is what you got. Great hand usage, great quickness. You see that stutter swipe there? That's that move I talked to you about. Again, this is out of the John Randall playbook. Stutter swipe. Just like a basketball player, like a Barry Sanders in the open field back in the day. I'm going to stutter step the offensive lineman. I'm going to get him to lean to a direction I want to get him to lean. Bam, I caught you leaning to your right. I'm coming back left. Slap the hand off with a swipe move. Get clear to the quarterback. Bama's offensive coordinator saw this about once this last year and went, okay, we're going to have to double him in pass protection today. But this is where that to me, the shades of John Randall come into play so heavily at times. He sells this left. So he sells to his left. He sells everything on this play of I'm going out aside your left shoulder. He gets the lineman baited here. I'm going to show it again. So he gets the lineman baited to go this way. And then he's coming back with the swipe move. So now the lineman wants to recover. If I'm the lineman, I want to recover and come back. He's bringing the swipe move to make sure that he's cleared though. As my hands come back, swipe them back off. And then I've got my pathway to the quarterback. I'm by you. So watch it again here as early on the snap, you can feel how the lineman feels like he's going to my right outside shoulder. He's aligned to the inside shoulder. But this is Murphy's first bounce out with that stutter step, bang to the back, get the hands clear with the swipe, get back and create the pressure. There's like 3 things going on here from him. This is where it's not a simple, easy prospect kind of thing to break down with him, where it's more intricate than just this one skill thing you're seeing him do where you go, oh, look at like a Von Miller, for instance. You watch Von Miller's tape coming out of Texas A&M, it's like the acceleration, the explosion was insane. The dip and the bend was insane. It was just bang, you can see it, easy. This type of thing, because you get so few of these kind of snaps where he is singled up and he does get that pure opportunity to just show you what he could do as that 3 tech there. But the stutter step, bounce from left to right, that bounce paired then with that swipe move gets him free. That's going to translate to the NFL level. That stutter swipe move is going to work at the NFL level. I don't know if it means he's going to reach his ceiling for sure on it, but there aren't a lot of guys necessarily able to do that exact same thing as well as it stands where they're playing the NFL right now. Some guys just don't, those big guys don't all have that pitter-patter quick feet thing, right? Can you make your feet go that quick? You know, some of these guys got that heavy-footed, it's a little bit more like that if they try to do that. So another thing that was something that stood out to me with Byron, that's a reason, I think, a big cause and a reason for his lack of production this last year, had to do with his ability to finish. It's the place that he needs to probably clean up here now as we go along. But if he had just finished a little bit better, a little more often last year, you would have seen more people understanding cleanly like, oh yeah, this would be the best defensive player in the draft. You get plays like this where uses the hands, splits a bit of the double team there, and somehow Martinez, the quarterback, gets away here. It looks almost like this is almost like a magician's trick here where you look and go, hey, he should be going down. How did he get out of? He got out of that? Yes, he got out of that. And on this play, Murphy literally splits a double team. Double team block, bang, bang, get between them, pinball myself through. Just can't quite finish the move. And that's a lot of what does show up at times on him on tape. I'm going to show a few of these cut-ups where he's right there. If he can just finish that last little bit, he's got it there. Or how about this one? Again against Bama. Comes in, gets one of those few moments where he's single blocked up, looping around a little bit in kind of a sub-stunt roll here. Has the quarterback dead to rights in his sights. I got you. Damn it. So it's these kind of plays, easy enough to clean up. Just get yourself a little more under control here. Can't quite wrap it up, can't quite finish the deal there. Or how about this one? These are all from last season, by the way. Against Oklahoma. Got the quarterback dead to rights. Dead to rights here. Straight up through the A gap. Gets under the pads of the offensive lineman. Gets the leverage win. Employs the rip move. That's his clearing move when he gets the early win with the quickness, is get that rip move going. Straight to the quarterback. Quarterback's able to just kind of edge around. It's a nice little move there by Gabriel to get himself out of trouble. But he's so many of these snaps where he's just oh so close there to getting another sack. How about this one? Again, all from last season. Wyoming lined up as a nose tackle. Shows you the stutter swipe. Gets free and clear with it. That stutter swipe. Watch the feet again, if you can watch it here. Lock into how his feet look here. Pop, pop, pop. It's a 3-step pump, 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 pump. But that's the stutter step. You're as a lineman, you don't know which way he's going to your left or right, and you're trying to read him on the direction. You're worried about his quickness. And he feels like, just like we saw before, he feels like he gets the guy leaning to the right. I'll slow this down just a little bit so you guys can see. He gets him feeling like he's going to my right shoulder. As soon as he gets that center feeling like he's going to attack my right shoulder, he cuts back across his face there and gets back to the right, to the other side, gets up under the pads, employs the rip move there, hits the quarterback, just misses the sack. That's as quick. I don't know how much faster as a pass rusher you can get into the backfield than he gets back here. I mean, this is instantaneous pressure where the lineman doesn't stop him even a little bit. But quarterback just able to throw it away at the right time. Here we go against Kansas State again here. Pressure right there in the face. Got him? No, I don't. Just dead rights again, kind of splitting a little bit of a sub-double team there. Just ends up spinning right past him. So a ton of these also snaps where the production's this close, where if he gets 3 or 4 more of these sacks, people look at the year a lot more different than sometimes people look at it with the production where it was at. And I do think some of this stuff is correctable. I don't think that he's blatantly going to just be a guy that gets a near miss guy all the time or almost a sack guy all the time. I don't. And he will create pressures, which is a benefit anyway, whether he's getting the sacks or not. But I think he can clean this part up pretty easily. It just happened he couldn't close the deal this particular year at these moments as he was having this big leap forward in his game where the light bulb was going from getting stronger and stronger to like, woo, and it's like a spotlight, so to speak. Ton of holds, again, like I told you guys a little bit early on in this video, that you see from him over and over again. And these are blatant holds to me. I don't know what it is that the official was missing to not see this. I understand that they were just going to kind of let them play at the college level, but he gets the early victory here. 55 freaks out, grabs him by his shoulder pad and rips him down. So another thing where I go, this is an explanation to me, not an excuse, when I see it all over the tape at times with him where he's got to get past the one blocker and he never sees 65 grab his deal. And it's right there in the open. I mean, that's his blatant. And you can see 65 freaking out when he realizes he's not going to get the block in place. He goes, oh hell, look at him reaching. And then pulls and tries to be all sly about it. Or another play like this here. Splits the double team through. And I know that might not look bad at first, but the more you slow that particular play down and take a look at it, the more that you see he ends up at one point with both of these guys on either hip, the double team. So he's got them both on his hip here at this point. And then he just magically goes down right there. Just as he's about to split all the way fully between them. And you can see if you watch one of them get their hands right in on the side, and it's like, is it clean or not? Maybe it's a clean block. I don't know. I'll let you guys decide on that one. To me, I see a hook coming through on one side, and I see the guy grabbing and pulling down on the other side because he's just whooped their behind on that snap. Or even Washington. Even Washington wasn't immune from a little bit of holding. I'm just going to get you around the neck there and whip you down to the other side. No call. Don't know why he couldn't get calls. I don't know if he was talking trash about the referees or whatever, but again, just about as blatant as you get. He's past him. The rip move's going to get him cleared. Lineman knows it. Lineman's freaking out, knowing the rip move's about to get him cleared. I'm going to pull him down to the ground. A lot of snaps. And I'm just showing you guys kind of a sample size so this thing doesn't turn into a 3-hour fest here, but a lot of these snaps where he's got the double team he's dealing with already. He cooks the double team. And then the guy, after he cooks him, just as he's about to finally go get hit pay dirt, the guy completely clotheslines him. That's tough. So why is there not production? Why is there so much of this with this tape? It's because of this kind of stuff. It's not any one thing, but when you put it all together, when you pull it all together, to me, it makes a lot of sense. When he does get that single block, when he gets a double team here initially, though this is coming down to be kind of a screenplay, he still can show you that he can get back there quickly in the pocket, create that quick pressure, and get it done. More look here after all that tape of getting held and whatnot. Let's see him getting home here. Splits through all that, gets home. Buddies get there as well. But a few factors, just to summarize this, and I know I was a little bit long-winded on that, but that's why I wanted to do this as a live stream because I couldn't fit that in a 10-minute video. Number of snaps you're played in a nose tackle role. Played in a role where you're going to take on a double team where it's going to be hard for you to produce as far as not just in tackles, but then as a pass rusher if it's going to be a pass play. The number of snaps then that we have as a pass rusher that even when he's not aligned as a nose tackle, but as a 3-tech, teams still then dedicate the 2 blockers to him. Another easy explanation to go, okay, well, that makes sense as to why there's not a little bit more productivity from this guy when they're going to put that much resources. The heavy rotation of the Texas defensive line with the number of snaps they had their defensive linemen running, where they were going to run through their backups. So yeah, Tavondre Sweat and Murphy were their stars, but to me, in any one game that I watched at Texas, they didn't lean on them in any one game. And if Texas got up in a game, which being they were a good team, if they were up by a bunch of points, they weren't going to have them out there on the field for an extra amount of time. Another thing that's going to just kind of reduce down a little bit of the productivity there, why it doesn't look as sensational as a guy like maybe a Donald look, because Donald had insane production coming out of Pittsburgh. It was top notch all the way along. Whether you want to look at the sacks, the pressure numbers, the quarterback hit, all that stuff was really good with him. And while I've said he's not Aaron Donald, well, I have said that, I do believe that with the way I can look at some of this new, really taking in this new data and the overall look at this, I can see the upside of the John Randall. I can see the guy there that is the guy that can be this great pass rusher and can be a good one for a very long time in this league because he brings a skill set that is not normal or usual to the position. Guys at 300 pounds don't tend to be this athletic, this quick. The Donald thing is the thing I think gets people tripped out about with it, but he was next. His quickness was just something that was on a whole nother level. But the John Randall style of quickness, he can bring that into play in my opinion. And that, with what it does naturally snap after snap and putting that offensive line in the pickle of, I'm going to get over to this spot. I'm going to get over this spot quicker than you can get. I can be lined up on your inside shoulder and I can get over here to your outside shoulder. And you're thinking I'm just going to shoot this gap straight up into the A gap. But what I'm going to do is post snap, I'm going to bounce all the way around. And it's that, as I say, quickness, both going lateral and getting upfield at the same time. Some guys can go lateral, right? But can you go lateral and then be also pressing forward at the same time? And so he's swooping around them to that outside shoulder, and they're cutting off the post snap. They're leaning to that first A gap. They're not thinking you're going to come to the outside shoulder. No, they're not thinking you're going to go through the dark woods to get to the path, right? They think, you're going to take the open prairie path to get there. You're not going around, but they're going around. And the second he goes around, he's so quick to getting to that spot. He's even with that offensive lineman. Here comes the rip move to cut up into the lineman as that lineman's now trying to turn back. And now he's just rolling his way to the quarterback. And he's not doing anything really fancy outside of just that, again, game he's able to play there with that offensive lineman of pick where you think I'm going to go. And if you pick wrong, I'm going to have you beat, and I'm going to have you beat really fast. So it's increased the outlook to me of his upside and the potential that this kid brings. I think he is going to be an impact player in this league. I think he is just getting warmed up. I do believe that as well, as he is new to the position. As you can see at times, he's still kind of figuring things out there a little bit fully. Like, for instance, sealing the deal. Getting those sacks where you've done all the hard work, you split the double teams, you bent around the edge, you got the quarterback dead in your sights, just now find a way to be under control there to kind of finish it up and get that sack and complete the deal. But he absolutely has the potential to be a Randall defender. He is going to be good against both the run and the pass. If it doesn't show you how good a guy at a 3-tech is going to be against the run, that they asked him in college to play so much of a predominant role as a nose tackle, I don't know what does. That is as clear as you get as a sign of saying this guy can hold up, and he can hold up well against that run game. So guy that will help this team on multiple levels, help you in the run game, help you as that force multiplier where if you're going to draw a double team down to him, you're going to see other guys have freed up options. You're going to see Mike McDonald to be able to run some games at times to be able to take advantage and feast on those offensive structures that try to build it to protecting against that Murphy factor if he can get up to becoming that type of player. And for McDonald, I think it just makes his scheme that much easier when he has a guy like this because of that. It makes his games that more intricate. It makes his games that much more harder to exactly read what you're going to do if you're just going to have to set out as an offense prior to the snap saying, we've got to dedicate 2 blockers to this one guy. We can't afford to just try to single that guy up. Another thing McDonald's scheme will do is with all of those stacked fronts, you might initially walk into the play up to the line of scrimmage and say, okay, on this play, we're doubling up Byron Murphy. Oh, we've got a double A-gap pressure blitz here with the 2 inside linebackers. Okay, let's pull the double team off. We're going to have to dedicate one guy to that. Boop, post-snap, the 2 linebackers drop into coverage, but you have your guy now, and Byron Murphy, singled up with that kind of opportunity. So ways that McDonald can both help him and ways that he can both help Coach McDonald. So again, a pick that I've taken some time initially. I like the pick in the day. I, of course, predicted the night before the draft that the Seahawks in my final mock draft were going to take Murphy. So it was no shock to me when they did pick him on the day that they selected him. But understanding him as a player and the upside he is going to bring to play here took a while to get and fully understand. But now that I do understand it and is a little bit more clear, I'm really excited about what this kid is going to bring. Let me know what you think. Am I off my rocker? Is the John Randall comparison fair? Do you have a better one? Well, let me know down here in the comments or chat. So thank you for everybody out there watching today. I really appreciate you guys for that. I want to thank all the folks that checked out the video today. It was only released a couple hours ago, and we already surged past a couple thousand views on it, so that was great to see. I appreciate you for that. Let's see how my people are doing today. Kevin Lownice, let me hit you up really quick because I know you dropped a $10 donation, a little bit late in acknowledging it. Sorry, I missed that one, my man. So my bad, but thank you nonetheless. He says, I wonder how many double teams Aaron Donald got in college. The same rate as Murphy? Go Hawks. Yeah, to me, when I watched, and it's definitely been, I remember watching tape on Donald coming out. There was, I think at that time, a little bit of a wonder if we were going to need maybe a 3-tech. And early on in the process, you wondered about him maybe dropping because of the fact he was undersized. But then the production he had coming out of college and how good he was as a player ended up winning out. I don't remember when watching the tape on Donald, him being doubled that much. It is a little bit of that hazy point, Kevin, where you go, it's going deep into the memory banks on this one a little bit, but I don't remember as much dedication as I watched with Murphy week in and week out, where it's on those both elements of you're going to play nose and get the double there. And then when you're running as a pass rusher, you're going to get doubled more often than not in that way as well. I'm sure Donald got his share of double teams, but with Murphy, it was just kind of overbearing a little bit. Even going back, especially I was surprised in going back and checking out the Alabama game from last year with Bryce Young. And that was a game where Texas was taking him in there to the brink and all that, and before Quinn Ewers got injured in that game. But even in that game, the amount of snaps that were dedicated when he was on the field to let's make sure we're taking care of this guy. Kind of eye-opening. And that's been a part of the Murphy thing for me too, Kevin, is as much as this stuff clicking into place is the way others who are very smart in the way they look at football and their understanding of football look at this kid and what he brings to the table. But thank you, Kevin. Go Hawks. I appreciate that $10 donation. And I wish I could, I tried to bring up a little bit of data on Donald with some of the analytics stuff today prior to see if I could measure some of that stuff. And unfortunately, I was not able to locate any kind of real good data on that with the doubles on Donald back in college. A little bit before the time with PFF, I suppose. Appreciate you though, man. Thank you so much. Swedish Shinobi says, Seahawks. Herbicide, what's up? Brian E. Hello. Daniel Berry. How you guys doing? It's good to see you. Megan says, TheSeahawksNest RB. Down bronchitis and working today. We'll catch up soon. Well, you get better, Megan. Fluids, rest. Don't work too hard. Don't work too hard. RHS Dragon says Byron is a dog. He was better than Aaron Donald at the same age, and he's a very intelligent and motivated human. I love to hear it, man. I love the optimism, and I'm as I say, I'm Dragon. I'm warming right up there with you on this one. I'm warming up on this one right there, step for step. Just love what I see out of this kid. Going back and checking out the tape again. Grass Daniel says you always kill the thumbnails. Well done. Thank you, Grass. I get those thumbnails right. I love it too much. I love it doing it too because it really does scratch that creative itch I always have. Swedish Zenobi says, Brandon, I thought your point in the earlier video about the amount of double teams affecting his production numbers at Texas was worth noting. It really is, which is why I wanted to do this video here, Swedish, where with the 12-minute video, I could show a couple of cut-ups. Here I can show you some even more cut-ups, and I can show them more varied between different teams. I can show you the same team over the course of the game doing it multiple times over. I can show you an SE team like Alabama where you go, well, they've got at least good enough blockers to not need to double team this guy. They can just trust their right guard. They can just trust their left guard to handle him. And no, you can't. No, you cannot. No, they could not. And they knew it, and they realized it, and they did something about it. And I'm consistent with this. This, of course, Swedish came up, as I think you knew at the time you were back there back in the day. We're talking about Clowney and Clowney's production of 4 sacks in the year he was here in 2019, because technically only 4 sacks. And a lot of what I said with that at that time with him was double and triple teams are going to affect production. If you're doing it on anybody on anywhere on a defensive line, it's going to affect a guy's production. If he's a grade A pass rusher, it's going to ding down some of that. Is there some rare guys who can overcome that stuff and still be defensive player of the year type guys? Yeah, but they're very few and far between. There's not 10 of those guys in the league, for instance. And so when you do that and you're engaged with that as a player and you're getting a heavy dosage of that over and over and over again, it can remarkably reduce your productivity. I think the fact that Seahawks lack, and I think this affects like even DK on the other side, Swedish, where it's like, you get double teamed over and over and you have an offensive scheme that can't derive plays to take advantage of those double teams. You get a little stuck a little bit. You can still be productive as a player, but it reduces down some of the top end that you can supply. And that's the argument I'd be making here, and I would make with Texas, in that that it was so all over the place. And then when you see what happens when teams do leave the back door open and allow him to have that one-on-one opportunity, and what he does with that, and you go, okay, I see how as a coach would see one of those plays and say, for the rest of the game, why don't we just go ahead and put 2 guys on Murphy, okay? Can we do that? Devondre's not going to play more than 10 snaps. We ran 2 plays in a row and hurry up on him, and he's just about gassed out. 2 guys, okay, boys? Two all day. I don't care. Slide it. Figure it out. That's how I picture the press box conversation going. Brian says PFF names Olu as a breakout Hawk for the 2024 season. I like it. I like it from PFF standpoint. It's interesting to see, too, from their spot on that, Brian, because I think they had Olu rated as the 63rd, 64th best center in football last year, something in that neighborhood of things. So they didn't seem to think very highly of how he played necessarily last year, but he didn't play a lot. And so it would certainly be great for the Seahawks if that is your breakout player on that offensive line with what you've started to do to kind of recalibrate your guard position. Maybe we start to see this offensive line finally get to be turned into a good direction where it stops being a bit of a sieve and a detriment to the team and starts to be an overall benefit. It's been a long time since we felt like that about the offensive line, I think. Seahawks Gaming says, every time I see Sam Howell in a Hawks jersey, I see Baker Mayfield. Well, they've got similar bodies. They look kind of the same in the way that they're built, I would say. But yeah. That also might be where he is as a player too. It's going to be fun to watch how Sam Howell looks. Preseason got a whole lot more interesting. Casey says, did other defensive players make it? Did other defensive players make it? You might have to Casey, you might have to expand on what you mean by did other defensive players make it. You might have been talking to somebody in the chat there. Ricardo says, man, I'm worried about throwing out these crazy comments from Murphy. I hope we don't end up jinxing him. I don't believe in jinxing. Swedish, just remember that YouTube video of that one drunk chick coming loose at the seams over Manning and the Broncos getting dominated in front of the entire planet. I want more of that. I do too. That would be nice. Who would be the best AFC team to play again in the Super Bowl? Breaking the Broncos' hearts be just too much fun. Getting the revenge back from the Patriots or the Steelers. Hawks 80 says it's so nice being able to come to this channel and not have to listen to ridiculous trade rumors. Yeah, I'm not going to be pushing or broaching any trade rumor things. I don't think there's nothing going to be happening until I see something different. It's all Hawks 80. It's all clickbaiters until I see something from confirmation from somebody on legit sources on any of this stuff. Brian E says the defensive tackles alone are going to let Nwosu and Mafe eat. It's going to be very hard to clear yourself off, and when you want to do just like I was shooting on those duo blocks, when you're going to want to try to get off, be it Williams or Murphy or Jaron Reed. And I think these guys are going to do a really good job of, especially getting those rotations set where they don't get tired out over the course of the game, of really being able to force those blockers to stay at the point of attack on the linemen, not scrape down to that second level and climb on in there and give the linebackers that true chance, because linebackers play very much becomes impacted by those linemen up front being able to get that done or not get that done. We all remember in 2022 with Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks back there, and how many second level blocks were those guys having to deal with over the course of games, where teams just felt so comfortable one-on-oneing everybody across the board on the defensive line, knowing they always were going to drive down two guys into that second level for our linebackers, and both Barton and Brooks got overwhelmed. So having those guys is a big part of starting the stop of the run game woes and issues that we've been having. Nick Guzman says, good evening, B and 12. Hope everyone's having a great night. I hope you are too, Nick. Thank you, man. And I am having a great night. Brian says, I've got this feeling that our pass rush is going to dine this season. Of course, we've got a low bar to start from. We do indeed. I think there's a lot of potential here, Brian, with this, and that potential to me kind of exists all across the board. Could it take a year to kind of iron out the wrinkles? It could. Could it find its calibration very quick because there's been such an opening for this kind of advantage to be built into this defensive personnel that's on this team, and that the personnel is well suited to be able to handle some of the more pressurized looks and whatnot? Yeah, I think they are. But it gets hard. It's hard to know exactly when it's going to click into place. I will say this, Brian, whether it happens now or whether it's going to take a season, it is going to happen. And I do trust in their decision to go with McDonald here, even though he's a defensive coach, and that there is a room for, in this game, a defensive coach to still go out there and find success. Just got to make the right hire on that one, and I think we did. Herbicide, I wonder with Draymond moving to edge if that will take away snaps from Uchenna and Mafe. I hope not. I like Uchenna and Mafe. Yeah, I got a little bit of blowback. I put a clips video out on my other channel there with talking about the Draymond Jones move and just kind of finding it a little bit odd. And I was perplexed, and people started giving me a little bit of hell about it, sort of, no, he's great. He's amazing out there. And I wonder, and I go, well, if the draw is, if I'm a defensive coordinator like McDonald there, I think the draw is to go, okay, well, Draymond's out there on early snaps, Herbicide, which means he's going to be likely the early rundown defender, as you're more likely to run on early downs than you are to pass, which means that the pass rush snaps then become a little more limited for Draymond. Conversely, then you would think the run defense snaps for Mafe and Uchenna also go down a little bit with that. Say nothing of the fact that if Derek Hall does develop and he's going to need his chunk of snaps, how does that all kind of work out? And to me, logically speaking, it all kind of breaks down to those other three guys end up kind of being divvied up with the pass rush snaps, and Draymond ends up being the early down run defender guy. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe that's not the way they'll roll it, but it feels like it's going to, I mean, that's how they kind of rolled it last year. Seahawks Gaming, all those wide receivers in Chicago, like Shane Waldron's going to use them, might as well drafted Brock Bowers. You knew he would have used the tight ends, Seahawks Gaming, right? He would have had Bowers in the backfield. Yeah, we'll see with Keenan Allen. He's always, it seems like in the recent years, going to have some kind of hammy thing at some point or another and be out for about 8 or 9 weeks. But yeah, they've gone heavy on the wide receivers, that's for sure. They're buying into that. Misfits is egregious holding. I'm glad I wasn't the only one seeing that, Misfit. There were some pretty bad ones on the tape with Murphy where I'd be just, if I was Murphy, I would have been getting up like, really? What do they got to do? Stab me and then twist the knife 6 inches away from your face? Nick Guzman says, I've seen clips of Murphy breaking double teams like it's absolutely nothing. I'm only getting more excited the more I see of him. As me and you are in the same place on that, Nick. That's where I've gotten to it as well. It's these guys at the college level don't deal with double teams well. Guys splitting double teams, guys holding their ground against double teams, nose tackle, 3-tech, it don't matter. That's not something guys do at the college level and do it with like he did over and over. Because he played so many snaps as a nose tackle, you have so many snaps to go off of with him in that double team situation. And, you know, he handles it really well. And just that power, the explosive power with the quickness, the hand usage, the effort, it all sort of combines together. And I'm glad that I'm not the only one getting really excited about this kid, or getting more excited the more that I kind of understand how his last season went, especially how teams dealt with him, why the production wasn't necessarily at that spot you typically would expect to see it from a defensive tackle that would be picked in sort of the middle part of that first round area. Brian says, this video plus the earlier release show all you need to know why he went 16. Hell yeah. Well, that was the goal, Brian. So it sounds like we hit the goal just like I was hoping to. JL says, perfect timing, B. I got a bunch of stuff to do around the house. Let's effing go, Hawks. Let's go. Herbicide, yeah, it says, yeah, Murphy's a beast. You just can't compare him to Donald. Different type of player. Yes, exactly. And Donald's a guy that I do feel like, with us having that close-up view, that he is one of those just special players that I don't know if we're going to see a Donald again. I don't know if we'll quite get a guy like that again. Probably at some point in NFL history, there'll be a guy into that kind of realm that will go, that's Donald. But he's going to be a guy that, if you're going to make that comp to him of a different player, that comp is going to be, you're going to know it kind of when you see it, I guess. You know, just that whole different level of gear of explosion and power, especially for a guy his size. DJ says Murphy's going to be hybrid LJ Collier and Blake McDowell. Regardless, as even if he doesn't have the sack numbers, he's going to eat double teams, which will help Nwosu and Mafe. Amen. That's right. You got an interior guy that can take those double teams, and especially in this scheme. I mean, hell, say nothing with those guys in the edge, Ricardo, just you bring a blitz. How do you get free rushers? How do you get to a place with blitzers where you overload? Yeah, that's a way you can do it. You overload an offensive lineman. You got 5 blockers, we're going to send 6 guys. You got 6 blockers, we're going to send 7 guys. But another way to do it is, I got an offensive line that's going to dedicate 2 of his guys to one player. Now I just have to overload the rest. I got to throw one more guy in the mix. It's kind of a different style of overload than just the other is. And gives others a chance to eat. It takes the defense that can take advantage of this. If you have a guy like, for instance, the Carolyn defense, the Coach Carroll defense, where you're just going to really bring the front forward. You're not going to bring the stack fronts. You're not looking to bring pressure looks. Well, then you're not able as much to take advantage of that with that stuff, you know, conversely speaking. That's why I say you don't have to be super blitz heavy in this day and age, but you do have to do it at least at a moderate amount of level to where you can keep offenses both honest. And then if you do have a guy like this that can command those double teams, you can also then manufacture pressure around it. by your use of then those blitz packages. Jordan says, how can you compare Murphy to... He was definitely making a joke on that, Jordan. That was definitely sarcasm. Jordan says, I really wish Malik didn't make dumb decisions. His first step quickness was nutty. Yeah, I remember old videos watching between Malik and I think Solomon Thomas was the guy coming out that year, and you looked at Malik's work coming out of Michigan State, and you went, man, that is so much better. This kid's got so much more upside than this Thomas guy. And of course, Thomas ended up going to the Niners, I think the top 10 or something like that. But Malik was a freak. He had a freak show skill set, no doubt about that. Man, John had the character concerns going into that pick and still made it. And it was really driven as much just that we're able to get a guy with this kind of special level of talent that we haven't seen come across our desk here in years since we've been picking so deep into the draft. I got to do it. I got to do it. My God, I got to do it. Don't do it, John. I got to do it. Johnny likes ATVs. I got to do it. But he was good. He was good. Nick says, yo, imagine if he ends up being LJ. Please, God, no. Yeah, he won't be LJ. There's a reason that I freaked out on the LJ Collier pick back in the day and lost it, because there was no going back and watching the tape on that guy, and then it suddenly all makes sense. With LJ Collier, he didn't have the hand usage of a Byron Murphy. He didn't have 10% of the hand usage of Byron Murphy. LJ Collier was going to try to turn you into a tackle dummy, walk you back with the power, and that was all he was going to do as far as the college level. Yeah, 3 sacks or something in his final year. I mean, no production. He's also an edge guy. So yeah, completely different players. Thomas over at my eyes didn't have the quickness or pass rush skills to translate. Yeah, I didn't like Solomon Thomas either. Alex says LJ Collier was a 3rd round talent. We reached hella, or if he should be at least hella decent. Yeah, agreed. LJ was like a late 3rd round kind of talent when you looked at him on tape, and that's definitely not where you would look at with Byron Murphy with him. I was thinking with LJ, there's no way he had anywhere near the same double teams Murphy had. Sentai Ranger Donnie, how you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. And R.I.P. to Daphne Coleman, one of the greats. James Stradley says, if he can play like this in the NFL and you put him next to the big cat, look the F out. Indeed. Indeed. I just come back to, as I said in that video today, and as I've said many times over, you got the best defensive player in this draft. If I took a 32-team poll across the general managers in this league and I said, okay, give me your best defensive player in this draft, bar none. Don't give me the guy that's your need or your reach or your bop, but a bop. I do believe that Byron Murphy gets more votes than anybody else. Now, I can't prove this one, so it's obviously just me talking out my wazoo, but I do believe it. And you're right. If he can play this way with Big Cat, think about this, as I've said too. Mike McDonald in his ever-evolving defense. Let me say that again. This isn't a McDonald defense that stands in place and is based on rigidity. It's one that's based on continuing to mold and develop over time. And the development that you see him doing is the cascading effect coming down from the safeties, down to the linebackers, down to the defensive linemen. And I'm talking right down the middle. And what do I mean by that? You have 2 safeties, split safeties. I want my free safety now to do strong safety stuff, my strong safety to do free safety stuff. Now I'm going to start to bring this forward. Now my linebackers, my 2 inside linebackers, I got a Mike linebacker, I got a Will linebacker. This is 2 positions that have been different in what I tend to require from each. Because you're a good Mike isn't going to mean that you're going to be a good Will. I might need a different skill set kind of guy, a different kind of build of a guy. Think the difference between a Bobby Wagner to a KJ Wright. But with Mike Macdonald now, the cascading effect is to come down to the linebackers and say, no, there will be no Mike. There will be maybe no Will, as he talked about in that press conference. You might have more often than not, this guy will tend to be the Mike play in and play out, but they can flip it at any given time. They can change those roles at any given time, just like they can do with the safeties on the back end. And now we get up to the front. The cascade continues. The wave continues onto his ideology and the ever-developing part of this ideology. Because now you have in Byron Murphy a guy that has played nose tackle and has played 3-tech. And you have in a guy in Leonard Williams who has done what? Played nose tackle and played 3-tech. He has nose tackle size, but able to play 3-tech. That's the big cat. That's essentially what you have in this guy. That's what part of what makes Williams ultimately so unusual in his own way, is that guys that big don't tend to move that well. So now you can flip it also all the way up to your defensive tackles, from the safeties to the linebackers to the defensive tackles. As I, as an offense, try to identify what players are doing what and who is where, and here's our nose, and here's our Mike, and there's the Will, and here's this. Now you're not going to be able to kind of figure out what's what or who's playing what necessarily technique on a given play, which makes that unpredictability, which is at the heart of Mike Macdonald's scheme, that much more dangerous and lethal. That much more hard to deal with, that much more disguised and uncertain pre-snap as to what is going on. The more you get an offense, to me, uncertain in this day and age, the more you can get to the place of dominating, because so many of these quarterbacks are so well coached up. You see it here, go here. Think Brock Purdy, right? Come back to this, keeping things kind of as simple and easy as they can. And I think you're able to remove a lot of that simplicity, a lot of that ease of figuring out what a defense is doing prior to the snap when you have all of this mixture in the roles and what these guys can do, and not just in a secondary, not just in the safety group, not just in the linebacker group, but now down to your defensive tackles. I said this even about a Jaron Reed. What's Jaron Reed's background? Comes out of Alabama as a nose tackle, as a 1-tech, as a 0-tech. Great in that role. Run stuffer coming out with a little bit of pass rush he can give you. Comes to the Seattle Seahawks, they turn him into more of a 3-tech, basically as much as anything out of need, because Michael Bennett was moving on and you need to have somebody fill that role, and he did it well enough. So he's played some 3-tech and he's played some 1-tech. These are not guys that you're going to have who have been spending their whole careers doing this, and now you're going to force them to do that. As Macdonald said, for instance, about his inside linebackers in Tyrell Dodson and Jerome Baker, these are two guys that have both played Will. These are two guys that have both played Mike. I said about Williams, he's played nose tackle, he's played 3-tech. Murphy's played 3-tech, he's played nose tackle. Jaron Reed has played 3-tech, he's played comes out as a 1-tech, basically as a nose tackle out of Alabama, turned to a 3-tech through a lot of his career, went back to a nose tackle last year. You're not going to have to force their fluidity between these positions. It just comes out of the box. It comes with them. And I think Macdonald is moving this direction with his defense where it becomes formless in so many ways. The way teams are attacking defenses now in this modern era, as much as it's the form. Cover 3, off coverage. Corner's likely to drop and bail. I can attack underneath. Cover 2, you'll go to the corners. You'll have the corners up and press. They'll be running trail. Can I get it into the honey hole spot? Can I hit a post inside the safety before he can come up from the cover 2? Maybe I'll just dink and dunk you underneath then. There's a way, a very easy, dialable way for these offenses to go against these particular style defenses that are rigid in their structure to what they are. If you're unrigid, if you can be completely, as I say, formless in your shape, now they can't just know what to attack easy peasy. Now you can attack what is their glaring weakness. John M429, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, John. Good to see you in the house tonight too, brother. Just gotta do it. How does Christopher Walken feel about Murphy and how the other teams view him in the NFC West? Haha. I'll tell you now, John, listen to me now. Please, just hear me out. Seahawks fans, you want the best player in the draft on the defensive side of the ball. I'll tell you how you do it now. Byron Murphy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. What's going on Watkins says all these offensive players picked again and again, no defender. And then the Colts, we need a pass rusher. He says, listen to him. He's speaking. He's telling you. We got the best pass rusher in the draft. His Colts general manager says, wow, you didn't say best defensive player. You said rusher pass. Why not the other? I ask. Does Watkins. I'm going to tell you what I think about the best defensive player. It reminds me of 85. King of New York was coming out, stardom, Oscars, Academy, whatever. That's how I lived. And this man from Minnesota, like a lumberjack, 6 feet tall, couldn't have been bigger than a little dynamo, comes out of Minnesota, this small Viking, and he lays waste the NFL. Now I look at this man, John, this similar sized man, John, this pint-sized man compared to the monsters play this game. And I say, I see him again. That Viking from the north has come again. And that quaking you hear, if you listen close, like a conch shell in your ear, if you listen real close, you hear the cries from the NFC West and the tears. They roll down to the frickin' cheek. Watkins stoked, John. Watkins feeling it. They're not going to be able to handle him. They all think they're going to run, John. They all think they can run. Run, NFC West. Run fast. Run far. You're not going to get away. The big cat. Murphy, they're going to take you down. Thank you, John. Appreciate you. Walking stoked. He's super, super hyped for this one. Besides, as I saw a report that says that Uchenna going down was the reason our D sucked last year. I don't know if it's necessarily the reason in itself the D sucked last year. I think you had a thin unit to begin with off the rip. I think the team had hoped for Darrell Taylor, of course, to come forward faster. I think they'd hoped for some other things like Derek Hall to be a little bit stronger in his first season. And so what looked like a kind of a strong edge group coming into the year got weakened really quickly the second Uchenna went down. And once your edge group was weakened, you already had some problems on the inside as far as depth goes, to where it was the thing that sort of just allowed the floor to give out at that point. But, was that the singular thing in itself that caused the defense to suck last year? No, not necessarily. It's just that it couldn't sustain off of kind of one thing. It needed all hands on deck last year to get anything done. And you lost one of your main hands on deck, and it was done at that point. But, it definitely was the place where the defense had no more. That was where they were going backwards at that point moving forward. I will say that. Sam Dog, the infamous, says this dude's going to bring the heat. There's no way in hell we finish last in our division like Cal Herr predicted. We're about to kick some ass. I like it. Sam Dog. As Jordan says below you on this one, I do agree with it. When it comes to Cowherd, he is wrong more often than I can even consider. I was listening to him today talking about, he was trying to talk up Kyler Murray, and he was calling Kyler Murray special. Like, he's all over the place with the opinions and where he at and how he stands and what he thinks. And whenever you hear him speak, you don't even know if really what you're getting is what he really thinks, or just something that he's pre-chambered and calibrated as to having maximum impact if he says it. Yeah, I can't speak to the other sports on that, Jordan, but definitely when it comes, I agree with you on that. I think when it comes to the NFL, at least with him, his takes in the NFL are sometimes brutal. He still can't let go of Sam Darnold. He was trying to talk up Sam Darnold, Minnesota. I was going, really? You sure? Isaac said Murphy went to the same high school as Von Miller. That's crazy. That is crazy. I didn't know that. Maybe there's something in the water out there. Riverside needs to learn how to tackle. Yes, indeed. He needs to learn how to seal the deal, man. Misfit says, good thing Murphy didn't have the 19 sacks he was supposed to have, or we wouldn't have had him on our team. Yeah, that's true. It does maybe help us gather him in at this point because of that. No sack, but still wreaking havoc. That's right. Regardless, as I doubt he's a sack machine in the NFL, but he doesn't need to be. As long as he's disrupting and taking double teams, he makes it easier for others to get sacks. Plus, he's great in the run game. Amen there, Ricardo. And I think that's definitely what we're saying here is that you don't have even as the need here for him to be a 15, 16, 17 sack guy on the inside, which is very rare to find. Even a guy in John Randall who had his epic amount of production as he did through the course of his career. A lot of that was on the back of playing, I think, 13, 14 years as a pro. And so he was just consistent every year and hammering out those 10 kind of sack seasons. And I would agree with you. It's hard on that inside to get that kind of production because of the amount of double teams. Again, we come back to that. If I get doubled more than those edge guys are, and interior guys, if they're going to create problems inside where they can create that consistent pressure, they're going to pull the double teams to them more often than the edge guys will, unless the edge guys are equally game wreckers. And so it's harder to get that kind of level of production on that inside, Ricardo. But creating pressures, creating havoc, drawing the double teams, as you say, being stout in the run game, which is also what he brings to the table, no doubt about it. You're going to have a tremendous player in that minimum, I think, even on his kind of floor front of things. Drip Skylark says, love Byron, feel better than last year, passing on Carter. I love it, Drip. I think I'm definitely warming into that kind of range of things with it. And certainly with Byron Murphy, you have none of the character concerns that, even though I know Carter got through the first season full and clear in this front of things, but there's no guarantee that continues to sustain, that something couldn't come up and nip up at that point. So, that's the other part where Byron gives you a lot of, I think, free and clearness there on that side of it. Ryan says the college refs know better than the NFL. There's some brutal spots with them where you just go, boy, what does a guy got to do to get a holding call? I get that we want to let the players play, but if you're dragging a guy down by his shoulder pad and it's after he's cleared through the offensive lineman, like the guy's doing it because he's panicking and he knows he's beat, just like a cornerback that's got a bomb coming and he takes the receiver and pulls back on the jersey. Like, well, that's pass interference or at least holding. You got to do the same on these kind of calls if you see it blatantly at the college level. But it's weird with college. They do the same thing on the edges with the cornerbacks. Like for some weird reason in college, they decide that they're just going to let these corners maul receivers up the football field. It's kind of wild. Herbert says, do you guys see Murphy getting lighter? Donald came in the NFL at 285 and went down to 260. Murphy was a linebacker at one point. I think it's possible. You kind of want to find that magical weight that's the perfect right weight for you. 260 seems a bit much to go down to, but could he end up playing at 285-ish? Yeah, I could see that. I think Herbicide, he gained weight coming into the combine. Like, I don't think part of the reason I think he didn't run a faster 40 in Murphy was because he gained the weight to get himself up close to 300 pounds. And if you had him more at his kind of given weight at probably 290-ish is what he probably played at, 288 or something like that he's probably a lot more quicker even at that point. But it was going to be the question of the weight with him, not the speed or quickness thing. Game says, so he was getting held and double teamed all season. Well, in the NFL, where they'll call a penalty for sneezing and double teams are reserved for the very best, I think he'll do great. Laughing out loud. You're picking up what I'm putting down, Game. I mean, that's where I come at this from, more of this being that easy peasy evaluation where I can show you the guy's first step quickness and him mounting a truckload of pressures and hurries and sacks and being the TFL machine at the college level. That's easy to show you that with the kind of player to show. I think with this one, it gets harder to kind of, where you have to do a little bit of math on this, where you go, yeah, teams can't, we're not going to put him as a nose tackle that often, and teams aren't going to double him that much at the pro level. And if they do, as many people have said, posting above on this Game, that means you're going to be feasting in other places in other areas. Part of last year, for instance, Boye Mafe having the start to the season he had, 8 games in a row, 9 games in a row with a sack, was a lot of that was before Uchenna Nwosu went down. And because Uchenna was actually when there was a double team to go out along that defensive line, it was going to Uchenna because Boye hadn't proven himself yet. And so even if it comes in that form, it's still a benefit to the team, and you can still utilize that. But I have to think that he busts through the pocket, and an offensive lineman pulls him down. Let's grab one. Let's show one of these again here. Where this ain't a good one. Let's go with this one here where he wins the rep here. And you can just look at the guy panicking. Look at the guy going, oh, like he falls to his knees and reaches for him and just rips him right down. And it ain't like these guys are in the middle of the clutter of hole here. Like he's busted through. He's breaking through. Look at him. Oh no. Ah! Give me a call, ref. Give me a call. Swedish says Michael Bennett never was going to lead the league in sacks, but so many plays he turned into absolute chaos by destroying a blocker or two in front of him and ruining the entire play. Well said on your guys' part on this. Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a different metric, I would say, on the inside with these defensive linemen, because it is more about that chaos and getting in the backfield and just wrecking plays, changing the direction of a running back. The play was supposed to come here. I got to go and now bust this back over here. And that's what he's going to bring to the table. Absolutely. Jordan says, see, runs like that make me wonder why Penix wasn't used on rollouts more. I would think on this, I may be wrong on this, Jordan. I don't know if Grubb trusted as much of Penix's ability to throw on the move. That's a lot of times on his tape when you would see the accuracy go into some weird places, specifically dirting it or sailing it up over the head of guys. And I think Grubb just didn't always trust. Sometimes Penix would move on the run and he'd let it go and it looks really nice. And then there'd be other times where even on a pretty simple throw, he ends up just kind of trickles out of his hand a bit. I understand the injury history, but yeah, I don't think it was the injury history on that, because you can always tell the guy rolling out, just you're cleared of the tackle box. You can just throw it up to the sticks, and if it's not there, rather than you got to go run it. So I don't think it was that. I think it was more of just doesn't necessarily trust him as a throw on the run guy. Games is my one wish with him is that we can be on the other end of the, oh my God, Geno clip, laughing out loud. That would be nice. That was a rough look week one where you went, oh, where you go, I get a Geno. I do get a Geno. I ain't talking, I'd say that I'd be saying a whole lot more than just that if I was in your position. You guys would hear me probably say every swear word, and then there'd be a little brown spot in the bottom of my pants as I let go of the game. Like, as he released that ball, did he release? Yes, Bob, I think he did. My God. Well, it's Aaron Donald. Can't blame the kid. He's going to need to get that changed in the locker room quick. Waddle over to the sideline. Whole stadium looking at you. Don't make eye contact. Brian Meyer says a young John Randall would be a dream for this D. Yes, he would. Can you imagine if we got a John Randall just added to this defense? It's getting me hyped. Ricardo, he's got to learn how to finish, man. Finish is a part of this here with him, and that's there's not a huge bunch of things for him to clean up. Obviously, technique can always get more refined. He's somewhat new to the position, but getting to a place of understanding how to get under control as you come to the quarterback to finish it up. You've done the hardest part. You've split the double team. You've made the move to clear yourself and get yourself an angle to the quarterback. Now you need to, how do you come under the proper controlled form there to come and make a good form tackle and get the guy to the ground? And that's the next part he needs to learn. I think you can learn that. I don't think that's either guy or not, and especially for a guy that is a kind of new to the position. It's understandable. Because he's in the house addicted. It's nice to hear chat about Murphy instead of power washing my pickleball court. Does that sound naughty? It does sound naughty. I know I like to listen to podcasts when I wash down my pickleball court. Ems win. Let's go, Ems. Get it done. Let's go, Mariner. Swedish is not to get too carried away, but what if Murphy is an all-pro as a rookie? What is this team's ceiling and how quick do you get there? I think that the team's ceiling this year is probably like a 12-win season. That's not the prediction I have for them on the year. That's not what I'm saying they're going to hit to. I do think that this is a tough year to predict on the Seahawks. I think that there's a big wide spectrum of where they could land as far as their final win-loss total. I also kind of think that even if he came in and was giving you that kind of season, Swedish, if this makes sense, it's almost like these other factors are so big in how they loom. I think that they would override even Murphy's impact coming onto the defense in doing that. Not that wouldn't certainly measurably help this defense out a ton, but I do think that it's going to be the onboarding of both of the new systems and how fast that can happen that will determine ultimately this team's ceiling this year, as opposed to any one player or any other player that might break out on this team. Can you get this spread system instituted? Bam, bam, right on, rolling it, let it, can they hit the ground running? You've got the talent to make that happen, sure. And then defensively, I think even as a larger question mark, can McDonald get his very complex scheme instituted on a defense that's been very simple and is turning over a lot of different players, not a lot of, but a good number of players on this team in certain spots like safety position. We'll see. We'll see on that. So it's possible, and it would help, Swedish. I'm not saying that it wouldn't help, but if you had that happen, for instance, Swedish, and then the team struggled to onboard the spread system, the team struggled to onboard the McDonald system, well, then it would have an impact, but it would be not negated, but it would be at least lessened a little bit by that other stuff that would, I think, loom a little larger. Drip Skylark, I salute you. Thank you so much. Good to see you in the chat, man. John, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. He says, thanks, Brandon. You're walking, never gets old. I love him, John. Byron Murphy. Learn the name now. Well, don't. At your own peril. The next John Randall. I'm telling you. I thought it was something, John, coming out of that premiere, King of New York. They said, it's going to be like the new Godfather. And then I saw a Viking game, John Randall. I'm telling you, again, here he is. Is reincarnation real? I don't know. You tell me, John. Looks like maybe so. Appreciate you, man. Get my walking's a little rough today. Completely on point. Yeah, he's a little rough. He's hanging in there. Please do hit that like button if you could for me, please. I would appreciate you guys. Brian SeahawksNest, who is our defensive line coach this year? Someone who can squeeze out the best Murphy's got. Forget who. Isn't just Dirty doing it? Is he not the line coach? I don't know why I'm completely spacing on. Justin Hines. So he was an assistant defensive line coach for the Bears in 2022, 2023. Don't have a lot to go on him with that. But Dirty's background is as a defensive line coach. And I think when you look at Dirty's impact, the place that I'm really looking for from him is, number one, he's done, I think, a pretty good job of developing the line talent there on that Dallas team over the course of these last few years. The work that, and certainly I think Dan Quinn's got to get some credit here because Dan Quinn's got a defensive line coach background too, I believe. So, he certainly gets some of that as well. But the use of stunts in Dallas, they were the most heavy stunt team in the league. And you watch a guy like Murphy with his skill set and his quickness and his ability to kind of, do that looping roll that you can do as a stunter. That fits well into what he does. And I think that's the place that if you're looking for the specific spot, I think they'll try to roll is a lot of stunting and looping, especially when they're running out of the 4-man looks on the defensive line. Because that will fit really well to this guy's skill set. Well, with Big Cat too, because he moves so well. Even Jaron Reed does that stuff really well too. I don't know too much about Justin Hines, though. Sweetie says, yes, Brandon, I was here for the Clowney days. Hell, I've been here for the Rufus Porter and Jacob Green days. Barely. 85 Bears was the first sports team followed. Became a Hawks fan the next season. Yeah, I'm in the, it's somewhere for me in the 83, 84 season I came into being a Seahawks fan. It's somewhere 82, 83, 84. I can bear it. It's can't quite get the exact time frame in there, but somewhere in that spot I came into the understanding. But I remember Rufus Porter, man, he was crazy. And you talk about a player perfectly suited for the AstroTurf of the Kingdom with his quickness. But he had some really good production there, short period of time. We're getting old, man. We're getting old. Holiest Hand Grenades B, X Defiant drops tomorrow, free to all game. It's the one made by the OG Modern Warfare 1 and 2 team. I'll check it out, Holiest Hand Grenade. I'll give it a run. I've been liking Helldivers 2. It's just, man, it's a little bit for me, Holiest Hand Grenade. It's like the vibes I got when I played the VR stuff with Oculus Rift at first, where you get in the game and at first you're just like, yeah, let's go. Freedom. And then you get going through and you're like, all right, we're doing this again. Here we go. Freedom. And then you're like, all right, we're going to do this again. Freedom. And you go, okay, is there anything more? There's something else in this game. Come on, give me something else. I like it. I'll still play it and stuff, but it needs something extra. I don't know what that is. But I'll check that out. X Defiant. Okay. I love it, man. Best kind of game is free game. Don says we totally missed on the linebacker in this draft. The midfield is hollow. We'll see, Don. We'll see. They certainly felt really good about Tyrell Dotson and Jerome Baker to bring those guys in, and they do fit to the defense. But I'm with you. It would have been really nice to be able to get Junior Colson. Man, that would have been great to snag him, or one of these other inside linebackers that were really good. And the team kind of went for the guy in Tyrese Knight that I think a lot of us were sort of meh on. I mean, that's my least favorite pick of this draft and remains so. But we'll see how it goes with that. We may come to find next year, Don, to your point, that we're having to address both inside linebacker positions in the draft and deal with them early because the situation plays out as you say. Scooby says, hey, everyone. I hope everyone's well, especially you, B and Megan, wherever you are. Thank you. Appreciate you, Scooby. You too, man. You as well. Dom Canzo came through today. Okay, come on, Dom. Dom, you need to hit a home run. I need you to hit a home run. For Sicily. For your people. Snell says, B, don't worry. Future Hall of Fame linebacker Devin Richardson's on the team now. There we go. Well, all is well then. All is well. Scooby says, I'm just fresh off having a Facebook argument with some random about Geno Smith's play last year and him trying to tell me he played average to poorly. I disagreed naturally. Yeah, it's a tough, it's Scooby. It's been a tough battle in here. And it's been one that I haven't quite understood because, in my opinion, I think he's done so much more than people paint the portrait of him. But, it's, I think I was hearing with Coward on with 710 talking about this earlier today, or he was on there, it came up on the feed. So I was just listening to it because he was talking about where he saw Seattle and how good or bad they would be. And right around the place he was talking about being Kyler Murray being special, touched on Geno Smith. And it just all comes back to just, there's no new data being brought in here with Geno. It's all like even Colin goes back and is referencing bust and this type of stuff. That's 10 years ago. Why are we locked on that when he first came in the league to an organization in bad shape at that time that wasn't ready for any quarterback to come in and find success at? But nuance never finds its way into the Geno Smith discussion. And I also just think, as I've joked, I don't think Scooby, I think after you've had this argument with this person in the Facebook argument, I think you would agree. I feel like, and I've joked about this, but I believe in my bones, Geno could literally go out there and command an MVP Super Bowl winning performance He could be walking over there, confetti, 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 lifting the Lombardi trophy, smiling coach, smiling Schneider, and I would be looking in my comment section going, that feels so great for Geno. Now, can we go get our quarterback of the future? And I joke, but I do think it's real. I just think that people look at him as this bust, or people look at him as sort of, secondhand clothing, I guess. I don't. But you don't get a lot of substance when you get into those debates, I find, Scooby, because they end up bringing up stuff that has nothing to do with the price of business right now. Talking about things that were 10 years ago or things outside of his control. Even listening to Salk, who at least brought up a little bit of defense of Geno in the discussion, as Cowherd's just kind of talking crap at this point, where he's just talking about Geno and, and Salk says, but he had the most comeback wins of anybody in the NFL last year. And I mean, even in his response to Salk bringing that up, Cowherd just completely blew right past Salk's question or realization of that and ended up spinning back around to, when something's on the line, you need your quarterback. That's what determines their value. It's like, well, Salk just told you that he did that as well as anybody in the NFL. So shouldn't that mean then his value increases? No, he's just average. It's never going to move the needle with those people, I don't think, Scooby. And I quite don't understand why. It's hard to find good quarterback play in this league. It isn't easy. Some people you talk to, Scooby, you think that they all just grow on trees, that we have an extra silos filled of them, they're in the silo. You just need to go out there and get them, and you can have one. You just got to be willing to reach into the silo and pull them out. No, they're actually very hard to find. A lot of those guys in the first round end up flaming out. Don says, who's the captain or captains on the Hawks? Good question. Shoot. Holy mackerel. Well, I would think Uchenna Nwosu would probably be a good candidate over on the defensive side. Jaron Reed, obviously another guy too in there, I think that could make some sense. Offensively, Tyler Lockett, obviously, I think has been the guy that they've looked to before on this. Nobody stands out on the offensive line to me necessarily. So Geno, Tyler, or DK is kind of your options there. I don't know if DK fits to want to do that stuff necessarily. He talked about that a couple of years ago. Maybe not, something he would want to fit into, but Geno's probably your ideal, I guess, offensively. Hard to say though, Don. I think Jaron or Uchenna on defense, I feel a lot more confident about that one. Nick says, is Christian Haynes going to be better than Phil Haynes? Yes. Much better mover in space, just more complete player, more ready to play coming out than Haynes was coming out. Better as a run blocker. Casey says, it seemed like more bad than good when it mattered most. Third down was terrible, but was also in unfavorable third down situations a lot. I do expect the offense, including Geno, to look a lot better this year. Yes, I mean, even with where they were third down, still the 8th most efficient team in football last year, which is, speaks to definitely being able to, get stuff put together as far as competent, consistent drives. I think obviously not the play calling held them back. I think you mentioned a little bit of the third down situations, so many third and longs. Their ability in pass protections to hold up, where a team like Baltimore Ravens showed that you can exploit the protections last year of the Seahawks by running those stack fronts, and we don't have a way to deal with them. Our approach is very just not good on that. And so that stuff factored in. Of course, Casey, the lack of target in the middle of the field factors in on this. The predictability of if we were in second and long last year, we were the most predictable team in the league at our high rate of then running the ball on second and long. That if we got into a second 11 and second and 12, you could almost predict with absolute certainty that the Seahawks were going to run the ball. And that run was likely to probably be an A gap run at that, an A or B gap run, which is just back to that predictability angle. And then we go back to a lot of different things that are predictable and that stuff I just talked about for the defense on the other side of it. So when a defense starts to be a step ahead of everything and predict what your offense is going to do, is that your players failing, or is that your offensive system putting you in a position to kind of fail rather than succeed? And I'm not saying that I have that as I know the answer on that one way or the other, but I think that's the question. Ricardo says, Chenault is a good kick returner, right? Eskridge can also cook as long as he doesn't get hit. Laughing out loud. We just got to tell Ricardo, Eskridge, get as much as you can get, and then just at one point or another in the middle of your kick return, I want you to just go lateral 90 degrees and get to the out-of-bounds marker. I don't care if you have to dive for the out-of-bounds marker to avoid being tackled. Get what you can get, lateral your way then to the sideline. Or we have a guy running behind him and he pitches to the guy before he's about to be tackled to avoid him getting hit. Chenault last year wasn't asked to do a lot. He hasn't been asked to do a lot, Ricardo, as far as a high volume of returns in his career. So it's been something that's been a little bit of reduced down, but he did it well last year. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Ricardo, he only had like 4 returns as a kick returner last year. But if you look at his average, both him and Eskridge would be essentially 2 of the top 3 kick returners from last year, both of them coming with heavy sample sizes from last season amongst the returners in the league. But he did it well in the few times that he did do it. Yeah. Don says, is Lucas good or not? Good to go or not? It's still a little bit in uncertain territory. We've heard nothing dark-wise that it's not bouncing back with the surgery and that he's not going to bounce back. The team seems to feel pretty confident in what they've said of him, but John's been very, very curt when it comes to talking about Lucas. He doesn't give us very much to go off of. So the prognosis is that he's supposed to be ready to go and good to go by, I think, if not at the start of training camp, but very close to the beginning of training camp. But we haven't gotten that dead on. He's good to go. Everything's great. He's bounced back off the surgery, feeling awesome. Carter says Eskridge was the best performer against the Niners last year. Sad to say. John Holland says, I like your comparison of Murphy to John Randall. I don't think he's quite as explosive as Randall was, but Murphy looks a little bit more stout against the run. Overall, a really good comparison. Well, thank you, John. I think that's very fair. It's very, very fair. And certainly I can see maybe there's a little extra explosiveness there in Randall and what you had from him, John Randall. That's probably, yeah, I'd say that. So, yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I thought a lot about it, and I just kept coming back to it and then watching back between their tape and kind of going back and forth on certain plays in particular. And you go, oh, man, there's a lot of similarity between those two. I hope he can become that, John. I do think he's got that upside inside him. Now it's just about achieving it, getting it there. Washington Fist Quest. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Washington Fist Quest. Hope you're having a good night, brother. Says, I'm going to roll around in an off-season hope like a pig in shit. This is the Dream Factory. Murphy, McDonald, Grubb. No one knows how high we can fly. I love it, Washington Fist Quest. Let's go. Let's go. I'm riding with you on that. And this should be a hyped point. The team, this isn't any shade to the prior regime or anything else. The team's reached a spot where they're held back by some very specific things here over the past couple of years. And we're moving to have those things not hold us back anymore. Might be there are other problems or issues. There might be other stuff that now pops up that weren't there before, maybe. But these issues that were problems and things that we weren't doing were never going to allow us to become a true elite team if we didn't take care of them. And they took care of them not just partially, not just with half measures this offseason, not just on one side of the ball, but not the other. They addressed both sides of the ball in their fundamental approaches here, in their philosophy here, to get them back to a place, as you say, they can get them back to flying. They can get them back to becoming an elite team. It doesn't guarantee you get to an elite team because you brought in Grubb and you brought in McDonald. But it does help you to get, I think, a little bit closer there when you're doing everything you can with the coaching staff to make sure they're maximizing all of their advantages across the board that they can to help the players out. Then it comes down to John and him, of course, scouting and getting the right talent in here. They can get it done and it all weaving together and working together beautifully with the chemistry and getting that lightning in the bottle that you got to get an elite team. But I love these hires. I love the fact that they're taking their foot and they're pushing down on the gas pedal all the way with both the offense and the defense. That you're going to look to make both of these units tough to play every given week. Not just a defense that we lean to our defense and hold on the running game, and we're going to just try to shrink down the game and minimize the possessions and protect my defense and keep my defense fresh. No. Or an offense that's going to go out there and just try to throw the ball over the football field, and yeah, we'll get around to playing defense when we can, if we can. But otherwise, we'll just try to outscore everybody. No. You're going to get a bit of the best of both worlds. And not just because we'll luck into it, but because they've chosen to take that approach with both sides of the ball. So get hyped. Get on board, Washington Fist Quest. There's plenty of room, my people. Plenty of space. But you should be hyped for this team. You should be hyped for the decision-making that's going on from the top down right now, because this is what bears out success, is everybody being intelligent in their process all the way down the line. Don says, is Marvin Harrison the best offensive player in the draft or no? Still have a hard time going away from Caleb Williams. I'm not that generational spot on it with Don, but it still gets tough for me to pull quite away from Caleb. I did like a lot of Drake May, but I probably would come back to Marvin Harrison, and that, yeah, he's going to be a fantastic NFL football player. He's going to be a grade A receiver from day one. He's going to give you AJ Green-like production instantaneously with more upside, maybe potentially even beyond that. So yeah, he's going to be a great player. Great player. And all around, use him all over the football field in every way. If not the best, then number 2. Herbicide says you stare at Eskridge real hard, he gets a concussion. You know you got to flash a flashlight in his eyes too. Come on now. A bit of both. Addicted Hawks, seeing how long LJ Collier had a roster spot, is it realistic for Schneider to actually cut someone? Well, it's been a little bit of the thing that's bothered me at times in recent years, is that the team has not shown as much, I think, ease with kind of cutting bait when things aren't working. They sort of hold on to a player and think something's eventually going to pop when it's not showing any real signs of popping. And they're just kind of hoping it's going to come along. And LJ Collier was one of those guys. Rasheem Green was one of those guys. Darrell Taylor has been recently now one of those guys where you're just sort of sitting there tapping your foot going, how long are we going to wait on this to come about? And so it's odd how long they do hold on with it. I get giving guys time to develop, but if the guy's not showing you anything, you do need to see something as far as that flash that the development is going to take place. That they haven't basically hit a wall like you could have kind of said with Collier, and even to a lesser extent with maybe Rasheem Green. So hard to say on that. And we still got Dwayne Eskridge on the roster right now, Addicted Hawks. So they're not showing any signs at this point of necessarily taking that kind of approach. Don says, what the F was Mike Morris's shoulder injury? Is he good? I would imagine it's a rotator cuff situation there with him. That tends to be what you see with these football players. They can play through it. Michael Bennett, I think, had a whole year or two that he played through it in his pro career where he was trying to get that contract, and so he didn't want to do the surgery and have to risk being out games or not being at his full enough strength come game day to be able, or come the season to be able to produce to get his contract. So with Morris coming in, and this is what I think is part of the reason, Don, that he might have drifted down the draft a little bit, is that teams probably looked at him medically and said he's going to have to get that shoulder thing worked on here sooner than later. And Seattle probably tried to see if they could get away with it for a while, realized they couldn't, and went and got it, fixed. But you can get a rotator cuff fixed. Nothing's been confirmed on what exactly the injury was that he had there in the shoulder. I'm making a guess here, but I would estimate he's going to be fine. Casey says, I think most would say Marvin Harrison Jr. or Caleb Williams. I think it's Romo. Oh, okay. I like it, Casey. Let's go. I can be sold on that. And Brian, yeah, Morris is definitely going to have to contribute this year. You get that free rookie year pass, but this year with how they're starting to stack up the defensive tackles, it's no given that he makes the team. I think he will, though. Brian, he says, where there's a will, there's a way, or a Mike, or whatever. MJ Daniel says adaptability and flexibility. I love it. Beautiful way to put it, MJ Daniel. And that's Mike McDonald in a nutshell. It's a lot of what Grubb is doing as well. Adaptability and flexibility. Attack the opponent's weaknesses. Change the game plan week by week to target those said weaknesses. Don says, guess what's not going to happen? People not paying attention because they think they've heard Pete a million times before. Definitely word, just a lot of years of hearing kind of the same stuff. That's that thing we've talked about here in the channel a little bit, being that you have coaches who maybe after just a certain amount of time, the messaging gets a little bit stale as a natural kind of process. I do think that there's people that are really invigorated with the program right now, Don, and it's drawing a little bit more eyes back to it because of that. To your point. Brian says, hot take, Eskridge runs one back in the preseason and stays on the roster all year. Hot take, Brian. Eskridge runs one back in the preseason, stays on the roster all year, but becomes injured after week 2 when there is an ugly hangnail incident when he's going down on a kick coverage. Non-contact, nail rips off, got to be out all the rest of the year. Swedish says, did y'all know D. Eskridge had a movie based on his college football career? It's called The Comeback. It's called The Comebacks, and the character Azil Tare was based on him. Fact. I'll have to look that up. Scooby says, I hope we're not effed at guard this year. I hope we have a plan there. I think we do. I think Gaines is going to be your left guard there. But you got Tomlinson as a backup. Big Dizzy, what's up, fellas and gals? What'd I miss? No, we're just talking a little Byron Murphy. Talking a little bit of upside, Byron Murphy. Chris says you talked down to Kyler Murray, not up. He's 4'9". I forgot about that. I had to dig dogs. Coward needs to stop snorting that Adderall. Don says 710 is pretty much dead since the professor passed. Yeah, it's not maybe been as strong as it's been in recent years here lately. I'd give you that. Don, yes, rest in peace, Paul. Compton County put the country over party, and the last good Democrat we ever had is Gary Locke's. The only reason we still have the Hawks, and I'm thankful every day for Paul. Me too, man. Thank God for Paul. Rest in PP Gross as well. Sweet, I used to love you, but after a year or so of listening to YouTube Hawk creators, I can't stand Softy. With Puck gone, I feel that channel has nothing. Morning show makes me fall asleep as well at the wheel. Definitely I think sometimes the radio stuff's got to play into such a safe box at times, and it does feel like sometimes the sports radio, especially in the local Seattle market, I can't speak for other markets in the country, but they could probably all stand to have a little bit of a shake up there. I don't know if there's as much money in the radio stuff as there once used to be. I think that's probably also part of the problem is it's not as lucrative as it once is. Got to be with YouTube. That's where it's at. Henning Springer, how would you compare Byron with Jalen Carter? Carter obviously hyped up as generational, but how do you think Murphy stacks up to that reputation? I think that in a lot of ways, it's where we get to the comp, Henning, on them between the two different players and where I land on the comp. While I have in Jalen Carter a comp with Cortez Kennedy, who's a Hall of Famer, and I am putting a comp in Byron Murphy on a fellow Hall of Famer in John Randall, these are different type of defensive tackle Hall of Famers in John Randall and Cortez Kennedy. And they're very specific on why I chose one to one player and one to the other player. Cortez had, like Jalen Carter does, that natural good size to him, that natural good length to him. And where there's no size limitations. They're big boys. They also can move. They also can use their hands, and they have some pass rush moves to them. They've got some unusual quickness for their size. I think when you talk about quickness, that's really that's the one spot between all four of these guys we talk about that you could say is a part of their game. Jalen Carter's got quickness, Cortez had quickness, John Randall's got quickness, and certainly Byron Murphy's got quickness. I think when it comes to that, the comparisons though with it sort of ends there a little bit because so much of what I think Jalen Carter and Cortez could do with their damage came off of how big they were. They can at one point or another catch a lineman on an awkward angle and just throw them away and go back there and go make the tackle. I don't know if there's as much of that, with what you get with Byron Murphy or Randall, where, if they get underneath the guy's pads and they walk him back and they can dump him on his butt, but they're not just going to purely take a guy and just throw him, so to speak. Their power's there, but they are a little bit of an undersized guys there at 6 feet tall. So they don't have that much of a part in what they do in their game. Their game is much more leaning into that quickness. And I think with Randall and Murphy, there's a couple of things that are, as I mentioned in that video I dropped, that are similarities between them. But the main similarity that really comes out with them is that they're undersized. They get the first step quickness. They can get laterally quick as they're getting upfield quick. So they can attack either shoulder of an offensive lineman from wherever they're lining up. They can be shaded this way and attack that outside shoulder. They can be shaded over here and get to this outside shoulder. And once they get to the outside shoulder, they've got the natural leverage win. They're quick enough to the spot to beat the lineman to that spot. And then they usually have a rip move or the club move as a way to fully then clear themselves once they've got the initial quasi victory there, just off of what they've done with the quickness off the snap. Cortez had that first step quickness. Carter's got that first step quickness. It's not as much as though that they lean on that at the forefront of their game. They're much more willing, I think, to get in there and try to kind of overwhelm the guy overwhelm the guy in front of them with some of their just raw power and strength that they bring to the position. Those would be the ways I think they're mainly different. Carter and Randall are working off of that quickness, and everything's operating from off of that point. They also have power. They also have strength that you wouldn't typically see for guys at 6 foot tall. It's part of what I think is going to make Byron Murphy a really good player. And it's part of what made John Randall a really good player, is that he was an undersized guy, but because he could create so much power with also getting that natural leverage win every time by being undersized, it allowed him to play a little bit bigger than he was. So those would be the kind of the difference there between the two. And that's why Carter gets to kind of that sub-generational spot as far as his talent level, because he is that big, that long, and then moves so freakishly well, being at that, I'm not going to say prototypical size, but I guess ideal size you'd love to have from the position. Tiger Town says, you guys will be middle of the pack. Tiger Town, you're just worried because we've slapped you guys around twice over the past 2 years. We've taken your Detroit Lions and we've snipped their tail and we've clipped their ears and we've taken out their claws. And we're going to probably do it once again. It might be 40-32 again. It might be 48-45 again. But that's what's probably coming, my man. So, we'll see. As I say with this Tiger, obviously I'm a biased guy. But I do say that there is a wide spectrum of possibilities on this upcoming season for the Seahawks. I think they could be a 6-7 win team. I think they could be up as far as a 12-win team. It all just comes down to how fast this thing can be onboarded. It's not a question of talent. The talent's there. It's young, but as we saw last year with a team like the Green Bay Packers, simply just having young talent doesn't prevent you from going out there and being a winning team. How fast can you onboard both the offense and the defense? And that will dictate where this season goes. Don says, I really appreciate this stream and bringing Hawk fans together like this. Really cool. Now shows 90s public access jerk beast highlights. Now show 90s public access jerk beast highlights. Oh yeah. No, I love our community here, Don, and we've got a real special one of folks coming in as we've seen here today. Just people being super respectful, want to just talk Hawks, want to talk football. I love it about this place, and I always appreciate that we can always keep in that kind of lane of things. I'll eventually run some of those clips. Maybe a couple of years. He was, oh my God, Beer, love your impressions, man. Never gets old. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. This business says, speaking of Campbell, it makes me wonder how aggressive McDonald will be on 4th and short in different field positions or goal to go, etc., i.e. analytics. Yeah, Campbell, of course, at the forefront and buying in fully into that go for it more than any other coaches in recent memory. And I do like that about Campbell. He sticks to his guns on that. He doesn't sort of choose the convenient time to use it or not. He leans into it and says, no, we're going to be a different team than others on this and how we go about that. So I dig that about him. And yeah, I don't know on McDonald. Of course, defensive coach, you'd think that he'd be a little bit more conservative on those decisions, as would be typically the archetype for a defensive coach when it comes to that stuff. But who knows? Maybe he goes crazy with it and he digs in like Campbell does. Tiger Town, I think it's hard to necessarily say that we know that Jared Goff's better than Geno Smith, being that when you look at the offensive lines that your Detroit team has given Jared Goff versus the offensive lines that we provided Geno Smith here, it's been as big a difference, I think, in those two as you can get in the league. And so let's see what happens once we actually get Geno an offensive line that's stable in front of him, rather than, for instance, like 28th in pass protection as they were last year. I do like your Lions team, though. Don't get me wrong. Caleb, the best coach of all time, wasn't even brought in to pick his brain at least. We let Bobby just walk, and even if he wasn't starter material, he is a very smart veteran. No ends and Adams. Wasn't even brought in to pick his brain at least. Brought in to pick his... I guess there wasn't really a question in there. James Stradley says, I heard it was McDonald who was the one who wanted Knight. That does seem to be where we're all kind of thinking this. Not all. Many of us are thinking that it's at there, James. Especially when you hear at the press conference, they started to ask Schneider about the Tyrese Knight pick. And he said, ask the linebacker guru. Kind of like, I almost feel like he got to that point of the draft. And he's, which guy do you want, Mike? And Mike liked this guy. And so I'll trust in it with Mike that he saw enough with him. Certainly the 3 years of starting there at UTEP gave him a lot of tape to go through and look on in this guy to be certain of what he was seeing. Some of Mike's assessment, I think, on this linebacker seems to differ than what some of what I've heard from others and myself on where I stand on this as far as his instincts and reading plays correctly and whatnot. But he sees something he can work with. I'll trust him in that. He says Geno Lockett were offensive captains, Bobby and Diggs were defensive captains, and Belore was the special teams captain. Okay, so probably Geno and Lockett again, and then, I don't know. Defense is hard on that one. Tiger Town says, I think Geno is out of his prime. I think you guys should have traded up for J.J. McCarthy or something. Maybe you guys will get a top 5 pick and draft Quinn Ewers or something. Who knows? Yeah, I think we will be in the next year or two be looking at a quarterback of the future. I think Geno's not necessarily at a place where I think he's shown you he's out of his prime and his skill set, Tiger Town. I know you're kind of coming into this conversation a little bit downstream from where we've been at with it, where there's a lot of things with that old offense, as I mentioned, with the pass protection, the lack of running game ingenuity. There's a lot of stuff within the offense which just held it back and has held back Geno from being able, and any quarterback, frankly. You saw with Drew Lock when he went out there. He didn't perform particularly well either in this offense, and I don't think too many quarterbacks would have. So we'll see this year, especially when we get our offensive line in a better place, Tiger Town. But I think that when you look at a guy, for instance, with Jared Goff, And you want to look at a guy, Jared Goff, when you give him an offensive line versus not having an offensive line, he would turn into a shell of himself. Gino's not had an offensive line, and he's not turned into a shell of himself. He's played very strongly the past couple of years, actually. And so that he can play that well kind of in the storm says what happens when we can actually give this guy a little bit of sunlight? What happens with him there? And I don't think that that's a guy that's out of his prime at that point. I think that there's still some untapped potential within Gino. It just becomes about getting better supporting parts around him to get more out of him, like you guys have done in Detroit. Jared Goff is, to me, not one of the top quarterbacks in the sport, but you provide him a great supporting cast, and he can go out there and win you a Super Bowl. He can. But this is also a little bit getting into the depths, Tiger Town, at times on the outlook of the quarterback position and how much one's impacted by the supporting parts or the lack of supporting parts, or how much a guy just has a cape flowing in the wind and doing superhero stuff. Swedish says, Gino spent so many of his years' career sitting on the bench, I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to play until 40. Great point. Great point. Definitely could say that the guy hasn't taken as much of a beating as others have, and that there's maybe a little bit of an elongated time he can play. Yeah, I don't see the out of the prime stuff. William Sapako, has anybody mentioned feel like a number yet? Feel like a number yet? Carter says, Quinn Ewers ain't it? Yes, that's correct. J.J. McCarthy is Alex Smith 2.0. Amen. None of those guys are significant upgrades over Gino. I agree. I'll roll Gino over either of those two myself. 100%, Ricardo. 100%. Snail, thank you for 15 long months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowl member. I appreciate you for that. My comp for Byron Murphy is a cross between Goku and Superman. Infinite Earth Superman, Dark Superman. Snail, you got to give me which Superman. There's so many Superman possibilities. Are we getting evil Zack Snyder Superman? That'd be a dangerous one. The one that's just cutting people in half with the laser beams. Zzz, zzz, ripping off Batman's cow. Chris says, JJ isn't it, yours isn't it. I'm glad the chat's with me on these guys. Like, no. 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 Young says, saying Gino's out of his prime is an interesting take. When was he playing in his prime? That is not now. Laughing out loud. Yeah, that's a tough one for me on that one, too. Ooh, lemon haze. Swedish lemon haze is where it's at. That's where it's at. Don says, no guarantee Morris makes the team. Come on, man, laughing out loud. Well, he's a fifth round pick. Fifth round picks are never guaranteed roster spots year in and year out, I would say. And he's coming off an injury. You've got, I guess they're going to move Draymond Jones to the edge, but, you're not atypically Cornelius going to be carrying 4 3-techs on a roster. The fact that you're going to move Draymond to the edge maybe opens up a little bit more for this, but yeah, I mean, what if Miles Adams comes out there and is outplaying Morris in camp? Does Morris make the team and they try to slide him onto the practice squad? Or I think he will make the team, but I mean, is there a pathway for him to not make it as well if he's not ready to go, or if Miles Adams comes in there and is outperforming him? And let's also remember with him, Don, Morris didn't play 3-tech at college. Morris was more of the power edge. So he, on top of coming back from surgery, he is playing now at a new position. And if he's a bit behind that ball on getting himself ready at that position because he's been rehabbing everything else, and you have a guy like Adams who's been here for years and is fighting his own kind of war here to try to keep not only a roster spot, but keep himself in the NFL. It's a good battle. We'll see how it plays out. Scooby says, oh yeah, I'm glad you got your voice back, B. It came back. It bounced back pretty fast. I was worried there for a second, like, what if it's like this forever? That would have been brutal. But it came back, luckily. Chris says Hawks could start a bench of honor. D would be a first ballot guy. Yeah, he'd be on there. LJ would be on there. LJ, healthy scratch Collier. He would definitely be on there. You'd have a couple in there. Deron J says KJR softy lost me when he demanded all the players get the vaccine or lose their job. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that one either, Darren. Not a fan of that one either. Don says that's why I wanted Carter. He reminded me of Tez. Me too. And yes, me too. Yes and yes, Don. I was the same way. That's part of what I got so hot to try. I was like, we're going to get Tez again. Let's go get Tez again. Representatives, the Eagles and Hawks both got the best defensive line and cornerbacks in the draft the last 2 years. See what happens. They're both building some really interesting defenses. And the Eagles defense, you feel like it's in a bit of that transition state where it could be really getting ready to pop, especially if these corners they've got in this draft can become the players that they think, and I think that they're going to be. But the Jordan Davis, the Jalen Carter, the Nolan pick, Sweat's still over there. They've rebuilt in that defense. They've got their linebacker core. They're kind of getting right and in place now with the Trotter pick combined in with the other kid they got out of Georgia out there a couple years ago. They've got a very interesting squad. I love the Sidney Brown selection out of Illinois. I know he had, I think, a torn ACL, but he was starting to come on for them before the injury last year. They're going to be a fun team, I think, into the future here. They're going to be strong into the future, I guess I should say, at least that. Swedish says, Brandon, The Comebacks was an inspirational sports movie parody mocking films like Remember the Titans and Radio. ACL tear. Oh, I see what you did there. Was a player that tore up his leg stepping on a sunflower seed. As happens. Don says, love this stream, man. Thank you. Well, thank you, Don. I appreciate the discussion as always, man. And thanks for watching. Please do, folks, if you do like what this watching on the stream today, do me a favor and slam on that like button if you could. Helps out the stream tremendously. We got to get Pumpkin in here, don't we? Come here. Oh, stream just got 45% better. I got my co-host here now. Feel more settled. Pumpkin was having a nap. She needed some quiet time there. Greg says, B, the only difference between the only big difference, Tez was a man and a great person. Go Hawks. That's true. That is a big difference there as well on that side of it. No doubt about that with Tez. Gone too soon, man. Gone too soon. Always hand grenade. We going to raid Tom Grossi when we beat the Packers? We're going to try. We tried raiding him last year after they raided us, and he gets like 110,000 viewers in there. So you're sort of skimming the top of the pond when you go there on Grossi to try to raid him. But he's been so kind to raid us a couple of times. I gotta get him back at some point here along the path, somehow or another. But I will reach out to Tom, see if we can at least get him on. I'm sure he's gonna be too busy, but I'd love to have him on Behind Enemy Lines and talk with him. I'll try to reach out with Perna too. I know those would be big, huge gets to try to go get. But we'll see if we can get either of those two guys for maybe a little bit of Behind Enemy Lines. We can pull it off. Freedom Joe says, bring back Rufus Porter. I love Rufus. That was one of my definitely childhood favorite players. He was so much fun. And you talk about a guy in the really perfect situation with his skill set, undersized, hyper explosive guy, very close to Derek Thomas-like quickness. And being on the AstroTurf and then having the 12th man and the noise that they provided and that giving him that little extra step quicker step because of the snap and all of that with how slow offensive players get out of their snap when they were, back then. It was perfect for him. He could almost seem unblockable at times when the crowd got going loud enough. Seahawks Gaming says we got worse at linebacker and safety with the losses of Adams, Diggs, and Wagner. That's a combined total of 15 Pro Bowls between the three of them. Yeah, I don't know if they were at Pro Bowl. All the three of them were necessarily at Pro Bowl level in what they gave you last year there, though, Seahawks Gaming. I think certainly Bobby Wagner still had a very solid season for you. I don't think he was probably a fit for this scheme and what they were going to ask him to do. how much space they were going to ask him to try to cover at his age. And with Adams and Diggs, I just don't think that they were at that place that they once were. No how, no way. I mean, so it's, if you're going to lose something, they have to have been a benefit to you on the field to have it be considered a loss. And at least two of those three there, if not three of those three, I would say is, you're not really losing a whole lot there that you have to fill back up. Mafe and Love as defensive captains. Love, there's a good suggestion. Yeah, Julian Love might be it too. I could see him being that. Dangerous is Brandon. What are your expectations for this upcoming season? Mine are team unity. Last year felt like every man for himself with Carroll and the staff, and better defense. Yeah, it's for me really not about the results itself this year. For me, Dangerous. I think this year has a very big disparity in what you could see as far as the outcome from the team, and that's why I'm very hesitant to go back to the place of saying what's the expectation. When there's such a wide variance of outcomes, it's hard to be sticking on an expectation level because there's a lot of reasons for stuff happening, and it doesn't necessarily mean if you have 6 or 7 wins that's just been Mike Macdonald failing as a head coach, or that the future wouldn't still be looking very bright. So it comes down to onboarding these systems. Hopefully, I think Dangerous for me as much of a metric is going to be getting stronger as the year goes along. Yeah, stronger as the year goes along, right? Right. You agree with me on this. And so, you got a defense that maybe early on in the year, Dangerous has got some missteps defensively for where they're supposed to be, some blown holes, some blown coverages, some big plays. You start to see that getting tapered off as the year goes along. You're starting to see more, like you say, of that unity, not just unity in behind the scenes and in the locker room, but on the field, and all working as one, and that everyone is on that same kind of page. There's no miscommunications or uncertainty. So I think it's just the look of this improving as the year goes along, that this is the institution of these systems, the spread system concept, the air raid system concept on the offensive side of the ball, and this Mike Macdonald defense on his side of the ball continue to improve and get better as the year goes along. I won't really get caught up too much on that first year, Dangerous, as far as the wins or losses, though, because when it does come down to this, historically speaking, new coaches taking over for legendary coaches their first year, you kind of go down the list of this happening, and it tends to be a bit of a rough road that first year taking over. It doesn't just tend to be, you just, one guy gets out of the driver's seat, the other guy gets in, and you don't even have to bring the car to a stop. He just, literally puts his foot on the gas pedal as the other guy's taking his foot off the gas pedal. It's rare. It's very rarely that. So more big picture stuff than the result stuff as far as the success for the season. But that's my expectation, is that you should be better in those areas, and how in how you are executing your offense and defense should be improved from what we see early on in the year to what we see later on in the year. And if that happens, and if the young guys continue to take steps forward in their game, I'll feel very satisfied with this upcoming year. Don says, excellent perspective on Geno versus Goff with the O-line versus O-line. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think it's a big part of where I go to with the quarterback position. And I will admit on this, Don, that I'm a little bit of an unusual cat with this in the way I look at the quarterback position, because the view in the modern era is, and I'm not going to try to speak for our Lion fan in the chat, he may not view it this way, but I do encounter this a lot of, the quarterback is the superhero. It's like every quarterback has like a superhero rating. And however high their rating is how much they can do for their team, or how far they can take their team. In my opinion, it's more the supporting parts dictate the success of that quarterback. How's the offensive line? How's the scheme? How's the play calling? How are the skill position players on the outside? How's the defense he has on the other side of him? If he has a defense that's living on the football field like our Seahawks defense was last year, Don, I've mentioned this many times. If you go to the snap counts and you look at the snap counts defensively of the 49ers, for instance, versus the Seahawks played a collective game and a half more last year defensively by the number of snaps they were on the football field versus the 49ers. At a whole nother game and a half. Well, if my defense is on the field for 60% of the game, 63, 64% of the game, ends up makes it harder for me offensively to be that productive, right? Another inhibiting factor. And I think you've got to layer all of this stuff in your view of the quarterback position and the play of the quarterback position rather than just the simplistic superhero outlook of it. But I do seem to encounter a lot of times people just want to draw down to the superhero thing. Get your guy. Everybody wants the view of going and finding their guy that's going to be the Tom Brady or the Mahomes or, this guy that'll be the superhero guy that just can do it all and save the day for you all on his own. And that's hard to find, and that's really rare to see in the game of the NFL. So when it comes to Geno, I've pointed to many different aspects that we can point to here. The defense spending a game and a half extra on the football field, shrinking down the time the offense can be on the field. This is backed up, Don, by the fact that you had the 8th most efficient offense in football. Offense wasn't a problem last year. Offense was good last year. Very efficient last year. They just couldn't get on the field because the defense was living on the football field. 28th in pass protection. A running game that stays living in the A and the B gap and refuses to run outside. No fly sweeps. The targeting of the middle of the field. I know I wear people out with this one, Don, but you targeted the middle of the field at the 32nd rate in the NFL. It's one thing to be in kind of the 20s. It's another thing to be the dead last team in the NFL at targeting the middle of the field. And maybe I'm a simple man in this way, but if my offense is the 32nd team in the NFL at targeting the middle of the field, that would seem to be purposeful, number one. And number two, that would seem to make playing the quarterback position just a little bit harder. It would seem like that to me. I could be off on that, but that would appear to be the case to me on that. So it comes back to all those things. They all impact the QB position. Guy like Goff, grade A offensive line in front of him. A defense which hasn't been particularly good, but a great play caller, a great offensive scheme, a good run game to operate off of. Just enough playmakers on the outside for his success with that. Take that offensive line away from Goff, you'll get a much more diminished Goff. Supporting parts. I'm a big proponent of it. I think Hawks. Brandon, are you worried that McKnight will become Jordan Brooks 2.0? Hope McDonald has a good plan for him. A little bit. Yeah. I think there's some similarities there that I don't like. And, with Jordan Brooks, I harped on it from day one that the college tape does not show a guy that can handle and hold up in zone coverage. Tyrese Knight, I think the big problem you have with him at the forefront when you begin with him is his zone drops, his ability to have any feel in coverage at all. And that's been a big thing with Jordan Brooks, of course. You're dropping into zone. You need to have the feel of the guy you pick up. You need to have a feel of flood zone concepts and to pick a guy up into your zone, release him, pick up the other guy. I don't know. He's going to take a while to develop that stuff. There's other things I worry about in Knight's game, but that is at the forefront of it, as it was with Jordan Brooks. I knew Jordan could tackle. I knew he could hit. I knew he could play the run. But was he going to be able to hold up in coverage? No. He looked like he was going to be a liability, and he became a liability. So, yeah, it's why I'm low on the Knight pick of any of the picks in the draft. I loved most of all of the rest of the picks in this draft. But the Tyrese Knight one continues to be one that I find a little befuddling. Snail says Superman Prime, clearly. Okay. We're on the same page then with that. I just wanted to make sure we're being specific here. Kieran says, can we all agree and just recognize how weird Tom Brady looks now in the promo photos for the upcoming season as the color commentary? Anybody? I haven't seen it yet, but I will tell you, his face is starting to get into that weird place where it's like, is this filler? Is this too much Botox? They kind of keep pushing it, don't they? It's like, must stay young, must stay looking young. And it's just like, you eventually turn yourself into a lizard. He's starting to delve into lizard territory. He's got to be careful on that. Don says, so why can't Morris play the same tech here? We got some beef now. I was a little bit of my question, Don, in regards to why move Draymond Jones to the outside when you already had Mike Morris, who's played that power edge role, early rundown defending role at Michigan within Mike McDonald's defense. That seemed like the easier transition rather than taking Draymond Jones, who you paid for the work that he did inside, and bumping him outside now full time. I logically saw it that same way. I don't know. It's a bit of an odd one, I will say. Chris says, Botox Brady looks like a mannequin. He is. It's getting plasticky. It's not just plastic surgery. It's getting plasticky. And I'm with you, Ricardo. I wouldn't get plastic surgery either. Like, what's wrong with wrinkles? Everybody's so scared of like looking older. Like, we all get older. You can deal with it. It's not like it's some, I don't know. That whole thing where you start getting to a certain age as a guy or a girl and you're chasing for the, I want to look 30. Let it go. Let it go. Versus wrinkles are distinguishing and give character, or so I tell myself. I say the same thing to myself. Dale says CJ Procise and Rashad Penny would be a great 1-2 combo on the bench team. That would be a good bench team, yeah. Boy, Procise. Talk about a guy who just couldn't get healthy, too. Watch Quest Pumpkin actually does add quite a bit to the stream. I meant to bring her on, but early to start the stream, she was over chilling. My mom came over and put her in, went and got a cat harness. So we took her outside in the cat harness the other day, and now that's become her new obsession. I'm just kind of surprised you guys haven't heard her caterwauling, or she's gone to the door to beg me to let her back out. Freedom Joe says best Seahawks quarterbacks: Craig, Moon, Hasselbeck, Russ, Gino. Shout out to Kitna's Grit. Kitna's Grit, man. Hell yeah. Hey, Kitna had that hell of a year under Holmgren in that first year, didn't he? And he ended up kind of carving himself out a pretty solid career in addition. So I like that. I like your list. Great quarterbacks are on that list. And boy, we should have drafted Moon in 79. Or was it 80? One of those years. Big Docs, yep. Pumpkin's living the good life. I've been thinking of installing a life-size cat tree in my basement. That'd be awesome. I want to do eventually get one of those ones where you get the little things that can climb up the walls. You know, you put them in the wall and then climb up and then lay up there on the walls. Swedish is Perna hates Seattle, laughing out loud. Yeah, I might have a hard time getting both Perna and Grossi hate. So does Grossi. I might have a hard time getting both of them on. Yeah, there is some Seattle hate there on that. We might have to work them a little bit on that. Ricardo says, I'd hate the Seahawks if I was a Bronco fan, but maybe I'd hate my stupid general manager and asshole coach even more. I probably would. Yeah. They'd probably draw a little bit more of my ire. Gearing says, guaranteed not all these quarterbacks in this draft are good, and if I was a betting man, I would bet Broncos reached because they were desperate. I'll say of all the QBs taken in the first round, Kieran, I had a second round grade on Nix. He was the only one of those that I did not have a first round grade on. So I would tend to agree with you is that I do think that they did reach a little bit for him on that one. I think he's in a good landing spot for the kind of offense he can execute, and, you know, keep me on script, tell me what to do, hard line me in on what you want my process to be. Don't make me have to like freelance and think through too much stuff. Nix can do that. So he is going to the right spot for it, but it doesn't take away from the fact that there was a little bit of a reach there from the Broncos standpoint. Dangerous says, I'm with you though, Brandon. I think seeing the team progress is what I want from the year. The wins and losses don't matter. However, I do believe Mike can get these guys to compete and play well. Amen, Dangerous. Amen. And well said on your part. I'm going to be very consistent on trying to kind of push this almost with a bit of messaging, because I want my fellow Seahawks 12s to be hyped up. This team is on the road. We are on the pathway to getting to where we need to be to once again being a true contender. A contender. I'm not talking about playoff contender. I'm talking about contender. But you don't get there overnight. Rome wasn't built in a day. And when you're changing from one to the other, you got to give it that time to have it materialize. The thing I will say with it, the thing that I do think allows for a little bit more optimism and hope from your average Seattle fan coming into this season, is that this is not your typical rebuild spot that a new coach is taking over, where a team has been brought down to the studs and you've got to rebuild the whole structure back up. There's a lot to work with on this team. There's a lot of talent here. You're already kind of a couple years into a rebuild from a talent standpoint. So that's where there is that optimism and the light, the cracks of light that break through the windows here, where you go, but then there's also that. And that's where we get to that dangerous of making the hardline prediction about where the team will truly be. On paper, historically speaking, 6-7 win team with this heavy changeover that's going down. But the fact that you have that talent on that team, does that allow you to soup up for a couple of extra wins in this given year because you're a little further in the process than you would typically be with a new coach coming in the door? That'll be a fun part to watch this play out this upcoming year. But yes, it will be really down for me, dangerous of looking outside of the ending results as far as wins and losses. How did the team play? Are they playing hard for McDonald? Is he getting things further refined and the wrinkles ironed out as the course of the season goes along? Same thing with Grubb. Is the spread system working here? Is the air raid taking here to the NFL level? As it's been a little bit hesitant to do here so far. We haven't seen that system necessarily implemented across the board at the NFL level. So we got to see how that stuff kind of takes. And if it can take even just a little bit, I'm going to feel very good about this year. You know, it would have them kind of falling flat on their face for me to find disappointment this season, as I feel like you've got to give this first opening coach that bit of width, that bit of room to make this first year work, to get the message in place. Now, can a coach flat fall on his face and make you go, holy hell, what have we done? Yeah, we saw it with Moore a little bit, didn't we? And that's why Paul Allen pivoted like he did at that time. That's not going to happen here, though. But that'll be my measurement, too, dangerous. Well said, though, man. Well said. Herbicide says Nix is going to be a project for Sean. Going to take a few years. Sean isn't likable. They might give up on him. You do wonder how long Sean's going to have if he's going to try to do that. This will take a couple of years with Bo Nix. After this year, he'll have already been 2 years in. And if he's like, yeah, give me another little bit of more, just a couple more years, you know, that Walmart ownership group might get a little bit like, hey, the hell with it. Let's clean house and just start fresh. But they are paying Peyton a lot of money. So that's the tough part about letting go a coach at that point, is that you got to eat all that money. And I know they can afford to eat it, but probably also pushes them a little bit more to give Sean the extra bit of time to maybe that one extra season to maybe figure it out. Kieran says over under on how many games it takes for Peyton to be yelling at Nix on the sidelines like he did Russ. I say 7.5. Maybe. I think he's going to be probably aware of it, that his reputation is starting to kind of take that part over of like your a-hole energy is starting to gain here, Sean. You may want to dial that back a little bit, especially for a young quarterback. Because part of it, I think, with the yelling at Russell was, I think that was there's a little bit of a, you know, let me put a public face on this frustration I'm happening behind closed doors. You know, when you guys understand, you know, like we're going to intend to cut this guy and release him. And when we do, you know that I was completely at the end of my wit's end because I was screaming at him in the sidelines, and you never see me screaming at him in the sidelines. There's a lot of that in Denver that felt like we need to sell our case to the fans and the national public as to why we're moving off Russ this early. I thought some of that was sort of almost premeditated a little bit on his part, Kieran, in choosing to do it. Ricardo says he's going to throw Nix under the bus so hard if it doesn't pan out. Got to keep that elite coaching grift going. Greg B, the good thing about our linebackers, we don't have a lot of investment, and if one hits or both pops, we still have money to get someone else or draft another. Amen. Amen. And when taking Tyrese Knight in the 4th round, you haven't put the heavy investment into him at that point either. You know, he's in the mix in the rotation of a guy who could maybe develop into a starter, but you're not earmarking him and saying, okay, he's the future. Going, okay, if he rounds in the player we think he can possibly maybe, then he'll take over in that spot. So agreed there, Greg. You can eventually come back around and deal with this a little bit later on. I think you could also come back around next year and find a guy in the draft that might be very ready and pro ready from day one to step right in there and start, where you don't have to typically wait on inside linebackers to develop for a couple of years. Like we're going to have to kind of wait on Tyrese Knight, I think, a little bit. They do tend to come out of the box kind of ready to roll for whatever they're going to provide to the team, whatever upside they do offer. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of allergies here today for some reason. O-Dog. Well, what's going on, O-Dog? Says Brandon, what's up? Random question. What's the happiest, angriest, saddest moments from being a Seahawks fan? Ooh, amazing question. Amazing question. Okay. I would say that the happiest I've been is a pretty easy one for me, dog. I was in New York at the time of the Super Bowl. I was in a bar in Manhattan that was taken over by Seahawks fans, and we were all getting to experience this wonderful Super Bowl together in New York. And it was awesome. The whole night was just, it was like you couldn't have drawn it up better. It was like just amazing, going through Manhattan and Seahawks fans taking over downtown Manhattan after the game, shouting Seahawks, Seahawks. I mean, we're talking in New York, downtown New York, and we're talking thousands and thousands of Seahawks fans, to the city streets screaming it. So that was, to me, easily the happiest moment. The angriest moment would have been the 2005 Super Bowl that was stolen from us, that was ripped off of us, that was fixed for the Steelers. I will go to my grave believing that was the case. I'll go to my grave believing Oswalt didn't act alone, and I'll go to my grave believing that Super Bowl was fixed. The saddest moment. Well, we had a lot of people that sort of turned into their sort of point with Carroll here after this offseason, where it sort of became their sad moment in a lot of ways because it was the end of the era of Carroll fully, the end of the Legion of Boom era, the end of this 10-year stretch. I think for me, the saddest I was probably at, though, was probably after the Rams game where Russell Wilson had his finger broken, because I think that was the true end of it at that point. That was going to be the end of Russell here. We came to learn 2 years later that Carroll didn't have another move to call upon. He didn't have another act in his play from a coaching standpoint. And it did feel like on that night, you guys remember this stream, of course. This has been known. Dog, this is known as the great drunken stream in Hawks Nest history, because I got bombed out of my mind on that stream, and it was overall just pretty sad, because I could sense that this was the end of this magical era of Seahawks football. And there is, obviously hope moving on that point, but you could kind of sense in that moment that this is going to be the end. This is where it comes to a stop. So those would be my three, I think. Freedom Joe says orange cats equals daywalkers. Yeah, they are. Look at her. She's all over the place. She doesn't know where she wants to be. What do you want me to do? You're going to make me hold you like a baby? Right now I got to do that? All right. That's what you want. Brian Myers says, Couch Mac has a plan for night. Count on it. I'd love it. I'm hopeful with him too. I'm not trying to seem like I don't have hope with that guy, that he can, he's certainly very athletic, well built for the position, can move like you'd like him to move. Good length. Rex Bryant says, I wished for a new Tez Kennedy, and we got Murphy. I love this pick. I can't wait to see what he accomplishes. Let's go, Rex. I'm getting hyped up for him too as well. Hawks says, Brandon, it depends upon where the wrinkles are appearing. Bad joke. That's true. That is true. That is a bit of the process, I suppose. Greg says, I'm excited to see what Gino does this year with new coaching staff. Sky's the limit. Agreed, Greg. In the case of both Hal and Gino, they're getting to go back into a system here that is a system you could say that was the system, and they didn't play necessarily air raid systems, but the spread systems that they played in college was where they had the most productivity of either of their professional careers. It's part of what I love about this Grubb fit here is that he's going with two quarterbacks that fit very well to what he wants out of his system. They can make every NFL throw. They've got good quick releases for the most part. Hal's got a little bit of he's got a tiny windup, but Gino's got the quick release for sure. And then the arm strength to get the ball in there and to fit it into tight holes when you need to. Oh, I forgot about the Super Bowl play. Yeah. I can't put that in my 3 though. That was weird. That one was just different. Space says you're taking the cat out for walks around the block now to use a poop bag. No, I just out in the backyard. Just let her walk around back there on the leash. Freedom Joe says Superman from whatever parallel universe where the Hawks gave the ball to Marshawn. Dig Docs, compare Pete Carroll's words treatment of Bevel after the game versus 49ers treatment of the defensive head coach. Wow. Yeah, they definitely threw their defensive head coach a bit under the bus there, where that wasn't his fault that game, or that he had necessarily done a bad job coming in there this year. Don says, yeah, bro, the missing link was the coaching, not the player talent. Always compete has to apply to the coaching staff too. It does. You just have a coaching staff in the prior, and I love Carroll and everything he did, and I revere everything he did. So I don't want to make this sound like he wasn't at one time, and didn't at one time check these boxes off. But where it was at the end is those boxes weren't being checked. You had a scheme that was looking heavily outdated by decades, not by like a decade, but by decades. And it was not evolving and it was not updating. And Don, Coach Carroll said 2 years ago, right when Russell Wilson was being traded, that we've been arrogant in our approach. We've got to update our system. We've waited a little bit too long in updating it. He acknowledged all those things at this time, Don, that were things that we've been talking about for years into that point. All of us at that point said, okay, great, coach. You're acknowledging it. You're realizing it. That's all we're asking for. We're not saying we got to move off of you. We just want you to learn your lessons and fix these things that are glaring issues with this team that are the same glaring issues popping up every single year. And it just didn't occur 2 years later. And this is why, in many ways, that Coach Carroll isn't here anymore, is because these things just weren't going to be fixed. But this new coaching staff, by the nature of their philosophy and their systems, should step in and work to be fixing those things immediately all across the board. Kieran says Rome was built on lead poisoning, blood, and sociopathy. Damn it. Haha. Now run through a wall for me. Whatever day. Well, what are you going to do? You got to break a few eggs, just make an omelet, man. Don says, bro, your show needs a Mill Creek Sports sponsorship straight up. I'd tell you, I'd do that all day. I'd love to do a local place I could partner up with for sure, Don. So I'd love to do that. I am going to be getting into, we will be doing a meetup this year, a Hawks Nest meetup for the first time. 5 years here as a show that we've been up and rolling. We're going to get out there in training camp. We're going to do a meetup. Maybe it'll be at Mill Creek. Maybe it'll be down there more near the Renton area, but I will be keeping you guys updated on that. Be sure for that. So be on the lookout there. As well, I don't know if you guys do know, I do have a clips channel that we put through together. It's been rolling strong off of all these live stream shows. A big heavy request for me has been to get clips out from these live stream shows, as it's sometimes hard for the 3-4 hour live streams to necessarily get that done. So we do have that going now. I will go ahead and post that in the chat here so you guys can see that if you guys want. Please do get subbed up to that, because I've got clips going to that channel just about every single day. We've got a clip going over there. I'm going to keep kind of releasing stuff over to that side of it. So if you guys are feeling it on that side of it, please do feel free to sub on up over there. I'm going to put this in the stream. 1 second here. I just want to get this in here. Just my clips channel. It's one of the more highly requested things on the channel, is to get this kind of built up, because not everyone's got the 4 or 5 hours to do the live stream. I get that. Kieran says, I'll be real. I do wonder what the ceiling is for this team. I'm not sure where it will really is. The book isn't written on them, and they could surprise, but I'm really not sure where the floor is either. I think you're wrestling with the same thing I'm wrestling with, Kieran. There's this uncertainty of, they kind of have a lot of variance in what they could be. And on either end of the scale, it wouldn't mean failure or ultimate success going one way or the other, really, quite frankly. McDonald could be coming in here and still kind of ironing out wrinkles and having mini bumps in the road, but yet the team still performs really well because the nature of the talent is so good that it does so. Team could struggle a little bit, but it's so young and coming together, and things are, that bumpiness isn't allowing you to win games, and you're trying to just kind of figure it out. So it's going to be hard to predict where this team's going to land, and I think for the people that are going to be a little bit bristling at people like Cowherd putting us in fourth place or looking at us not having a good year, I don't think that's as much as what it's been in the past of them shaming us or trying, not shaming us, but looking at us not in the proper, accurate light because they're not giving us the proper respect. I think what they're doing is they're just playing to what is the historical norms when a new coach is coming in to take over in this way. And that's understandable if that's what's driving that a little bit. Isaac Lipnick says, I love what we've been doing and have high hopes for this season and even higher expectations for 2025 and 26. Got to remember that we got rook coaches up and down the line, and we play in the NFC best. That's true. This division isn't going away anytime soon, and it's going to be just as strong this year, no doubt about that. So got to be patient as a fan base. I know that's not something that comes easy to football fans, but this is going to be a year where I'm going to be heavily, heavily, heavily preaching it. Don says, yo, there's a Marshawn Lynch card relic signed in like a golden pen, 1/5 upgrade at this Phoenix shop for like $400. That's a heavy price. $400 for an autograph. Pictures. It seems like a bit much. Chris Angus is angriest would be the Super Bowl loss to the Pats. Almost losing the team. The Steelers stealing the Super Bowl would be third. I get that. So Seahawks Blue and Green says NFL wanted to give Jerome Bettis the Super Bowl in his last year in hometown. It seemed like that, didn't it? Sure did seem like that. Cool Breeze is a Mariners video. I'll get back over to the Mariners channel at some point, Cool Breeze. Maybe I'll get over to baseball at some point here. Just so deep in the football spirit right now, O-Dog says, hey man, great answers. My happiest moment was me and my dad doing the Rams game in 2019 in Seattle. Being from North Carolina, it was a great opportunity. The stadium was insane when Greg the Leg missed the field goal. Oh, I remember that game, O-Dog. Yeah, that was the game that was the spirit of Paul Allen pushing it wide right. I felt like O-Dog in that game. It's like Paul was like, not after I just passed. Like his spirit came in like Angels of the Outfield style and pushed the ball to the right. But that was a hell of a game, man. That was a fun game that year. Man, that was a really great game. And back and forth and had some big moments. And I like it. It's a good pick. Good pick. Great question. Great question. That 05 Super Bowl hits me just hard. And as much as the Marshawn Lynch one, the Patriot one hurts as well. Part of my outlook on that one that doesn't hurt as much as it comes down to things that are kind of explainable, where I'm less of a guy on that one who's about the final play, and I'm more about your secondary was wrecked. They gave up 10 points in the fourth quarter, did your great defense. That's kind of why you lost the game. But I do look at it a little differently than others on that one. Gearian says, but man, I was so hammered by the end of the first half of the Super Bowl win. My friends and I were all half gone. Someone walks in and I was like, the Hawks are winning. I thought you'd be hyped as F. Yes, that was the one downside about where the upside and it was the upside and the downside about the New York bar I was in Manhattan is it was an open bar. So every time we scored, everybody was buying shots or just get us shots for everybody. Shots. So you're about a quarter and a half in. We're scoring every about 10 minutes and I'm on my lips by halftime. Like it's, we're going to win this game. You think it is. It also doesn't quite feel real because then you're also kind of so drunk and then your team's also kicking ass in the Super Bowl and just laying waste to Peyton Manning. So it also seems like something is weird here. I'm something isn't right. Am I hallucinating this? But yeah, you gotta be worried about those open bars, man. They'll get you in trouble. And Chris, I do know that Mill Creek bar. I was at that Mill Creek bar watching the Packer Conference Championship game. So I remember that one. Yeah, it's a cool little place. Big Dad says, Brandon, I'm cheering heavily for McDonald, but what is the over under game numbers when and if he throws a sideline fit? Oh shoot, I don't know. He's so even keeled. I don't know. I feel like he'll go like 7-8 games in. I put the over at least 5 or 6 because he's so like buttoned down and locked in. You know, where even if he's super pissed off, he'll seem unfazed a little bit, or at least try to put that good face on it. Don says, can we start a sports betting legislation movement that lets me bet on the Hawks from my couch? I wish we would, man. I got the Underdog Fantasy sponsorship going on right now with them, and it's hard because you can't really use the app in the state. So I know a lot of you would use it, but unless you're in a casino, you can't really use it. And it'd be nice if our state would allow us to be adults, right? Especially when the rest of the country's kind of opened it up, Don. Carlos' happiest was the Super Bowl parade in downtown Seattle. That's the one thing I regret not being able to be at. That would have been such a cool event to go check out and be a part of. Long live the king. Angriest was the Jets' loss on the botched Testaverde touchdown call that forced the Seahawks out of the playoffs. Happiest was the Super Bowl for the Broncos. Green Bay, NFC chance. Saddest was the news of Baldwin retiring. Oh, okay. I like it. You guys are picking some good ones here. Holy mackerel, kitty. I'm giving you love. Come on now. You're getting the love. Malcolm McDowell pick. Oh, I'm passing away. King Zhao, I feel really good about the Seahawks this year, honestly, and for the first time in a while. I mean it more than ever. McDonald has a grasp of what this team needs. They did everything that they needed to do in every way in cuts, free agency, and draft too. I've been very impressed by their offseason, to your point on that, King. A lot of intelligent decision-making, a lot of lack of sentimentality here. Is the guy right now for this team or not? And that certainly was applied at times, even to painful lengths with a guy like Bobby Wagner. That certainly is a very popular player that people didn't want to see moved on from for a second time. But this team really coldly and calculated went through and said, we're going to make what is the proper decision for this team and the best decision. And I think when you stack up smart decision after smart decision after smart decision, this is how you start to build a really good team and have a really good process put together. So I love your confidence, man. I do share it with you. And hopefully it can come together really early this upcoming season. I'd love to see that. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Thank you for the $5 donation. Good to see you, brother. As I was at the Rams game too, I remember RD just giving up those 10-yard outs to their wide receivers, especially on that final drive. Atlanta loss in 2012 hurt. Yeah, that one definitely stung, Randall, because you felt like that team was just turning into a juggernaut at the right time of year. And you felt like if you got past Atlanta back to San Francisco, that you finally had gotten the tables turned on San Francisco. And if you went into San Fran that next week, you were going to take them out. That confidence was brimming. Atlanta was a whole different kind of beast to deal with Roddy White and Julio Jones and Matt Ryan there and the way they had that defense put together. But that one definitely stung. That definitely was one where you went, oh, God, because if we got through San Francisco, I think we beat San Francisco at that point, and then I think we got a really great chance against Baltimore in the Super Bowl if we do go at that time. But yeah, those outs, those 10-yard outs, things that should start to be a little bit of relics of the past here, Randall, as far as the what we saw in the prior defense that caused so many problems. You're playing off coverage, you drop to depth. What does that open up? It opens up the stop route, the in-cutting routes, or the out routes. Because you got your cornerback dropping to depth and he's trying to stay deep over the top and leaving everything else opened underneath. And I think especially even at that time, you had a guy like Shaquille. I think Griffin was out there. Shaquille was like the ultimate guy, and I'll play my cover 3 responsibility, but I'll leave everything opened up underneath. And so he never got beat over the top, but he was always allowing these, 10-yard plays. Sorry, one sec. Allergies are getting me a little bit today. Woo. So he'd leave all those plays underneath there, Randall. And that's what used to drive me crazy about this defense is that if I, as a quarterback, walk up to the line of scrimmage and I see your corners in off coverage, and I know with 100% or at least let's say 95% certainty that they're going to drop into bail technique post snap, why am I not going to throw those outs? Why am I not going to throw those short routes? Why won't I just lean on that and attack that endlessly? And the Rams and a guy like McVay never overthought this. That's part of why he had so much success with Carroll. It wasn't that he was just so brilliant in all of his play designs. It's that he said, look, I'm just going to stay in this pocket and keep attacking you this way until you change what you're doing. And Coach Carroll's like, I'm not going to change what I'm going to do. You're going to eventually try to take a shot deep. And McVay's like, no, I'm not. I'll just keep death by 1,000 cuts, get you this way. It's tough. I like those though. Two great games. And boy, it would have been great to be at that Rams game. I think that was a primetime game at night too, Randall, wasn't it? You had the Lockett catch in that game. You had DK getting over the top on a big play. There's a lot in that game. A lot going on. Thank you though, Randall. Appreciate you for that donation, brother. Hope you're having a great night. Freedom Joe says, a happy memory transitioning from same old Seahawks to why not us? Amen. Love it. Well worded, Freedom Joe. Kings Al, the only thing I'm more worried about is health now at this point. And definitely going to be, that's always the big part in every year too, King. You know, how your team holds up health-wise is really a big dictator as much as much as talent, much as scheme. So we'll see how that goes. They did retain Ivan the Terrible. We'll just have to see. Garion says, B, your Super Bowl experience was the same as mine, laughing out loud. Everybody was like super happy, and you're scoring and everybody wants to party. And man, open bars they're a good idea at first, but through the night, they turn into a very, very bad idea. You start mixing too many different kinds of liquor you shouldn't be mixing. And it turns into luckily I was so I think I could have drank in everything that night. And I wouldn't have cared. I was going to still stay because I was so hyped by the win. King says, I generally see us winning 10 to 11 games. I have that in my spectrum, King. I think you can go everywhere from 6 to 7 wins this year, all the way up to 12. It can be anywhere into that range. I know this doesn't make me exactly taking a stand on this team, but I also think it gets hard to predict a team like this and what they're going to be when you have so many new parts coming in from the coaching standpoint of things. It gets tough, but I could see it happening, King. I could see it. Brian says the field goal drive by Atlanta in 2012 was incredibly painful. It was. You had this great defense, and I think there was, 31 seconds when they took over, and they just boom, boom, boom. They were right up the field. Oh, it was brutal. Randall, thank you for another $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, brother. Says, interesting to see what Mac training camp looks like. Yeah, it'll be interesting, especially to hear from some of the reporters. I mean, I'm going to go down to training camp this year and watch them myself, but to hear from maybe some reporters that seen Carroll's years and how many years they've been through there watching the training camps first, the way this one will look, I think if we're hearing there's more hitting, if we're hearing there's more intensity, if we're hearing there's more of we're trying to really prepare these guys for the season from a physical standpoint, and even at the risk of having some injuries come up. That's the thing I'm going to be really locking into mainly, Randall, to see if that's a big part of it, because that's been a big wonder from my standpoint of if some of the lack of physicality we've seen from recent Seahawks teams, some of the lack of ability in tackling, some of the lack of intensity, is that coming from some of the way that they've trained at times in these training camps? Maybe not. That's the part that I'll definitely be paying attention to. But supposedly Harbaugh runs some really, really, really rough camps. And if he's taking a page out of that book, that's what you're going to be seeing here, Randall, which I'm in favor of it. Steve Dickman says, has been great decisions. It has. You go down the line, the Jamal Adams cut, the Quandre Diggs cut, the Jamal Adams cut to take all the dead money this year and not pushing it in next year. Get next year opened up entirely to be able to just let it roost, let it roll. The spending of the money in free agency, playing the compensatory game, the retaining of Williams on the contract that they got him here, the way that they leaned into value on the draft, the hiring of McDonald. They didn't just go out there and try to grab the first coach they can go get. You felt like with Atlanta, I felt like with Raheem Morris, it was just kind of like, we just got to get a coach in here. They flirted with Belichick and they're like, oh, well, this is taking too long. We got to get a coach. And they just went for one. It felt like Seattle really had an exhaustive process to truly find the best coach. Part of why I have so much confidence in McDonald is I think that they really arrived here after looking through a lot of different candidates. So they're making some smart decisions, and hopefully these can add up to success in the long term. I think it will, because I don't think success just comes out by happenstance or you just made one correct decision on one, let's say, quarterback, and so everything's now golden. It's a variety of good decisions and choices and smart decision-making that leads you to that place. Kieran says, the one thing I give this new staff is they're making moves, which is what you have to do. That said, the first thing I thought would happen is they'd gut this team, and I'm not sure we're close to done. This next offseason will tell the tale. It will indeed. I think that's a part of a little bit of the unique nature of walking in, Kieran, to a place as a new coach where it's not in rubble. The whole city's been laid to waste, and you've got to rebuild every building. You've kind of got some sound. We got DK and Tyler and JSN. That's nice. I got 2 backs in the middle. That's pretty good. We got Fan in here. We got, our bookend tackles are in place. We've drafted a few different second-round edges, and Uchenna Nwosu and Williams is here as well, coming into addition to that. We got Devin Witherspoon in here with the top 5 pick. There's just a little bit more, I think, that you get here than you typically would have, which if it was with rubble, to your point, Kieran, if they had walked into rubble, I think that they start to clear away the rubble, which is that part of, like you say, gutting the team. Let's move this off. Let's change this all over. We'll see if it continues to where they more kind of hold serve here and work with what they have more than looking to flip everything out. But I think that that's a little bit of what's driving this a bit is the level of talent that's already in the room. Don says, McVay, don't forget Jeff Fisher. Jeff freaking Fisher. Yeah, Jeff Fisher gave Carroll some issues too, didn't he? William Masapaku says, saddest moment was Ken overbearing moving the team to LA. Yeah, there was, that was definitely a worrisome moment there when that went down where you went, oh no. Oh God, he's going to pull this off. And we had all of our franchises, the Mariners and all that also being flirted with being pulled away. He almost got it off. If we didn't have some 12s willing to throw their bodies at the feet of the trucks to prevent them from rolling off the block, we might have had our team taken. Herbicide, you have yourself a great night, man. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. He says, Pete built on Holmgren. Mac will keep adding to it. Yeah, beautifully put, Randall. Beautifully put. This is where we come down to the winning as an organization and the turn for the Seattle Seahawks as an organization where they went from being a Mariner-like organization to being one that could truly compete was when Paul Allen bought the team. And Paul Allen then strived to create the teams that he was able to create through his couple of decades here before he passed. And Mike Holmgren was that big, huge, massive hire he made at that time to bring in a guy that had been to multiple Super Bowls, who understood how to create a winner, who had this 49er background there with Bill Walsh. And he was able to do that. And Holmgren came in here and started to create a standard that was new to this place, that was unusual to this place. And while you did have that little bit of that dip with Mora for that 1 year, I don't think that 1 year of Mora erased everything that Holmgren had built up here prior, and that North Star of truly trying to be a great organization and a great team still was guiding it with Carroll in there. There was still that fertile ground for Carroll to come in and find a fan base and find a culture here that wanted to see a team drive to that ultimate success. So, hopefully Matt can keep building on it. I think he will be able to, Randall. I think there's a lot here for him to be able to work off and what Coach Carroll has set the stage for. Part of the reason why I don't think that there's just a certainty on this, Randall, that you have a new coach taking over, and as would normally happen when a new coach is taking over for a legendary coach, when Jimmy Johnson is going to take over for the hat. And you go, going to have to give this some time. When Bill Cowher took over for that Steelers coach they had there for a long time, Chuck Noll, you go, well, give Billy a year at least on this to kind of figure this one out here. Maybe you don't have to do that here. Maybe there's a little bit to your point on the donation there, Randall, where you're able to continue to keep The building's actually still here, and we're just going to keep adding bricks on top of it a little bit. That's part of that definite reason for optimism, both for in this upcoming season and in the long-term future of this team, because I think you have a little bit of that better base to build on and operate off of. William Asapaco says, maddest moment was Hasselbeck being flagged for a low block in 2005 Super Bowl. Happiest moment was the tip. Oh, let's go, William. I like those two moments. Yeah, Hasselbeck being flagged for a low block in the 2005 Super Bowl after he threw an interception and tackled the player. Yes, that's how bad that game was fixed, folks. Let me say that again. This game was fixed so bad, your quarterback threw an interception, the intercepting player comes back, your quarterback tackles the intercepting player, they then flag your quarterback for an illegal block on that play. It was that effing bad. Radu Turkin. How you doing, Radu? Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, man. Says, what do you think of Rashawn Jenkins? Will he be better than Diggs overall? Diggs was just okay. I see some similarities in Rashawn Jenkins' game, Radu, to Bradley McDougald, a guy that truly is built with a skill set of free safety, strong safety kind of ability to him. When he was asked to do the over-the-top safety stuff and be a center field guy, he did that really well to the tape I watched, Radu. He wasn't, I watched a lot of all 22 when we signed him. And I didn't see any moment where he allowed anybody to get over the top on him when he was that single high safety or when he was a cover two safety. He played to his responsibility and he kept things clean. When he came down as a strong safety, tackling was okay and he was comfortable doing it. I think when you talk about Diggs, you're speaking about a guy who is purely a free safety and that's where he needs to be. And you can't really ask him to do as much, I think, at the point in time where he was in his career, as much strong safety stuff. I know he'd done some of that in his past as a player, but that's where there's the difference between those two is there's much more in Rashawn, that certain skill set of being able to do both of the two attributes that are required within this defense. It's not just going to be kind of convenient and nice if as a strong safety, you can do some single high stuff and some cover two stuff. This is, of course, Radu, why I say Jamal Adams just wouldn't work in this defense because he's not big enough to be a linebacker down there to sustain down that way. And he's not going to be able to do the cover two shell stuff that you're going to need to have him to be able to do. Rashawn's got some nice size to him. He's not big, but good size to him. He can play to both of those two skill sets. He's pretty athletic. He doesn't have any kind of one shining skill. And that's why I go to kind of that Bradley McDougald comp here, Radu, where he's a guy that will be fundamentally sound. He'll be assignment sound. You're not going to see him blowing assignments or having a lot of big plays that he gives up. But is he going to give you a lot of splashiness as well on the other side of it? Is he going to give you a lot of electrifying type plays? No, probably not on the other side of it. He'll just be kind of boringly pretty good, as Bradley McDougald kind of was. But you're paying at a very cheap rate for that league average, a little bit league average or a little bit above league average play at that point. And that's where this is the recalibration where you're going from paying $50 million to getting below league average play from the position collectively to now paying more pennies on the dollar and getting league average to above average play at the position. And that's how it should be. That's the way the team should quantify these safeties and how they look at whether or not to pay them or not, because that's the going rate, Radu. You don't have to pay for the guy up at this high water mark in order to even just get average play. Like when we got Bradley McDougald in, I think we signed him at that time on like a 1 year, $2 million, $3 million deal when we brought him in as a free agent from Tampa Bay. And he came in and gave us really sterling play when he was asked to come in and kind of play both safety positions. So good player, solid player, Radu. There's not a lot of sizzle or excitement to him that I can provide. There's not one part of his skill set that really jumps out as a defining trait like, whoa, him in man coverage is awesome, or him as a blitzer is just amazing. He's just kind of relatively solid down the line. Solid, strong safety, solid free safety stuff. The tape just didn't have a lot of splash to it that I watched him. I probably watched four games of him last year, and he was just always in the right position, the right place, doing a variety of things within the defense, but there not being any one thing that he did that necessarily stood out to me that made me go, whoa. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate you, Radu, for that donation. Greg says, be okay. What are you looking forward to most about the season in the future? Being intricate, offensively and defensively. Looking I understand what the philosophy was driven as it was in the prior, and I think that Carroll took that philosophy as far as it could be taken in the modern age. But the new day has come. The new dawn is here. And it is one that is, do you as a coaching staff provide your players advantages? How many advantages can you provide your players to help them on game day? And this comes down through a variety of different ways. It certainly comes in how you train them and how you prepare them. It comes in down the line in the way that you call games, how aggressive or not aggressive you are, how complicated you can be, how much you can disguise what you're doing. There's so many different types of different advantages a coach can bring or not bring to the table. And I love that these coaches are going to bring advantages to the table that I've kind of long sought for this team a bit. I'm going to love watching a team that's going to constantly be changing things for the opposition and making it hard on them as possible, both offensively and defensively. I'm looking forward to looking at both of the structures of these offense and defenses and not knowing necessarily what I'm seeing all the time or what's driving this to that or what the sequence of these plays are trying to accomplish, because it is so complex. And it's going to take me on the all 22, 6 or 7 or 8 rewinds to go, oh, you're going over here to this, and then this comes back here, and you're trying to bring this. Okay, I see. There we go. That's the part I'm really looking forward to, is a coaching staff building in a little bit more advantages across the board for their players. Kings out. Seattle knew they wanted either Ben Johnson or Mike McDonald. There's no way we have Mike, who never was a head coach before, a massive 6-year deal if they didn't want him from the start. I don't know if the massive 6-year deal is necessarily indicative that they wanted him from the start. To me, I've looked at King Zhao. The massive 6-year deal is more about the Washington Commanders' interest, I think, in Mike McDonald, and that was their preference as well. And then they probably had a 5-year deal on the table, and you maybe even offered the 6-year just to kind of close it off. But I certainly think those were their top 2 targets. They did go through a lot of different, even extra interviews. They went even beyond the sort of Rooney Rule and really looking the Mike Kafka types that they turned over and interviewed. I mean, they really went deep into that interview process, I think, to try to find a guy that could really impress them. And so while I do think that they did kind of have that main guys at the forefront, they're sort of, leaders in the clubhouse when they began the process. I think if Mike Kafka came in and completely blew them away in the interview process and sold them, that he could have gotten the job too. I just don't think that he quite provided that same level of charisma or dynamicism that Mike McDonald was able to get across. We just did Super Bowl 48. I was so stunned by the blowout. It was kind of numbing, almost out of body like. But the tip, holy smokes. Thought my heart was going to start skipping beats like Grandmaster Flash was spinning it. Yeah, that was a crazy game. That tip was insane. And that whole game was so intense. You were just, by the end of that conference championship game, you were emotionally exhausted. Jackie Treehorn says, hey, B, please say hi to Pumpkin for me. Hey, Pumpkin, Jackie Treehorn says, what's up? You say hi to Jackie Treehorn? Say, what's up, Jackie? Say, Jackie. Say, Jackie. There we go. Got her to say it, Jackie. King Zhao says, I have to disagree here. Pete literally blew it all up and revamped the Seahawks with his young but hungry mentality, but his schemes were so vanilla it was easy to beat Carroll, honestly. Yeah, I think that there's a little bit of, to me, again, the building of the winner was more than just the turning over of the team or Pete's culture that he was instituting. It was Paul Allen walking in and willing to spend the money that it was going to take to get it done. And the commitment to making sure that he's going to have great coaches here. And if he didn't have a great coach, if Moore came in for a year and it was the wrong decision, he was going to quickly turn it around over to Coach Carroll. Certainly Coach Carroll brought the championship in his designs and the culture and all that at the end of the day, but it's to me the Paul Allen where I go, this is where it begins from. And I don't think that all of what Mike Holmgren had done in being to a Super Bowl just 3 years prior was completely all just out the door. And I'm even speaking to just not just even the player standpoint of this. I'm talking about the, everyone within the organization. I'm talking down to the secretaries and the belief and the commitment to becoming a champion, a winner at that time. And I think that was even being instilled in the organization through that time period. Ricardo says, let's be honest, Pete's scheme only works with Hall of Fame talent or in college where you can stack talent. I think that definitely needs it to run that way. I think it also needed even in Seattle. I think the secret sauce to, I think, the Legion of Boom was not just the elite talent. I think it was the responsibility the players took within the scheme to find adjustments that they could communicate between each other that was not necessarily within the X's and O's of the defense. And that's also a bit of a requirement for it to work at the NFL level too. And as much as losing the talent of the LOB hurt and definitely hindered them from finding success in the future, not having players who took on that same level of responsibility also was a contributing factor there. So Shinobi says building a winning culture is different than building onto a winning roster. Yes, exactly. The culture to me is something that's in a variety of places in the building, which is not just the players, not just the coaches. It's to the front office, to the scouts. It's to the people working in the building, And King's House says, even in Chris Carson's Top 100 video, the defensive lineman literally said Seattle, they always run a villainous scheme. They do. Yeah, they were known for years on that. Yeah, I think in that video, King, he says Chris Carson has a lot of respect for him because he has to earn everything he gets because of the vanilla nature of the Seattle scheme. And it's the truth. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Randall, for that, man. He says, tell me about Jonathan Hankins. Mario Edwards upgrade. Good locker room guy who eats blocks. PFF grade. Think he makes the team? I do think he makes the team because I do think that they end up having Draymond as kind of considered as a de facto edge. And so you end up with, I think, 3 nose tackles and three techs kind of, and how you kind of play this out. He's getting older as a player. This is certainly a pick. I think that I think this is a player that you go out and Hankins. I'm trying to get up his PFF scores here. I want to make sure I'm right on this. Oh, that's why I'm not in the NFL one. Well, duh. Let me bring up. But he's getting older, and definitely you're seeing in his play that it's not the same level of play that he's been at before. He was the 89th rated defensive tackle by PFF last year, Randall. So, he's getting older, 32 years of age, not quite the player he was. I don't know if this is an upgrade even over Mario Edwards, to be honest with you. I think Mario probably gives you better play than what this guy gave you. And when you look at him through the years, I mean, it's really hard to find much optimism here with him this year as far as thinking that there's still something left in his bag. Let me show you what I'm looking at here. Where you go back from, 2013, looking at his scores here, and you can kind of see, 78, 82, 78, dips down to 63 in 2016, gets back to almost 80 in 2017, and then it's 63, 63, 61, 46, 48, 53. He's kind of getting down to the end of the line here. Now, Dirty, the defensive coordinator for us here, definitely had some Randall input in on this one and saying, hey, he can come in and be your nose tackle, can come in for some snaps and help you out down there. Can you run him for 40, 50 snaps a game? No. Can you run him for 15 to 20 snaps a game and he provides you good run defense in that role? Maybe. I think Randall, as much as anything, it's a bit of insurance for Cam Young. If Cam Young cannot come forward and develop this year into year 2, you have Hankins there who can come in then and be the number 2 guy behind Jaron Reed in the nose tackle role. I end up thinking you probably carry all 3. So it becomes Jaron Reed, Hankins, Young, and then you've got Williams, Murphy, Mike Morris, and technically Draymond Jones becomes a de facto edge defensive tackle, splits between the two. So there's an outside chance he doesn't make the team if they just feel good enough about how Cam Young has done, Randall, and that he's developed enough to where he's solidly and there's the number 2 and they don't need the 3rd guy. I think they end up carrying him kind of no matter what. But I just don't think he's got much to offer at this point. He's never really given you much as a pass rusher. His claim to fame has been as a run defender, yet he wasn't even able or hasn't been even able to carve out league average run defense scores from PFF over the last couple of years. And watching him on the tape, there's nothing he's really doing a lot of. He can eat up some blocks because he's a legit 320, 325 guy. So there are times he can get those two extra blockers, eating him up as a nose tackle. But because he's not as much of a forced defender at this age, there are also times teams are going to be willing to still single block him up. So now it's probably a little bit of a backward step off Mario. But unlike Mario, where you're going to have him be your number 2 coming off the bench to Jaron, you're hoping Cam Young is the number 2, and then Hankins Randall then gets to be the number 3 guy in the pecking order. I think that would be the ideal from Seattle's standpoint on this one. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the donation. King Zhao, imagine the league literally saying that and thinking that about Seattle. McDonald will at minimum change a lot of our plays to be more innovative. I would think he would. Yeah. Yeah, when it gets to that point when it's so proliferated that guys are saying in the top 100, like just goes without saying, Seattle runs the most simplified scheme. It's where I say you don't have to become the most complicated scheme in the NFL. Or when it comes to our defense, we want to be one of the least blitzing teams in the NFL. We're going to be a 32nd rate team in blitzing year in and year out. That becomes incredibly predictive. And so it's not to advocate and say you need to become the number 1 blitzing team in the NFL, but let's get us up to a little bit of a middle of the road place to where at least defenses have to play us. They've got to be aware of it. They've got to know that it's at least maybe a threat to come down. They can't just go, well, there's no chance they're blitzing us on this play. So we come down to, again, the easiness with which the former defense operated in allowing quarterbacks to predict where defensive players are going to be all across the field. I know right where the spot is to attack because I know this defensive team is not going to run a blitz. They're not going to run any stack fronts. They're going to drop into cover 3 or cover 6, and I'm good to go. I'll hit the routes that attack the openings in that space. Nubalax is blocking below the waist, laughing out loud on an INT. I know some of you might say that you're lying, that they would not have called a low block on him tackling the player that just intercepted him. And the answer is yes, they would. And yes, they did. And it was wild to watch. And that was the moment you knew the fix is in. This would be like watching a boxing match where the other boxer isn't like taking the stuff and putting it on his gloves to where then he hits the guy in the eye and blinds him. This would be like the referee going over to the boxing opponent and taking the stuff and blinding it with his own fingers and then being like, get it on. Get it on. That's what like that moment was. King's House is not going to lie. When Edwards was on the field, he played well. He did. That's why I say I think this one's a little bit of a backwards king to the Hankins signing. I think that he's a little bit of it's a minor step backwards, but it's a little bit of a step back. Swedish Shinobi says he blocked him into the ground. What a dick. Swedish Shinobi says not knowing the difference between blocking and tackling explains a lot about all the bad holding calls in the NFL. Boy, does it ever. But when you do have the fix in it, it's like, well, they're just making stuff up on the fly. King says, but there were a few times they had Edwards play the Benson Mayoa role, playing D-line, but being asked to cover on certain plays, which in my opinion is insane. Ask Edwards. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I guess girls basketball is super popular now, I guess. Yeah, that Caitlin Clark is pulling that whole thing along. Don says these broadcasting monopolies are forcing me to pirate. It's sad. I got to do it myself. I understand, like with the NFL, you got to have like 6 different streaming services this year to watch every game. I'm just going to get the YouTube thing, but it's pretty ridiculous. Swedish says, okay, my little hawk maniacs. I'm off to bed. Have a good night, chat. And Brandon, you too, Swedish Shinobi. Thank you so much, man. Have a good one. Radu, thank you for another donation. I appreciate you so much for that, brother. Is there such a thing of being too complicated? If so, please give me an example of that. Absolutely. I've got the perfect example for you on that, Radu. When Mike Macdonald went to the Wolverines for a year to institute his defense for Jim Harbaugh, and his brother loaned out his guy to him to get that done, you had Wink Martindale with the Ravens at the time running his same kind of system as Mike Macdonald. What Wink was doing, though, was Wink was running a lot more of the man-based coverage concepts and a lot more of the blitz-heavy nature of things. That was a little bit of the key difference between Macdonald and Wink. But if we were to dive a little bit further into the differences between Wink and Mike Macdonald, Wink started to institute way too many checks and too much responsibilities on individual players to make adjustments based on the formation of the offense. You know, you get a couple guys motioning to adjust here, you're going to go do this. But if this guy motions to here, but then he rolls back along the scheme, you're actually going to go over to here. But if this happens with that, then you're going to change back to this. There was too much that Wink was then asking his guys to have to think through and process, rather than just, let's say you've got to play Radu like you'd call him Madden, where it's like the linebacker is going to blitz and hit this gap, and he's shooting that gap. Simple, easy. He knows what he's got to do. I don't have to think. Whereas you got the guy prior snap going, okay, you're going to shoot the gap, but if this happens, you're doing that. But if that happens, you're doing this. But if this happens, you're doing that. And when you read a lot about why Radu, when I was doing the research on Mike Macdonald and him coming and taking over for Wink, because you were going from this defense to basically the same defense. And I was trying to kind of understand that at the time. And what you were really hearing about from the Ravens and what, you know, their publications were talking about was Wink had just built in too many of those extra adjustments, too much stuff, too much complication. And what you get in the complication with Macdonald, that's the difference here, Radu, of course, is it's the complication of, I will show you this prior to the snap, and then I will be that post-snap. That's less about an individual player having to go through all of these adjustments and more about, let's disguise what we show, and then we're going to become this. I've still simplified down, for the most part, that player responsibility. I might take you as an outside corner and turn you into my single high safety, but you know where your responsibility is going to be. It's not going to be built into all these extra different adjustments to you on that in the moment that you got to process right before the snap. You know where you're going to have to go to, but there is a lot of complication in what it's showing you at that point to the offense, because corners don't typically tend to end up as single high safeties on the play, right? Middle linebackers don't typically tend to end up as single high safeties on the play. So that's where, in my opinion, Radu, you can get that extra too much level of complication when you're saying, okay, here's the play, but it's going to be that of this, or it's going to be that of that. And you're telling them to do too many of these individual adjustments where you push the marker too far and you have the players end up overthinking it and not just able to just play kind of fast and furious. And this is where we get back around to a guy like Coach Carroll, where he says, this is why I have my scheme simple as I do, because the more simple I have the scheme, the more faster the player can play. I think that there's that sort of happy balance you get, Radu, right? Between the overcomplicated to the just pure simplified. Let's find that pure warm temperature to operate within, which is what I think Macdonald seeks out to do in his scheme. Find a way to make it, endlessly complicated and trip up offenses without it being endlessly complicated to my defensive players' minds, where they're getting lost in the complication. And that's where I think he learned that lesson from running the same scheme, but seeing how Wink was running the scheme kind of wrong with that. Where this is where you're creating problems, Wink, in your methodology here. I get why you're trying to do it, but Wink was trying to always get into the perfect defense, essentially. And that's what was driving Wink to have them do those kind of adjustments, Radu, but it's one where you can take it a little bit too far, I think, as Wink did. And that's why Macdonald ended up taking back over for him with the Ravens. Thank you, though, Radu, for the double dip donation, man. Very, very kind of you, brother. Don says, we've reached the point where the consolidation has suffocated innovation, and what I want to consume is not being produced, so I got to do it myself, I guess. Yeah, I get it, man. It's tough because sometimes I just want this. I don't want all that with it. I just want this thing. No, you got to get all that with it. Chris says, had we signed Kafka, I don't think we would have gotten Grubb. No, we definitely would not have gotten Grubb if you got Kafka. No way. King says, I think Grubb came along because McDonald probably told him, hey, I have an offense worth your time. Interested? Grubb was like, hell yeah. I mean, Alabama also a great place to coach too. Alabama's not bad. Getting over to take over for Saban, and I think they still have, I know Alabama hasn't necessarily reached the heights in recent years that they've been at there with Saban, but they're still a damn fine program. And yeah, I think that McDonald, Grubb wanted to get to the NFL. We know about him now. Last year he was at the combine, starting to already try to kind of build these relationships up to build this pathway for him to have a way to get to the NFL. This is what he's seeking out to want to do. So, them able to kind of coordinate and get together back then a year ago and say, hey, maybe if something comes up, we can, I can come together on this a little bit. Don says it was a no-brainer hire for Paul Allen to hire Pete. The timing was right. He in and out from that scandal heat. Paul could tell anyone to shut the F up with money. It was a beautiful thing. It was, man. It was. It was also, though, to me, shows a little bit when I talk about Don wanting to really make sure that we give the flowers to Paul Allen for what he did accomplish. A lot of owners in that territory aren't going to fire a coach after 1 year. They're going, I can't do that. My people tell me got to give the guy a year, but he was a guy that it was a strong enough hand as an owner to know when he needed to come in and make that decision. And that's what I say about like what I feel like Jody did this offseason, where an owner doesn't have to come in. You don't want them being hyperactive. You don't want them in there always throwing up the decision and coming in there with their voice to try to make things happen because they think they see it so much clearer than the guys they've hired to do the job. But you do want there to be moments and times where the owner comes in and strongly comes in when things are not moving in the right direction. And that's what Paul did there with that Mora. But it was a great hire there with Carroll. I think there's some tough things too there, Don, with hiring Coach Carroll too. Because remember with Coach Carroll, he had also agreed to make him a general manager. And Paul had come to the other side of that with Mike Holmgren, where he had to take the general manager duties away from that coach. I don't think Paul wanted to give that out necessarily easily the other side of it, but he knew he was the right coach and knew he had to do what it took to bring that right coach in. Brian says, perfect storm for Pete. Allen money, USC issues, West Coast NFL team. That's right. King says, I feel like Jim Mora was doing an Urban Myers type coaching without the nonsense, which makes it worse. Yeah, I think so too. Mora was just kind of seemed angry all the time. He was pissed. Swedish says, I was fortunate enough to be living in Wyoming and Colorado during Holmgren's last year and the entirety of Mora's administration and was only able to listen to maybe 3 to 4 games. The Mora year had some brutal games. It did. Brutal games. We just got blown out a bunch that year, and even the games we were in that were tough to watch, like even the ones we should have won, we just didn't. It just, the Bears game with Hester, the missed kick, Alindo Murray, Kieran says, B, upgrade treading water or sinking, O-line, D-line, secondary offense generally? You might have to expand, Kieran, on what you mean on that question. I'm sorry, man. Don says, get this guy a coffee cup that's not Starbucks, Vita something. I like my Starbucks, man. King Zao says, my thing with the Ravens defense is they also disguise 3-4 under a scheme too, but they love mixing around to a 5-3 box, low D-line fronts. Yeah, they're multiple, King. They're not going to just be in one thing. You're going to get a lot of 4-man boxes too out of it too, with kind of a 4-man look, 3 down linemen, 1 guy standing up. They're really rarely in pure 3-4 looks, but you'll get everything under the sun with the Mike McDonald defense. Stacked fronts, 3-4s, 4-3s, 5-man fronts. If Jordan Love plays the free safety, he can potentially be the Geno Stone. Oh, Julian Love. Julian Love plays the free safety. He can potentially be the Geno Stone for our upcoming defense. He ran with his free-floating safety schemes. Yeah, agreed. He can absolutely be that. A bit better of a tackler than Geno Stone, too. So, yeah. What do you have? Four picks last year to Julian Love, I think? Chris says, Jim Moore, playoffs. Clip is still funny. Yeah, his dad. It is hilarious. His dad got some mileage out of that, too. He got some commercials and made some money off it. Don says, Julian Love is basically another guy who went to Mount Lake Terrace High School. I didn't know that I forgot about that with Julian. King says, I think the Lindo Mari still was our worst kicker, like by far. Yeah, that might have been the worst one. We've actually had a pretty solid kicker history here, going back to even guys like Norm Johnson. We've done pretty well with our kickers for the most part. But Lindo, we did have Sebastian Janikowski at the end. I mean, we had Sebastian Janikowski blow his hamstring out just attempting a kick. But Lindo probably was in that territory of one of the worst, yeah. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. Long live the king. Says, do you believe if defense slightly improves and offense doesn't take a step back, can we make a playoff run this year? 100%. 100%. Long live the king. This is part of that variance thing that I see on with this team where it's, if I have a new coach coming in, I'm going to typically go, okay, you can't prescribe a team to be great that year or be a playoff team that year. The guys, especially going from what we've been, we're so simple on the offensive side of the ball, so simple on the defensive side of the ball, to what we're going to, which is so very complicated on both of those two sides of the ball. But the talent on this team is really good. And you're very talented at positions that you would like to be very talented. Bookend tackles, two good running backs that are dynamic, two great receivers that can get it done. A tight end who's definitely better than above average. And theoretically, an improved interior offensive line, good parts on the defense as well. So last year, you had the 8th most efficient offense in the NFL, King. You didn't lose anything off of that team this offseason. The interior of the offensive line looks to be upgraded. And it was already a good offense. It was the 8th most efficient offense in football last year. You can get the pass protection better. If you can get a scheme that's more diverse in what it runs, so it's harder for defenses to predict where the offense is going to be going, play in and play out, which is a big part of, I think, our problems over the last couple of years here. I think that remarkably helps you offensively to be thinking, okay, you should be even just a little bit more improved offensively than because of that. And when it comes to defense, the one place I've kept coming back to, King, is the third down rate. The reason that the Seahawks as a defense spent a collective extra game and a half out on the football field last year versus their peers like the 49ers is because they could not get stops on third downs. Part of what I think absolutely takes the wind out of the sails of the stadium when we're at home is when you're watching, when you've got fans that get up on third down and they're screaming their lungs out and the team's on the 35-yard line and it's another conversion on a 7-yard gain. And then they get to another third down and around the 50-yard line and they're all up in their field. They're like, and it's another conversion on a 3rd and 4 where it's just a little flat route throw that converts for a first down. And you start to get exhausted over the course of the game where you're trying to give the defense all you can, but you're still seeing them from a structured schematic standpoint giving up easy completions or easy conversions. The place that I would expect to change this year is there being more of a preference, an onus placed upon getting the team off the field on third downs defensively. And that's going to come from, in a lot of ways, the blitzing. If we have a team under Coach Carroll that's got a team that's a 3rd and 11, what you're going to see is a 4-man box, off coverage corner, guys dropping to depth, linebackers dropping to depth. You can predict that that's probably what's going to happen on a 3rd down and 11. What a team like Mike McDonald will do with his defense, or what a guy like his predecessor Martindale would do, would say, to get the 11 yards on a 3rd and 11, you're going to need about 4.5 seconds for those receivers to run the routes to get down the field to to get the conversion. You need enough time for them to get that field to get there. That's 11 yards. That's going to take a little bit of time. If I can, by my blitz designs, dial up a blitz that forces you to go over to your hot route, which will only get you 3 or 4 yards in space, I can take all those long developing routes and I can throw them right out the window on this 3rd and 11. That's a little bit of the differences in what you'd get from schemes. McDonald, not worried about maybe blitzing in that scenario, whereas Carroll would say, I'm not going to blitz because that then exposes my back end and we're going to give up some big play over the top. And that's not necessarily the way that McDonald kind of views it on that. So I think 3rd down rate improves King. Yeah, the defense improves slightly with that. Offense takes a little bit of a step forward. Offense now able to be on the field a little bit more than they were last year while still operating even within the same kind of efficiency, and they improve with that. And then does that then make you a couple games better to getting you in the playoffs at that point if those things can happen? Yeah. And is there a reason to believe that those things can reasonably happen, being that these don't take huge adjustments or changes in order to incorporate them into the team? And I would tend to think yes on that, King. It's very hard to predict this because there's so many factors here, man. It's not clear and easy on this and making a prediction about what's going to happen with Seattle because all of this stuff is kind of riding back and forth. The new coach coming in, going from the simplified to the complicated on both sides of the ball. Yeah, but there's these easy advantages for us to take advantage of as well. Yeah, but these tend to typically a scenario where the first year is going to be a little rough going as you're trying to find out who's going to be the players that are going to ride with the coach in the long term, who really fits to this scheme, who doesn't. You got the whole turnover. But the talent's also really good on the other side of this. It's that back and forth that's kind of, and King, and frankly, I think it's a lot of what we see within my own chat, even over the course of the stream, sort of dealing with as far as the two different things that are, it's like you're in the ocean and you got two different waves that are banging up against each other. And one wave is the theoretical Seahawks playoff run that could develop this year. And the other wave is the first year coach that's going to need that first year to iron out those wrinkles and find his footing as that new coach, as that youngest coach in the NFL. Which side wins out, right? It's that old saying about every man inside him's got the good wolf and the bad wolf or something like that. It's a bit like that. Which wolf wins out? I don't know which one does, but it is definitely very feasible for the situation that you paint that could find its footing in this year because of the fact that this stuff isn't going to be hard to institute these necessarily changes. A willingness to blitz in that 3rd and 11 situation or 3rd and 10 or 3rd and 12 situation rather than the predictability of always knowing 4-man front, everybody else dropping to depth and coverage. That's just like that little thing alone there. Or offensively, hey, we're not going to target the middle of the field at the 30-second rate. Or defensively, we're not going to blitz at the 30-second rate in the NFL. We're going to blitz more middle of the road. That's going to make it harder on offenses. Do these things not help to improve the team next year? Do these things not help to take the team further than where they've been recently? You would think yes, so. But then there are those other parts, King, that pull on the other end. And it becomes that little bit of which one wins out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure is my answer. It's where I'm going to land as far as the final record goes, where I'll probably split the difference and land right in the middle. But I could certainly see this team finding its footing quick and getting itself to 12 wins next year because I trust in Mike McDonald as a coach. I trust in Grubb as a coach. I trust in the talent of this team. And I think that this team has been held back by the schematics. I think this team is much more talented than what their final record has proven out them to be here over at least last season, if not the last couple of years. Don says Puck had a little thing of who's the top 3 Hawks all time. I think that's a pretty easy one to determine, actually. Once you get into top 5, it gets a little tough. When you get into top 10, it gets really tough. But I think that you probably would go Largent, Cortez, and Walter, or Largent, Walter, Cortez. Maybe Bobby's got a little bit of an argument there between him and Cortez, but that's where there's maybe a little bit of debate. But outside of that, that's pretty locked in at that point. Don, I know you didn't just leave Steve Largent off your top 3 list. You got a top 4 list and you left Largent off. That is a cardinal sin, Don. Somewhere a pope is crying. And he doesn't know why. Ryan E says, here's where you find out if players are intelligent as they are talented. We know Witherspoon is. We know Chen is. How about anybody else? We'll see. Yeah, we'll see on that part. Don says, excellent point on the crowd exhaustion. It's been a thing. I think it's a contributing part to why it's gotten a little quieter at times in that stadium in recent years. Is I think people do get a little bit worn out over the course of the game where they start to feel like all my screaming isn't worth anything because the defense is just going to allow that easy completion. And I can see how easy it is from the stands. I mean, you're looking at from the stands in a lot of ways, you're looking at it almost from an all 22 tape, and you can see this guy runs off the player deep. Here comes another guy underneath the player that was just run off deep. He's wide open, easy conversion. Wash, rinse, repeat. Weston Baylor, Hawks Nest. Where would you say we've gotten worse as a team? I truly can't think of one area. I think we've either upgraded or remained the same. What do you think? I think it's a great point, Weston. On the first blush, I would say it's a very good point. Maybe tight end. You can make maybe a little bit of an argument. You've gotten slightly less good at the tight end possession. I don't even know if I really believe this one to be the case, Weston, but if I'm looking for one position that if I got to give it an answer, excuse me. Whew. But that would be the only one that would even come close to reaching that mark or hitting that spot. And even then, it would be just a very minor dip back if you did. Great point there, Weston. Fantastic point. I can't think of running back, good. Receivers, great. Corners, maybe even stronger. Linebackers, Jordan Brooks, Bobby Wagner, Jerome Baker, Dotson, probably at least kind of cumulatively equivalent, right? Yeah, good point. Mr. Doc says, what? How about your Super Bowl winning quarterback? Rafael Bayabara. What's up, man? How you doing? Ricardo Hawksnest, how do you think the defense will progress during the regular season? Do you think it will start out pretty vanilla and then gradually incorporate more simulated pressures? I guess that would make sense for them to probably do it that way, Ricardo. You're onboarding such a whole new process that you would think that's not going to happen over just a couple of games, that you just slowly but surely institute it. And I think the defense will be well suited to be able to just kind of keep things into a somewhat of a vanilla place as you're trying to get those finer details built within. I certainly think it would grow more complicated just logically over the course of the year, Ricardo, where it's, if it is going to start vanilla by the end of the year, you would see things that would be very, very much closely aligned to the stuff that we saw from the Baltimore Ravens, specifically stack fronts. And, I think when it comes to the vanilla, I don't think there's going to be a big worry on McDonald's mind as far as really instituting what's at the real heart of what he's doing, which is changing his coverages from pre to post snap. And I think when you're talking about changing coverages, as I was referencing a little bit of a second ago there, Ricardo, like taking your outside corner and turning him into your single high safety post snap. I don't think that they're going to be worried about making those same kind of calls with the players, having them change what they look like they're doing pre-snap to what they're doing post-snap. I think sometimes with the complication stuff, that's more about the stack fronts, when we're running pressures, when we're seeing this look, we're going to adjust to this defensively and we're going to attack in that fashion. That's where we get to the outside the vanilla stuff, I think. But in the calls and the designs of the calls, there'll be a level of complication to that from the pre to post-snap stuff that you see, I think, especially with the coverages. Brian Myers says, Brandon, thanks as always. Night 12s, go Hawks. You have a great night, Brian. Appreciate you, man. Good morning, football breakdowns. As peak form will probably take 2 years. I could definitely see it take that time. I like to think that they can kind of get this structured up in one season, but wouldn't shock me too if it took a little bit of extra time. And how long do you think it'll take to get the defense into peak form? Ooh, yeah. So I think I mean, football breakdowns might be right on the track with 2 years. I tend to think 1 year. The reason I tend to think 1 year is because the talent level is much more further along in instituting this new scheme than you would typically get with a new defensive coach coming in. He's got so much to work with that's going to help the onboarding process hasten, in my opinion. So I think you get through this year. I think by the time you get to next year, I think that they're getting pretty close to hitting on all cylinders by that point. The talent will be there. The young guys will be moving into their prime at just the right spot. And certainly we know the offense should be cooking by that point with where they're at from a talent standpoint. So I can get it if it took 2 years, but I would be, if I'm predicting, saying once you get through this year, a lot more reason to believe that they're going to hit the ground running once you turn it back then into 2025. Don says the greatest threat is unpredictability. It is. If I as an offense have to think through what you're doing post-snap, if I as a quarterback dropping back am not dropping back thinking, I know this is going to be open right there. Versus, I don't know by God's name what I'm going to see post-snap when I drop back here. That's a big difference between those two different mindsets, isn't it? I drop back, I know you're going to be right there and open. I drop back, I got to look this safety up, and that guy's going to be open there on the post route. I know it for a fact. Versus, I'm walking up, I'm looking, I can't read any of this. I don't know which guy's going where. Why are there all these guys at the line of scrimmage? F it, let's just hike it and I'll figure it out post-snap. Drop back. Oh my God, that guy dropped to this, and that guy rolled to this, and that guy moved over to this. You get a quarterback having to think, and he can't just have it simplified for him. Problems and issues start to develop for the offense. You can make things happen. You can create good things for your defense. And it doesn't mean that you always have to risk everything for that to happen. It doesn't mean you have to run casino blitzes or do that type of thing. It's just a willingness to scramble things up and change it up and keep them in a position of not being able to predict what you're going to do and where you're going to be. Ricardo says, yeah, that makes sense. What I'm wondering is if they start throwing out crazy pressures and learning from mistakes, or if they are slowly going to try to incorporate ideas while keeping a simple framework. Well, when it comes to pressures, Mike McDonald, when he had the Baltimore Ravens defense humming at their best last year, was still only middle of the road in his blitz rate. So he's never been even a top 10 blitz guy in this league in his approach to it. So back to that, kind of being conservative and not necessarily just running the full meal deal pressures. With him, it's a lot of, I'm going to show you blitzes. I'm going to show you stack fronts. I'm going to make it appear like we're running blitz after blitz after blitz, but it's more often than not, that's going to end up in 4-man fronts and me still dropping a ton of guys back into the secondary to close down those passing windows. And so I think that there's a reason to believe, to your point, Ricardo, that you maybe get a little bit less of the blitzing. If you're going to end up as a middle of the road team, as a blitzing team, that early on in the year, you're going to be maybe in the 20s. By the end of the year, you're blitzing it more of closer into that top 15-ish rate. So that would be the place that there'll be a little bit of a change there. But I think that I don't think there's going to be necessarily a lot of leaning away from that early on either, though. Because there is a little bit of, like in the difference I was talking about between Wink Martindale and Mike McDonald, that there's a difference in what they ask their players to do from a complication standpoint. And the complication really is in the pre to post snap role and in the stack fronts, in the ability to make your defense look like it's blitzing when it's really not, and disguising their intentions. And maybe that takes a little bit more time to onboard there. Some of this too comes down to Ricardo. It's hard to say because I've been watching a scheme for so long that is so simplified. There's a bit of an uncertainty in my own mind on how long this will take to kind of bring on the complicatedness of this system. We'll see. So I think that's part of the hard part of answering it too, Ricardo, is just the uncertainty and haven't dealt with this, haven't been down this road in a long time. Even when Holmgren was here or Morrow was here, you weren't running super complicated defensive schemes. On Colonier says Rick Riz has gotten so much GD disrespect from Root Sports. That's bad to hear. Kings' tight ends are pretty good with Fant. 6'4", possessive player with 4.4 speed at 250 pounds. If it wasn't Bruiser Parkinson, then Fant is an easy re-sign for offense. Agreed. Good morning, football breakdowns. The defense will always be changing. That's why we picked Mike, so I don't think it'll look the same. True. He's a constant evolver. For sure. It's not a heavy, rigid structure here with him necessarily. Sorry to hear Rick Rizzo's getting so much heat from Root. That's weird. Good morning, football says I doubt we'll have blown coverages that much, though. Yeah, probably shouldn't. Hard to say. It's just hard to say on this one a little bit for me. Kings out. The team has been far more talented than Carroll's schemes. I can definitely agree with you there, Brandon. That's that part that does give me hope that this gets corrected and fixed around a little bit faster because that talent still is here. And yeah, I do think that they've been held back. So many little things that we can point to as far as individual items that point to this. And the collective of those individual items tells the tale of a coaching staff not maximizing out the potential of its players by giving them all the advantages that you can give them. By simply saying, no, we're going to keep this simple and not do things too complicated. And then that's going to come at the cost of you being easy to read by those offenses. And offenses have gotten so smart about reading defenses that if you make it easy to read, if what you're going to show pre-snap is what you're going to be post-snap at a 30-second rate in the NFL as far as your unpredictability, meaning that you are the most unpredictable, you're the most predictable defense in what you show coverage is pre to post-snap, offenses will feast off the back of that. And it's not hard for even laymen to see why. Fly Zone says we have an easy game in week 1 against Denver. They're not competing this year. Hard to see how they do so, Fly. Payton slowly kind of taking apart that defense. Rookie quarterback. Is Cortland Sutton on the team at that time? He's requested a trade last I heard. No Jerry Jeudy. Yeah, I could see it being that way. Philip Castle, I appreciate you finding a way in. I don't care late. As long as you find a way to watch, I'm appreciative, man. So thanks for checking out the stream. Raphael says, when the league adjusts, takes on Mike Macdonald's scheme, what do you think will make Macdonald a good coach? I think the thing that makes Mike Macdonald a good coach is the fact that he's running a cutting edge scheme, but not a cutting edge scheme that's just a wash, rinse, repeat of what his predecessor taught him. He took over for his predecessor in Wink Martindale because of the adjustments he built into that same scheme that Martindale did not have built in. Leaning away from the man-based coverage concepts, going to the zone-based coverage concepts, the changing pre to post snaps, what you're trying to show on your coverages, and rolling those coverages in every different variety of fashions that you can imagine. He's a coach that is showing you it's about really maximizing what my player's talent is around me and having a flexible enough scheme in order to do that. I got Jamal Adams, and he blitzes a lot, and yeah, we don't like to blitz a lot. Yeah, but do what that player does best. Get the most out of him and put him in that position. Last year, you had Jamal Adams blitzing at like a 5% rate, which was below what he was doing even with the New York Jets. Now, that's not something Mike Macdonald would do. He'd be leaning into what that player does well, and his scheme is not rigid. The place we were talking about earlier in the stream with this, Raphael, that's a place that's different completely. What he was doing with the Ravens is, yeah, with your Ravens, you have your free safety and strong safety doing different stuff, but he wasn't asking Roquan Smith to become a Will on certain snaps and Patrick Queen to be a Mike. He wasn't asking Justin Matabuke to be a nose tackle on snaps and for Michael Pierce to be a 3-tech. The thing that's opening up now, the new flavor that's starting to develop here that we can see within this defense that he's starting to maybe plan to do as far as his next iteration, his next adjustment, that next thing that he can do to adjust to their adjustments, Raphael, is I'm going to apply the same manner and principle of what I'm doing with my safeties to my inside linebackers, to my defensive tackles. You're not going to know who the nose is. You're not going to know who the 3-tech is. You're not going to know who the Mike is. You're not going to know who the Will is. You're not going to know who the free safety is. You're not going to know who the strong safety is. How does that inhibit an offense when they can't determine any of those positions? This 3-tech might become the nose. That nose might become the 3-tech post-snap. That single high safety sitting up there as a free safety right now might end up becoming the box safety, and the box safety might end up becoming the free safety. Unpredictability, complication, disguising your intentions, the combination of all three of these things makes it very hard for me, Raphael, to see there's some magical adjustment that an offense is going to be able to make to then take advantage of this scheme, to then solve this scheme. It has the adjustments built in to counter your adjustments. Whereas Coach Carroll, for instance, didn't have adjustments built in to counter your adjustments. I'm going to run my cover 3. We're going to drop back into bail technique. You attack me with underneath routes. You hit me with stop routes. You hit me with out routes. You hit me with over routes. You hit me with crossing routes. If my pass rush doesn't get home, I don't have an adjustment to be made for that. You can get after me all day long with those kind of routes because we're not going to bring the blitz. We're not going to bring the stack fronts. So I think that's where he's got a lot of room there for that to be able to kind of sustain Raphael and not to be where there's an answer to be found, an easy answer at that it has some longevity to it because of that. Phillips says Hawks last season would have won a couple games by doing the right thing. Think of the Bengals kicking field goals. True. Definitely some wins left on the table you could have easily picked up with a couple of decisions made in a different fashion. Don says the Root Sports invested parties apparently got no love for the legacy of these Mariners. Apparently Nintendo, a minority owner, means honor like Rick Riz calling games with Dave is nothing more than money. That's rough. I hadn't heard about anything going on there with Riz. That's wild. So he says, I'm back, can't sleep. Hips and back won't allow. Ugh, brutal when the hips are hurting, trying to sleep, man. Especially because I'm a side sleeper. Boy, that hurts if your hips are barking. Fly Zone says Denver drafted Devon Vele and Troy Franklin. They aren't good. They're not great. On Troy Franklin, I was really low. He's a guy a lot of people love, Fly Zone, but I was definitely out on Troy. Kind of a floppy route runner, hands kind of come and go. I think he thinks with Devon Vele, he's got his Marquez Colston. We'll see. Definitely that's what Peyton's trying to do is sort of replicate that Saints offense. You can see it here in this, especially with the draft approach, but I don't know if he's going to pull it off. Good morning, football breakdowns. You can't say week one's easy against any team because you never know how prepared we will be. It's true. Very true. Hell, we thought this was going to be this way with the Rams in the first week, right? No Cooper Kupp, first game of the season, home game. But we got this Rams team. Didn't happen. So I agree, especially week one, because week one's the one where all the teams are turned up and hyped, and everybody's playing with a level of intensity that's a little bit different, I think, than what you get from some of the other regular season games. Hard to win when your entire team's players in general isn't better than a B. It's true. Yeah, Troy Franklin might not be good. I'm just going off my scouting evaluation of Good Morning Football breakdowns. Philip Gassel says poor Pete was hard to watch on defense the past couple of years. Teams got the solution to him, and it's been talked about by a lot of analysts and pundits, and especially hear a guy like Chris Sims a couple of years ago talk about this. Chris Sims being a very good friend of Kyle Shanahan, talking about these Seattle beater plays that existed. There were plays that were just designed to beat this Coach Carroll defense. That you've been here for 14 years. You've got so much tape out there for teams to look at this defense and find the holes within it. Every defense has holes within it. If you don't have a lot of built-in adjustments, they're going to attack those holes and they are not going to stop. And that's just what teams did. And that's why it kept getting worse and worse and worse a little bit. Good Morning Football as well. So yeah, but just saying he's saying it will be an easy win, that's just nonsense. Yeah, I agree with you on that. Good Morning Football. It'll be a tough game. I think it's just more going, it's a favorable matchup to us at home with a rookie quarterback. Denver's taken some hits here over the past couple of years. The defense has been pulled down a bit. I'm not saying it's going to be us, they're routing. Who knows how the game plays out, but it's definitely a game I think that works well to our advantage as far as how it's been scheduled at least. But absolutely there's a chance Denver can go in there and pull that win off. He says, lately it's been my left hip. Can't lay on it for more than a minute or two, and I'm the side sleeper. Yeah, that'd be brutal for me. I'm a side sleeper too. I can only sleep so well on my back so much. I've had a little bit of an issue with my knee lately. It's the same where it's like, man, what's going on with my knee? It's not bad. It's not like, it's just kind of like, it's a little mushy. It's a little of that, like, I'm getting old, it's getting mushy. Fly Zone says Gino's going to be better than Matthew Stafford. Oh, I love the confidence. Let's go. He says, I really like Stafford and generally the best quarterback, but his problem is both health and age. But his arm hasn't fell off at all yet. No, he's still balling. He's still throwing dimes. You do think about where his health is at. Guy's played a lot of football over his career. and a guy that was flirting even with retirement a couple of years ago. So Rams and Niners are both teams that are coming this season that I think are going to be good, strong teams. We're going to probably be the best division in the football. But there were also two teams that a couple of injuries at key positions, not like 5 or 6 here I'm talking, but like 1 or 2. You lose Stafford, Cup. You lose Stafford, Puka. You lose Puka, and Cup. That team probably is going to look a lot different. King says McVay's wide receiver scheme sets are so dynamic. It's easy for Stafford to find easy targets. It is. And certainly Stafford's basically, accomplished that master class of the position where you're not going to show anything to him that he hasn't seen a million times over. King, why do you think Puka got so many touches? He ran routes designed to get him wide open in many of his plays. He did. And those route concepts by McVay are things of beauty, man. The flood zone concepts in particular are just marvelous. Yeah, I agree, King. I think McVay does a fantastic job of scheming guys open. Raphael says, I'm honestly thinking Denver won't start Nix. I think it's going to be Wilson. So that's the fans, Denver beg for Nix. Oh, please be Wilson. I'd be much more fearful of having to play Nix as a rookie than playing Wilson in year 4. Please let it be Wilson, Raphael. I hope you're right. Good morning, football breakdowns. I think if we have a good record going into the Lions game and win that, then yes, then the eyes will be on us. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. You have a strong start. And the schedule is kind of set up to have a bit of a strong start, especially if you can get that Lions win there. Good morning, football breakdowns. It's kind of the Lions and the Dolphins are really the only early, big, tough, not big, but just tough matchups through the first part of the schedule. I'm not saying we're going to win the rest of the other games, but those are definitely those are going to be, real rough games. The other games you're kind of looking at going, okay, we can maybe, get into a couple of these other teams here. But that one does stand out. Chris says, yeah, Stafford hasn't fallen off the wagon yet. But you never know. And when it happens, and sometimes it can hit hard. Right, Chris? But yeah, he's still out there dealing. He had nearly an MVP season, in my opinion, last year, did Stafford. He had some games where he was making some just absurd throws, absurd reads. The Ravens game on the road, I mean, he was making throws in that game that was just out of control. Don says, nice luxury to scheme guys open when you get Donald to hand you the ball. That's true. Does help when he's on the other side of things. That's for sure. Rabia says, I do think we'll see May. I do too. Yeah. I think the Patriots will roll with May and they'll just try to use this as kind of a building year for him. I don't think they're going to have a lot of expectations for him, but just let him kind of build on the year and roll that way with it. Flyzone says, Leonard Williams is going to prove all the reporters wrong. I hope he makes the Pro Bowl. Tariq Woolen's going to play really good this year. I'd love to see Williams do that. Thought he had a really strong year for us last year as well, Flyzone. So it's going to be a good player for us. Love the fact they brought Leonard back. Don Paul Allen would have never let us get screwed by the geo travel factor like has been happening for 8 years. They've definitely been doing us dirty. I think Paul would have had something to say about that Germany trip especially. Like, really? Germany? Already we travel more miles than anybody else and you're going to throw Germany on our back too? Even more Seahawks, do you think Metcalf will still be doubled at a high rate next season? I think it's going to be harder because there's going to be more of a willingness to attack middle of the field. There's going to be more of an attack short routes where, okay, you want to go into cover 2, you want to roll that coverage over to DK, we'll dink and dunk you to death. It's built within the spread concepts of the system to be able to dink and dunk you to death. I don't know if it was as built within the concepts of the old offensive structure to do that type of stuff. So I think that you're going to still see the double teams his way. You have to, because if you leave him singled up, he's going to go out there and feast. But at the same point in time, do I think there's going to be some double teams pulled off of him because of the nature of how dynamic the rest of the offense is, and you can't just lock in there on DK and hope that that's going to get it done, that you're going to sort of take away all of Seahawks offense at that point? No, I don't think that you're going to be able to do it as much as you once could here. Good morning, football breakdowns. I have a feeling we beat the Dolphins. Mike's familiar with AFC teams, and I can see us winning the Lions game too, seeing how the Ravens defense dominated them. Definitely, Mike McDonald's scheme last year went after both of those two schemes and was able to give it to them. The Lions game and the Ravens was brutal for the Lions. It might have been their worst game of the year last year. A lot of the Lions in their route concepts, offensively speaking, is it's a lot of option routes. And that's very hard to play the Ravens type of defense, the Seahawks type of defense now with option routes, because what is an option route? It's feeling off of the leverage. Well, if what I'm showing you pre to post snap is going to change, you might be working off the leverage pre-snap of what you think my guy's going to be doing in coverage, but post-snap, if he does something else, now me and my receiver, quarterback and receiver, are not necessarily on the same page on our route option read. And that's why I think that can have a little bit more success against a team specifically like the Lions. We'll see with Miami as well. I think that stands out there is that there'll be a willingness to kind of come up and take away some of those short routes and force a little bit of Tua to beat you down the football field with his arm. Chris says, if we actually use the tight ends next season, Metcalf shouldn't be double as much. Amen. Middle of the field, tight end usage, incorporating a little bit more of the short routes into play at times when teams are going to do that, going where they're not. You want to go back into deep, you want to go back into cover two, you're worried about us hitting you deep, then bam, we've got the underneath the short stuff to get after you with it. Raphael says, did you see that clip of JSN's face when KJ Wright asked him what he thought of Waldron's scheme? I didn't think Raphael was KJ asking him. I think he got asked on just kind of like a draft show preview thing. But yeah, Raphael, I posted it as a short to my channel. It's pretty funny. Kind of speaks, I think, to where that offensive scheme was prior. Good morning, football breakdowns. Dolphins have speed, so do we. I love it, man. Let's go. Yeah. I like what Mike McDonald's doing. I think the Dolphins are going to be a tough game coming in, but I do like with the rest of our schedule, Good Morning Football breakdowns. Part of what's given me some hope and has heartened me on this schedule is the fact that your hardest games are all really at home, as far as outside of division matchups, of course. It's all of there's a Jets team on the road. It's a little bit here and there, but Bills, Dolphins. I guess the Lions game's technically on the road too, but it seems like most of the schedule is kind of at its toughest at home. Good Morning Football breakdowns will definitely blitz them to make them slow quarterbacks move. That's what you can bring with Goff. You take away the option routes, you blitz him, you force him to have to use his mobility and throw on the run. That's where you can make it really hard on Goff. He wants things simple and easy. He wants to hit that back foot, find his read, let it rip. And when Goff can do that, he can be very dangerous as a quarterback. But if you can get him out of that role, then you're able to really upend him at times. Yeah, blitzing Tua, blitzing Goff. I'm with it. Let's go. Praise him forever, 777. Thinking of going the cheaper route for now and then getting the jersey when I have money. Not a bad way to go, man. So we should know we like a jersey. Whew. The Witherspoon one would be a pretty good one to have right now. I'd go for that one probably. King says with Grubb's offense, Fant should get nearly double his targets, especially now that he's the definitive tight end one. He should, yeah. Absolutely. More target in the middle of the field. More targets for Mr. Fant. King's out. Stafford started playing football when I was a freshman in high school. I'm over 30 now. Stafford definitely seen some football in his time. He has, man. Yeah, he's got a lot of mileage on that arm. That's for sure. And I think that if this isn't his final year this next year, I don't think it's a guy that's playing for the next 4 years. Yeah. Part of the reason they all went, part of the nice thing for the Hawks is our Super Bowl window will open right about the time that Cup's just about getting down to the end and Stafford retires and no more Aaron Donald. And then you flip over to the Niners and they're going to be paying Brock Purdy $50 million a year and bleeding out some of their talent that's getting a little bit older, like your Kittles and whatnot. Trent Williams retiring. And right about that time, we're clicking it into place. Yeah. We're hitting the afterburners. Raphael says, I wanted Kirk on Monday night so we could beat like when we was on the Vikings. That would have been nice. You want to get that primetime Kirk, Raphael. That's the good Kirk to get for the opposition. Don says, if Jody remembers those long, endless ramps to the top of the Kingdom, she's one of us. I remember. Yeah, those were some long walks. Fun victory walks, though. You get the crowds, singing and chanting as you're coming down, and you got all three levels as you're slowly Takes about an hour and a half to get to the bottom, but you got there eventually. Philip Castle, I think Varner's going to surprise a lot myself. I think a lot of Seahawks fans are sleeping on Varner a little bit, and they put him and pigeonholed him a bit into the box of being just a blocking tight end. I think he's going to supply more than that. I think they're going to be pleasantly surprised by what he does bring to the table as far as a pass catcher and with some of the yak he can bring. Flyzone says, if we are the top 4 richest owners in the league, why doesn't Jody Allen put more money on the defense? She has recently. I mean, that's how you got $50 million invested into your safety position. You just handed out the largest defensive contract in the organization's history to Leonard Williams. And this is on the heels of having, I think, Jamal Adams signed to the biggest contract just a couple of years ago. So I think I saw that over the last, I think it is 3 years alone. Just take the last 3 years on this one, Flyzone. We've paid in cold, hard cash, right? I'm not talking about what you have on the caps, the money that you have on the books, but you end up cutting guys away and you don't actually end up spending that money. The Seahawks have spent a top 10 amount of money over the last 3 years in the NFL as far as pure cash spent on player salaries. So we definitely have an owner that is willing to take out her pocketbook and sign the checks. Raphael, Rams didn't draft a backup, which was weird. Thought they were going to get Rattler. I guess they're trusting in Carson Wentz. McVay, like he did with Baker Mayfield, loves his little, he loves his reclamation projects. Maybe Stenson Bennett ends up coming back around when he's done doing the drinking. But they decided not to go that route. I think that the NFL just didn't have a very high opinion of Rattler. And I kind of understand why. Good morning, Football Breakdowns. If Hall has a breakout year, do you think we can get rid of Taylor? I don't even know if Taylor's going to make the final roster. I think the Nelson Cesar kid might very well push Taylor off the roster. Even if he's a slightly less version of Taylor overall as a player, that you save so much money by moving off of Taylor at that point, being the team does kind of need money at this point. I think Taylor's got an uphill battle to making this team. I do. So I don't think that's going to be based really upon what happens with Hall. Just it's going to be hard for him to get it bottom line. Raphael, opinion on Daniel Jones. I kind of like him. Just think they need to build around him. I'm not a big Daniel Jones guy, in my opinion. I think a couple years ago when they made the playoffs, it was a lot of him running read option and leaning heavily onto Saquon Barkley and heavily on him using his legs and not a lot on him just playing the position as a quarterback. I think he has a hard time processing in the pocket. I think he has a hard time throwing with anticipation. I think he's got a really big arm and he's got really good mobility. And he can make some really great wild throws. But when you can't really process and when you really can't see things clearly out there from the position in what teams are doing in front of you, I've never really been really high on Daniel Jones myself. I just haven't. I thought the contract was kind of ridiculous that they gave him a couple of years ago. And again, come back to, you've got it to me that the first two traits that I go to with a quarterback, the first two places that I begin with, it's not that I only want this, but that I need to have this on any quarterback that I'm going to have on my team. I got to have the arm strength and ability to make pretty much all the NFL throws. And then I also need to have an ability to process in the pocket. And if you're missing that ability to really process in the pocket, it's going to, I think, severely restrict your upside and what you can be as a player. Wentz is in Kansas City. Why did I think he was They've got some other reclamation project there then, don't they? Oh, shoot. Dump my stuff here. Hold on, folks. Gosh, dang it. Dump my water. I always have to, dump stuff for some reason. Well, my desks need to be cleaned anyway, I suppose. Eggs. How much water was left in that thing? 1 second, folks. Got a water catastrophe here. It's a water catastrophe, I tell you. Okay. Peter seems to be okay. I was trying to look up. God, I could have sworn I saw that right. It so trips me out that I see something. I'm like, I'm sure I'm right on that. It's in Kansas City, huh? Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo. I messed up. I had Jimmy Garoppolo instead of Carson Wentz, as one does. You know, easy enough to confuse those two guys, right? Like, basically like clones of each other. Chris Barner could be a good one. Westover, if he makes the team, can be a tight end and a half-back weapon. He could. I think Westover probably ends up making the practice squad, but I do think that Westover a year from now has a real chance if he can make the practice squad and kind of get through that with, you know, once you move on from Farrell Brown, then there's a nice clear opening next year, I think, for Westover to make the team. But I do like Westover to, at the very least, make the practice squad, Chris. He's a good player. Good morning, football. I agree. Cesar has a lot more potential. Yeah. And you got that $3 million price tag on Darrell Taylor. Good morning. So, you know, then it becomes a little bit of like, okay, what do you do here? You know, it becomes the office space. What do you do? I'm a GD people person. But Darrell Taylor basically says at that point, going, yeah, you don't really, I don't know what we got a spot for you here on this. Not a good enough pass rusher at $3 million to just keep you here for that. Especially if Derek Hall does also be taking kind of a step forward here. Good morning, football breakdowns. Oh my goodness, here we got. I think we have a top 10 D line, but I want to say top 5. I'd love to see it. Is that Josh Allen? Brian says you scared the 11S out of pumpkin. I have a tendency to knock stuff over at times. I don't know why. Yeah, I would take Josh Allen way over Dak Prescott. Raphael, I dropped my phone in my top ramen and didn't charge for 24 hours. Yeah. I had a tendency on stream. My hands just, I'm way too talkative with my hands, so stuff gets knocked over with it. But I didn't get anything in my laptop there. King Goff really is underrated. I get many people don't like Goff and think he's the bare minimum in many cases. But since Cal, I always like Goff. It's just been, yeah, Goff's good, man. I think Goff's strong. I like Goff quite a bit too, as far as just, you know, you can't rely on him to carry the whole load, but if you give him a supporting cast, as I said, I think he can go win you a Super Bowl. You know, that's where we get to though again that the discussion on this King, where it's people view it as you either have to have the superhero quarterback or anything short of the superhero quarterback. You can't go win a Super Bowl. And I disagree with that vehemently, but many don't, of course. I'm definitely a little more fan on Geno. To me, King Zhao. I mean, the thing that Goff's had through the majority of his career to work with to make him look as good as he's looked is he's really had a pretty good supporting cast throughout the course of his career. That's the real big benefit to him. And I'd argue that with Geno, that's not necessarily the benefit that he's had working with him to make the assessment that Goff is better than Geno. But they're very close in overall what they're going to give you as far as productivity goes and what they bring as a player at the end of the day, where I think upside with these guys is 4,600 yards in the season, 34, 35 touchdowns. But I think both can get you a Super Bowl if you give them the right supporting cast around you. Phil Castle, Daryl Hall. Daryl Hall, we shall see being positive, Brandon. Oh, well, that was Derek Taylor. Well, Derek Hall, I've still got some hope for. But with Derek Taylor, I've got nothing left. If I said Hall, I meant Taylor. It's getting late in the stream. I'm confusing my words here. How do we not have a GFM? I don't know what GMFB connection now. I used to watch it religiously. I'm not sure. I don't know what GFMB is. Good morning, football breakdowns. Raphael, what do you like most, Belichick? What do you like most? Belichick to Buffalo, Belichick the Giants, Belichick the Dallas, or Belichick to Pittsburgh? I think it's a cool story for him to go back to the Giants and come kind of full circle in his career there. That'd be, I think, the best just kind of landing spot for Bill in general. I think he's in a bit of a tough period right now, like Carroll is, where it's those guys are so old. Does an organization want to sign up for a guy that seems like he's kind of getting down to the end of things, where this is going to be very short term? I could see it being mainly the Giants because of where they might be from a desperation standpoint, just because they're looking for answers at that point. But that'd be the best one. News analysis, Arturo. What's up, man? How you doing, man? Yeah, I think Derek Hall still potentially has a good year ahead of him. Second round edges don't tend to typically have very good production in their first year. Boye Mafe didn't have good production in his first year. Darrell Taylor didn't even play in his first year. So just not necessarily producing first year is not necessarily a death knell to Hall as a player. And I still have a lot of hope that he can round into shape. Kenton says, how does Goff's big payout affect the quarterback market? What does that mean for our soon-to-be free agent Geno? Does Hal take over completely by the time Geno's entering the market? And do we pay Geno again? Great questions all the way around. Goff's payout is going to always affect everything. I mean, every time one of these quarterbacks gets paid the big money, it just pushes everything up further and further. It's going to push the high side guys up higher. It's going to push the guys below Goff's contract up higher. Yeah, it's going to affect everything. And certainly Geno's contract looks all that much better when you look at Goff's deal, especially Geno's contract over these next 2 years. I think a lot of this is going to be dependent on how Geno plays here over the course of this next year. How does he take to the spread system? Once you get him a better offensive line, is he able to take his game to that next level a little bit? I don't think that the team is married to Geno. I think that they're in kind of a wait and see point with him on what he does with this new coaching staff. I think they're completely open to him still being the guy moving forward. I think they're completely open to paying him a contract extension. If he goes out this next year, Kenton, and he throws for 4,600 yards and 35 touchdowns, is the team open to coming back that next year and just signing him to another contract extension? Yeah. And do they have some leverage on Geno at that point? If we can make you play through the final year, if you're going to demand a Goff kind of payout, payday kind of deal, yeah, you could. I'd offer that Geno's already shown you, Kenton, that he's willing to take a little bit of a discount, that he's not necessarily asking to be paid this insane amount of money like Goff himself has on both times he's come up for a contract extension. He's tried to get paid as big as he could. I don't fault Goff for doing that, but it's a difference in, I think, the way that the two outlook is on the situation. So a lot of these questions are kind of hard to answer, Kenton, because they're really more based upon how this next season plays out. I think all possibilities are in place. I don't think there's any guarantee that Geno's it goes without saying that he's out the door after this year because it's economically viable to do so. As well as I don't think it's just goes without saying that he has a good year. They're looking to sign him to a contract extension. I think it's a very fluid situation that can go a variety of different ways there. And everything's on the table right now as far as a possibility goes, including coming back around to Sam Howell after this year. But including Kenton, it could even be he has a good year and you look to go draft your quarterback of the future and roll with Sam Howell, and then you trade Geno for some assets. I mean, it could even come down to being something like that after this year. So I think everything's really in play there. Raphael says, I hope Bryce Young does good. I watched him at Mater Dei in Cali. He was a dog. He was great in California, man. I think it's going to still be a hard time for him. I think the size limitations, arm strength limitations end up being a bit of a holding back factor on him, but we'll see. They've tried to build up and give him a lot more of a supporting cast. And I hope, good morning, that Hall's better too, man. King, Rattler, I've never been high on at all, even in the Senior Bowl. He looked good throwing it to top 100 receivers like he did with Leggett. He didn't look good. Yeah, I just can't sign up to him either, King. Something's just not there with it. Belichick retiring is probably the best way to go. Rafael Belichick to the Browns would be cool. Vrabel. Yeah, didn't the Browns fire Belichick once, though? He may not want to go back there on that. He may still have a bit of a bone to pick with him on that. Raphael says, if Gino wins a playoff game, I would sign Gino to a 2-year, $90 million deal with $55 million guaranteed and keep Hal. There we go. They might, as I say, I think all possibilities are in play here. I do think Hal is better. I do think Gino is better than Hal at this point. Hal's got room to grow in his game, very young kid, but Gino is, from the neck up especially, much further ahead than Hal at this point. I feel like Sanders reminds me of Bill version of Tyrod Taylor, maybe more developed. Fly Zone Byron Murphy practice video got me hyped this season. Let's go. Ricardo says the other Brandon is high on Leonard Riley. I need to check him out. Maybe the quarterback of the future. I haven't had a chance to check him out either. I'll take a look at him as well, Ricardo. Jaden says, I remember Hal being talked about like the best quarterback in his class until he got injured. Yeah, it's part of why I said there's a little bit more upside to him here, Jaden. And it wasn't really, I think, the injury. It was that he changed offenses in his final college year. He went away from the spread system. He lost 4 guys to the NFL draft. So he had no real playmakers to throw to in that final year. Still ended up throwing for 3,000 yards. Used his legs a lot more from the prior year. But it was looked at as a little bit of an underwhelming year from the prior year, where a lot of people looked at him as maybe a potential top 5 pick, coming off that sophomore campaign and 3,600 yards and how good he was. Chris says, I'd rather Cam Ward over Sanders. I like me some Cam Ward. I likes me some Cam Ward. Yeah, I can't get on the Ewers train. I just can't with him. That one's a tough one. Ketten says, did you also think we bring back Jamal as a linebacker? I've seen some rumors of him returning on a cheap contract. If you bring him back, he's not really coming back as a true linebacker. It's more of a in-the-box weapon that you use. He wouldn't be a guy that really could hold up as a full-time inside linebacker. That's just not who he'll be able to be, Catan. But as a guy that you could bring in as a weapon sub-package player, we're going to this package. Out comes Jamal. He's got a certain structure of form within that. The structure of form never sees him in sort of a cover 2 or a single high kind of look. Always down around the box. Heavily probably used a bit as a blitzer at that point. So it would be a very specific role he'd come into. Maybe he would be technically listed as a linebacker, but they wouldn't be having him do Mike and Will stuff, really. It'd be more of him down there as just kind of that weapon around the line of scrimmage. Well, right now is a good time, folks, to thank the sponsor of this show today, which is Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is running some specials right now where you can get matched up to $250 of your first deposit, up to 100%. So up to $250, 100% up to that initial deposit when you use my code NEST, or you click the top of the description's section link below. So either of those will take you to the Underdog Fantasy site, and you can use my code. Go out there, win yourself some money. You got some daily ongoing fantasy contests with baseball. You got basketball. They've got even PGA. You can even get on golf. You got a golfer that you think is going to do some damage here? Go in and get on. They got some specials out there, some instant wins out there. You go out there, they'll match you up to the $250. They'll give you a freebie on the bet that you can include as part of the parlay on it. So they've got some great ongoing contests. Even though we are in the middle of the off season, there's still some really great matchups. Get into daily baseball fantasy. Go out there and win yourself some money. Go head to head with other fans. But right now, get yourself matched up to $250 of your first deposit, up to 100% of that $250 deposit, $250 on me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app, and you support the channel at the same time. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show here throughout the course of this year, as they have. Very kind for them to do so. And you can use my code today, NEST, and they will hook you up. Philip Castle says, closest comparison to how I have is Baker Mayfield, a bit more athletic. I like that comp. All the way down the line, even to the little bit more athletic, I think is fair. Yeah. Ricardo says, all my college names are getting mixed up. Lincoln Riley is a coach. There's a Riley that's a quarterback that I knew who you were referencing. So there is a Riley. I know which one I do know which one you're talking about, though. Chris says Ewers has accuracy problems. He really needs to clean up, underthrows, and isn't consistent. Agreed. And you pair that in with the fact that he doesn't have necessarily the greatest of arm strength, and he's not particularly mobile. And this is where we get to me having some issues when we talk about this guy being a top 5, top 10 quarterback. I go, nah, I don't want to do that. Fly zone, I don't like the DJ James pick. That's one everybody's been really loving on, man. I'm surprised. But you like Nehemiah Pritchett? Well, all right. 1 for 2 ain't bad, Fly zone. If just one of those two guys develops, we're great. We're money. Fly zone, Mike McDonald's going to turn Tyrese Knight into Patrick Queen. I hope he's a good player. I hope he is too, man. Jaden Oladimi takes the starting center job. I think he should. Hope he does. It does seem like the team has earmarked him for that spot. Ketson says, I'm a bit sad we didn't really get any starting caliber offensive linemen this offseason. Yeah, we did. Catan, we got Christian Haynes is going to probably start day 1 for you at left guard. Sa'atoa Luamea, the kid they got out of Utah, is another guy that I could easily see eventually becoming a starter here on this team. So, I mean, at the least, you probably got 2 this offseason. And if those guys aren't ready to develop, you still brought in Lake and Tomlinson. Don says, would you take Penix or our defensive guy we picked? I would have taken the defensive guy because I think if you're going to take Penix, you need to have the offensive line in place and already ready to go if you're going to take Penix. You're drafting him really like that in the first round. You want to maximize that first round contract, that first contract, that rookie contract. You need to have the offensive line in place to keep him protected and clean. I don't know that we were going to necessarily supply him that day 1, that there was more work to be done to get that done. Atlanta's a good spot for him. They've got that line already in place. I think that's going to help him to find success if he's out there on the field really quickly for them, not to mention keep him upright. Riley Leonard, that's the one we're thinking of. There was a Riley. It was Riley Leonard. And I like Riley Leonard too. He's a good player out there at Duke. Raphael says, watching Cam Ward reminds me of a tall Kyler Murray. Maybe a little bit. He's not going to move quite as well as Kyler, but he's got a really big, strong arm. The gunslinger back there. He'll let it rip. Philip says, okay, he's a bit taller. Okay. Was thinking he was a bit taller, like bigger corners. Reason a tall wide receiver would have a big vertical. Example, Bobo. Is DJ the taller one? Yeah, I think Pritchett's technically the taller one. I think DJ James is the shorter one, but that's why he's going to go to the slot too. Philip. Raphael says throwing mechanics remind me of Cam Newton. I do like that. He's got a good strong arm and he'll let it rip. He's definitely one of those guys we'll be watching really closely out there to Miami. The more football breakdowns, Mike treats his linebackers like they're his own kids. Jaden says Penix is developmental. Everyone hates the pick because they felt it was too early. I don't know where people would get necessarily Jaden to thinking that there's a developmental aspect there to Penix. He's put 2 straight years of absolutely great production on point at UW. He's 24 years old. He should be pretty much a guy that you look to drafting to say he should be ready to get out there on that football field really quickly. I mean, certainly having a year to sit behind Cousins isn't going to hurt him and will help, but I would have thought he was probably pretty ready to go. With him, it's a matter of is his health going to hold up? Can you keep him clean to keep that health right? So this is okay. Gotcha, Brandon. James is 170 something, I think, 3 hour. But again, that's why you go to the slot, taking on more of those slot guys that tend to be a little bit undersized like that. Yeah, he's in Miami now. He transferred from UW, did Cam Ward to the Miami Hurricanes, which may not be as great a landing spot as it seems on the surface of it because Mario Cristobal has had a couple of very good prospects come through his systems, both at Oregon and Miami, and he's not gotten the most out of those guys. So I'm sure that it was a move that was probably made largely in part because you're going to get a lot more of that NIL money moving from Miami going down from WSU to Miami, but Cristobal doesn't necessarily have the most quarterback friendly office. Catan says, do you think we have a problem on offense with having too many weapons? No, I don't think you ever have a problem with having too many weapons on offense. I'd call that first world problems. And what we've seen with Grubb, and part of what I like with Grubb, Catan, is that he's a guy that showed you a really keen ability to be able to maximize that talent across the board. He was stocked with a lot of talent on UW. He was able to get those guys all worked into the offense and worked in really, really well. Raphael Kirk will play a year and a half. If he doesn't make the playoffs, it'll be a year. Probably. They've got themselves an out after 2 years in that deal. I would not trade Walker for Najee Harris, Don. No. Najee's just, no. Walker's a much better running back than Najee Harris, in my opinion. Don, would you trade DK for anything? Don't see a fair trade? No, because I don't see a fair trade coming, Don. I look at the receivers that have gone in recent years as far as trades. I mean, teams have gotten okay value. You might get your 1 first-round pick and a little bit of a kicker pick, but that's not enough. I think he's having the best start of a wide receiver in Seahawks history, even outpacing Largent. He's only 26 years old. I don't see a lot of reason to move off of DK. I think he should be part of the long-term answer here, along with as part of the short-term answer. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're almost 5 hours in. I know, again, with this, we go all night. You guys have me go all night, but we're definitely going to start to put a bit of a button on this as my voice is starting to go and I'm getting a little bit on the hungry side. Radu, thank you again for another donation tonight, man. Triple dono in on this one. I really appreciate all that support. And he says, theoretically, if we are looking like a 12 to 13 win team a couple games in, do we trade for a star like we did for Leonard? Like we thought we were last year? John Schneider's definitely been aggressive historically speaking at the trade deadline when the team's been good, Radu, which would be your initial indicator for how to predict that move to happen or not, or whether or not to happen. I think this year is going to be a year, though, where there's a couple of other things that are coming into play here which would prevent them from making a trade deadline deal. First, money, Radu. You're pushed right up against the salary cap. You don't have a lot of extra space. You can create some more space if you really wanted to, but in creating that more space, you're then going to be pushing some problems in your cap for 2025, where John has really precisely set up the 2025 cap in order to be able to make sure that he can go a little bit crazy at that point, that he can spend a little bit of money. And so you don't have really the money to spend to bring in that guy like you have to bring in with Leonard unless you can get the other team to basically, pay for the contract for the rest of the year. Kind of like you had Leonard Williams done with the Giants when you made that trade, where they were going to eat some of the money on the books there from their standpoint of things. So you got the money problem coming into play first here, Radu, where you just don't have the flexibility to make that move because of that. Then the other part of this that I think that it comes into factor in this as well is I think John has been precisely kind of keeping this draft capital held together here for 2025 because he wants to have the arsenal if he should deem to see there a quarterback that he should go to do this for, right? That there's a quarterback good enough, Radu, that he wants to do this, that he's got the package of picks he can put together to jump up in the draft and go get his quarterback if that's what he wants to do. If you go make a trade deadline deal like we saw this year, Radu, where we lost a second round pick in this upcoming draft and that really held you back, that was really kind of impactful for you on this upcoming draft where John did want to get back into that second round, but there was not a team that was willing to be traded with to get back up into that second round. No team was like, we're going to do this. No team wanted to do this. Every team wanted to pick within that second round. So the second part that comes into this that's a big impact factor here, Radu, is that you don't want to give up that draft capital because you want to maybe go get your quarterback up into that future. And then the third aspect of this is that this is kind of a new year. You're just onboarding in. Just because you start out hot doesn't mean you're going to finish out hot. Josh McDaniels went to the Denver Broncos in his first stop there. And what did he start out? Like 5-0, 6-1, something like that. And then the bottom fell out completely on him by the end of the year. I think this is really more about it being a year where you stand back, Radu, and you just kind of assess and you just let it play out. Let it play out and assess. And it's really more about pivoting to 2025. Now is not really as much the go time. 2025 will be the go time where the money's freed up. You're not sitting on as much dead money as we are this year. You've got the draft capital in place to go make an aggressive move if you want to go make it. You got the money to go spend if you want to go spend it. All of the young talent coming into bloom theoretically at just the right time. 25 is the time to go be a little bit more aggressive at that point. To me, 24 is a time to be a conservative, Radu, to assess, and to let the season just kind of play out. I can understand, to your point, how there could be maybe a little bit of a draw if you start out 5-1 and we're going, but man, these things are hit the ground. McDonald's hit the ground running. All of these changes that we thought would have a maximum impact have had a maximum impact. But I think you got to be just careful with it, because you want to preserve that 25 season, and you really don't want to put more money in the books as it stands right now for 2025, as you're already, I think, you're sitting on, I think, the 24th amount most of cap space for the 25 season. So you just don't want to push that into more, to go for it in this first year of this first coach, I don't think. So probably next year more of the time for that, Radu. I think the money, the draft capital, they don't want to give up. Part of why John wasn't able to get back in the second round this year, Radu, because he wanted to get up in the second round. We know now they were trying to trade up to get back into for Cooper Beebe. They didn't do it, though, because he didn't want to sacrifice next year's draft capital to make that happen. In my opinion, that was the main thing that probably prevented it from going down. But thank you, Radu. Thank you for all the donations, man. Very kind of you for the triple dono today. Chris says, no trading. We don't want to give up what will be a good selection in 2025 picks and budget. Yeah. 25 is where everything's been angled towards. You just can't, you just can't kind of pivot off it in a different direction from that. You got to stay in with the plan. The plan's been put in place. This is why you ate all of the dead money on Jamal, and you didn't post June 1st designate him, where you split his dead money up between this year and 25's cap. You wanted to preserve 25's cap. Yeah. Raphael Brandon, how much do you like my questions? You love when I'm on, huh? I love all the questions, man. But yeah, love your questions. Great questions in my chat tonight, man. I always love this discussion. Let's go. 3 hour, I really do believe with a good free agency and a very strong defense next year, we will be contenders in 25. I agree, 3 hour. 25 is where it's at in a lot of ways for me. That's where it's, all right, let's put the pedal down to the metal and let's go. Philip Castle, Snyder really wants to draft a quarterback. I think he's getting definitely chomping at that bit. And next year feels like the year where it's going to be the time to strike. Raphael says, let's go get Trevor Lawrence. I don't like him with Doug. I like Trevor Lawrence too, man. God, he had a lot of drops last year with that receiving core. They're going to sign him to a contract extension, though. Don says, dude, I tried to contribute the whole system with pop-ups and bad accounts and whatnot. This thing is trash to kick in a few bucks. No worries, Don. It's all good, man. Do get me on the flip side. Catch me on the flip side, brother. Sorry, it's so that YouTube makes it kind of hard. Depending on what you're using, sometimes they got a little bit as an uphill battle to make it happen. An embarrassment of riches for an OC. That's right. I love the way to put that. That's can't have too many guys. And I think when you look at Grubb last year, Odunzie, McMillan, Polk, Westover, Dylan Johnson, your running back, finding a way to get those guys when you watch out the course of the game, just kind of peppering the ball all over the field, not just working one guy like a rented mule going up the Grand Canyon Trail, right? But working it all the way through a little bit. You have a good one, Raphael, and thank you, man, for the great questions. Have yourself a great night. Great night. Don says, who's the baddest dude on our defense? I mean, probably Williams, I would say. Odunzie is going to be good for the Bears too, yeah. That's a great fit with Caleb Williams, I think. We'll have to see how he uses Caleb. We'll just have to see. 3 hours says, sorry, these edits and whatnot on the TikTok of Murphy, just looking at the dude is terrifying. His upper body's huge. And it's all muscle, man. He's not got a lot of fat on his body with that. So, you know what I mean? Not a lot of fat in the body. Chase Stern is going to finish us up just right here on the stream. Chase, this is just the way to finish the stream with a nice $5 donation. And I want to thank all of you guys for Randall McDaniel multiple times, Radu multiple times over today, the Snail, Washington Fisquest, John, Kevin, Chase. Thank you guys all for the support here on the channel tonight. Chase says, thank you for the $5. Chase says, hey, Brando, love your comp for Murphy. It may be early, but as of right now, what is your evaluation of Quinn Ewers? My evaluation of Quinn Ewers is that he gives you good ideal size for the position. He's hardly well built. He's going to be able to take hits and not get beat up. He's not, some of these quarterbacks coming out have been a little bit frail recently, sub 6 foot tall and thin armed. He's well built. In fact, he's had to kind of lose a little bit of weight in college because he got a little bit of extra of that baby fat on the end of him. He's not very mobile. He will be a kind of a 5 flat 40 guy. He'll give you kind of Spencer Rattler-like mobility from the pocket. So right off the bat, I'm not a big fan of that part where mobility is becoming more and more a prerequisite from the position. I think you could look at all 5 of the quarterbacks taken in this draft, and they're all better movers than Quinn Ewers, and all probably by a pretty good amount. He's kind of a dart thrower from the quarterback position for me, where it's almost like coming out like a dart with him, where his body ends up facing a lot of times and he's not really locked in, and he's kind of, his front opens up and it just looks like he's kind of throwing darts to guys. This can at times rob him a little bit of arm strength, where there are certain throws where he can let it loose and you can see him feel a little bit of power there. There's other throws where you feel like you're missing some RPMs with him. And so I also think that there's a lot of bad throws on his tape. There's a lot of throws into traffic that are needless. There's bad processing where he gets taken to make a throw to a certain spot and you're going, what guided you in the process to throw the ball here? What told you to throw the ball here? I think the lack of arm strength allows sometimes the defenders to make a play up underneath the ball. So I don't like Quinn Ewers a lot because I don't know what it is about Quinn Ewers that makes him such a good prospect in the eyes of where people are kind of aligning him to be. Chase. He's looked at as a top 10 kind of quarterback for next year. And I go, what part of this guy is a top 10 skill set from the position? He had a really great game against Alabama last year, which I think really solidified him in people's mind as that gold star quarterback prospect. But in my opinion, you don't move particularly well. You have maybe average arm strength at best. I don't love your delivery. I find your processing and your accuracy to be dipped and going all over the place at times. I'm just not particularly high in Quinn Ewers. And I don't know why it is that we've heard reports John Schneider is really high in him, Chase, and that he loves the guy. I don't really know why. Yeah, he kind of got the build that you liked from it, but it's just not there for me. And I think having these 5 flat 40 quarterbacks coming out now, these statue quarterbacks coming out, I think it's just going to be harder and harder to expect that these guys are going to be able to be successful at the NFL level when they just can't move. They can't get away from pressure. They can't do anything from an improvisational standpoint. It all has to be created and kept very clean in front of them. And a guy like Brock Purdy, for instance, that does a lot of his work within the process and things being really readily made in front of him to be made somewhat easy, still leans back on that mobility, still leans on that 1, 5, 3, 10-yard split to get him away from trouble at times. Ewers isn't going to have that. So I'm very down on him at this point. Certainly he could win me over with a really fine, solid season where he takes steps forward on the arm strength, where he takes step forward on the processing. The mobility is not getting any better, but those other two things can certainly maybe take a step forward this year, Chase. And if they do, it will increase my evaluation of Ewers a little bit. I don't ever think I can see him elevating to a top 10 state of things, but elevating to maybe a first round state of things versus where I might have him right now, which would be more of like a third round guy. Yeah, maybe at that point. And thank you for the comp on Murphy. Folks, if you didn't have a chance today, I dropped a Byron Murphy video here on the channel, and I dropped the comp and made the comp of a John Randall to a Byron Murphy. I think that it's a pretty fair comp. I think these guys are very, very closely aligned to each other in how they look as players. And if they're Seattle Seahawks, got yourself John Randall, Chase. That's going to be a hell of a get from this last draft. And as I said in that video, maybe that last bit of stopping power you needed to get yourself up over the top. 3 Hours says, I don't like people comparing him to Donald. It's setting fans up to be disappointed. Yeah, I agree. I think you can't go to GOATs and make that comparison for players coming out like that. It's tremendously unfair. And Donald is maybe the best all-time defensive tackle that's ever played this game. So it does get hard to go to that side of things. And if he does become a Geno Atkins, it's a success. It's a hell of a successful pick. 3 Hour, to your point, very successful. Don says, you're the man. Salute. I really appreciate the stream, man. My pleasure, Don. Thank you for hanging in for so long with it. And I love doing what I do, brother. It's definitely a blessing. Marcus says, people are still asking to trade DK. I can't listen anymore of this sober. I don't give it a lot of time anymore, Marcus. And, we'll get out of the woods of this in about 11 days. Because once we pass the June 1st thing, that was the whole rumor we heard with the Steelers, where the Steelers called Seattle and John said, talk to me back in June when we can make this kind of trade and facilitate it from a monetary standpoint. We'll see how all that goes, if that was really the truth or if that was just a dumb, blind rumor that was being presented by some Steeler fan trying to, make it happen, so to speak. But I'm certainly not going to give a lot of it time, and I don't want to move him. He needs to stay here. Ricardo, the non-Seattle analysts expect us to be bad, so they think we should be trading our players for picks or something. Yeah, there's a bit of that in it. They try to do things like Cowherd and Salk try to do, where it's, well, hey, Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill, and then they went out and won 2 Super Bowls. That's what we should do. You just get a lot of simplistic analyzing of the situation, not really looking at it with very much depth. I don't see AD, but I do see Atkins level stats. Yeah, I can see that. It's where I like going to a little bit more of the Randall to me. I think the AD thing is unfair, but I think that there's a little bit maybe more even there than potentially what you had with even Geno Atkins. But look, Geno had a great career. Geno Atkins or John Randall, either of those two, as far as the final point that you get on that, I'm perfectly happy with. Perfectly happy. Don says, bro, get out of here, John Randall. Oh my God, if we got John Randall, I'm going to sleep happy. Well, check out my video, Don. I go pretty deep into making the comparison. I make, I think, a pretty strong case, and I don't just try to say, hey, he's John Randall. I try to show you cut-ups in film of John Randall. I try to show you cut-ups in film of Byron Murphy to kind of cross-reference it a little bit. So hopefully I made the case pretty strongly, but I didn't try to make it lightly. That's for sure. That is for sure. Rockman Drums, we got a couple of core players. The coaching staff is the kick in the ass we need to be successful, in my opinion. I love it, Rockman Drums. Let's go. Let's go. Tez for life, baby. Tez for life. All right, well, let's wrap this up. We just crossed 5 hours. Good time to put a little bit of a punctuation on this one. I want to thank again the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. Use my code today, NEST, and they will match you up to $250 of your first deposit. $250 on me through you. Just got to use that code or click the link in the bottom of the description section below. As well, I've linked here into the comments section of the chat a link to my Hawks Nest Clips channel. The live stream show today will be cut up into some clips, into some varying clips over there onto that channel. We're releasing about 1 or 2 or 3 clips a day, depending on how many I've got in the kitty. So do get subbed up over there to the Hawks Nest Clips channel, as I'm going to get that thing rolling throughout the course of this year. One of the more highly requested items on this channel is, hey, I can't sit for 4 or 5 hours on a live stream. Can you just do kind of a summation? Can you get some clips together? Your calls, your requests are my responsibilities. Something like that. I said that sounded wonky. Well, anyway, it's been created. So we got the Clips channel going. It's rolling strong. We're just about over 1,000 subscribers over there. A lot of extra content and videos over there to check out if you guys are looking for some extra content. Thank you to all the new subscribers and all the people who checked out that John Randall video that I dropped earlier today. If you haven't had a chance, please do check out that video. We will probably be back this Wednesday. It's going to be a bit of a fluid situation here over the next course of about the week or so on the shows or whatnot. So probably back Wednesday, Thursday here. We got the B&B show on Thursday. So we will be bouncing back to you guys here very, very, very quickly. I appreciate it, as always, the great discussion and talks, the amazing questions you guys bring to play. As always, just keeping things just tremendously respectful. No trolls coming down at all down the line, but that's just the way it is almost every show in here. And it just speaks to how much you guys get what we're trying to do here and how much fun we have just chopping it up, talking football. I love you guys. Appreciate you guys. Please, if you can, for me, hit that like button on your way out the door. Sub on up if you could, too, as we're on the road this year to 20,000 subscribers, and we're just about to pass 16,000. So already 1/4 of the way, 1/5 of the way, getting to where we're trying to get to from the start of where we began this season. So we are on the road. Thank you for helping me get there. I appreciate you guys watching. We will be back in just a couple of days. But until that time, my goodness, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.